What is up, y'all? It's your boy Yaniki here today, and this isn't an episode of the Church of MHA. We got something extra special cooking for you this Sunday. It's the Billboard chart stream. Today we are discussing all of My Hero Academia this year, 2020. Finally discussing, giving our biggest hot takes. We got special guest Sean Ray Volk. We got anime lately here. Let me not start dropping in bombs and all kinds of stuff. I'm excited. I don't know about how you guys are. Real quick, everybody. I'm going to just run through, do introductions. Let's just say best part of 2020. Let's start with Squid because I know you want to go first. You want to pop off. Squid, you're here. It's been a while since you've been on the stream. It's getting to be consistent. How you doing, Bishop Squid? What was your favorite part of 2020?
Man, I'm doing good. Altogether, my year's been pretty good. The pandemic didn't affect me too badly, nor my regular modus operandi. And my favorite part was probably 290, chapter 290, in terms of like my hero. Best thing like for me this year probably was readjusting like my schedule and just being able to get more efficient. So what about you? So next person.
Uh, Rex, how you feeling?
You said me?
Yeah, Rex, how you feeling?
I thought you said Ritz. 2020 has been so. I mean, the best thing about my hero 2020, maybe what's the moment Shigaraki woke up and niggas died. My favorite thing, like just in life, is that I made it to the end of the year. So that's that.
Goals right there. I like that.
It's all about.
All right, let's pivot. Legend D Vash, you're back on air. What was your favorite thing about 2020?
My favorite thing about 2020 was honestly to see two great series grow, and that was Underdog and MHA, to see two series that has potential and actually did not get axed by Shonen Jump / Aisha. So I'm happy about that because they was on a rampage of axing a lot of series within the past couple of months before that. So I'm very happy that was succeeding. And for my hero, the best thing about it is that we had a character die, and then he was just used for the cape for Shigaraki just to look good. So that was really dope.
All right, let's see. Flo, you can go.
What's up? My favorite thing about 2020 personally was me graduating. Obviously, been saying that for a while. My favorite thing about my hero was anything and everything Bakugo. So that being Bakugo becoming faster than Hawks, Bakugo revealing his hero name, Bakugo saving Deku's life, Bakugo being in all of 2020, Bakugo being a pivotal part of 2020. But we could save more for the stream though.
I gotta admit, you was smoking some crack when you said Bakugo was faster than Hawks.
Oh yeah, that's confirmed.
I mean, that nigga can't walk. That nigga can't fly. So I mean, shit.
That's confirmed.
So let's go with East. Speak your mind.
Man, hello, have mother, boop, and low. We got here, man. My favorite thing about 2020 is I gotta go with what Vash had to say too, boy. My boys Marshall and Undead, they turned out and they showed the fuck out that they was different breeds and that they stood the test of time. And now we here. They're going the long ways. So great manga this year. IRL shit, and this Christmas probably the best Christmas I ever had. This year was kind of stagnant. It was alright, but man, we here now, man. Everybody end this year with a motherfucking bang with this stream. This year for my MHA though. Let me tell y'all something. I've been telling niggas what's been coming, but guess what they keep doing? Running. But you can't run from your shadow, because that shit will follow you for the rest of your life. And one day, we will consume your ass. So let me tell you something. Say the words now with me. Hell motherfucking hurry, nigga!
You gotta talk to him.
I expected no less.
I can't say.
I expected more, not gonna lie.
Don't worry, we got something planned later. You know about the order.
You want me to go? Okay.
Yeah, it's your turn, Volk. What's your favorite thing about 2020?
Favorite thing about 2020? I graduated. So.
Woo.
Hey, congrats.
Congrats.
Congrats on my graduation.
Congratulations.
Graduation game.
I'm doing next year. I'm doing next year, so.
My favorite thing about MHA in 2020, oh my god, it's the Deku Berserk panel. It's all about that panel. It's when All for One just says like not just Bakugo sacrifice, but everything else everybody else fought for is like that's all worth nothing, and that's it. He has to die. And seeing that panel was just really liberating because I'm a big fan of that character. And yeah, I'm very excited to talk about all this on the stream.
Mr. Ra's al Ghul himself.
How's it going, everybody? Sean Ross here. Kicking off for 2020, just non-My Hero related, for me is actually getting a new job with everything going on in the world. So that has definitely been the highlight, I think, non-My Hero related. But My Hero for 2020, I think, has been an amazing year thus far just for MHA. But top moment has to either be for like the Katsuki Bakugo Rising chapter overall, just with how much buildup and the way that we've been building up to that moment for Bakugo is honestly amazing. But the surprise for me, I think, for my favorite moment is just the 3 Mirko chapters that we got to start off this arc. That was the best way to kick off this arc as a whole. So absolutely loved it.
All right.
When she got cut up, I swear they were ordering roasted rabbit. They didn't even cook her. It was raw.
Oh, man. Oh, man, Squid, you and the damn one-liners are back. Sam the Manga Man, how you feeling?
I'm good. 2020 has been an all right year. Just like Sean, in new employment, even much easier school life just because we're all indoors and online classes and stuff. Almost like the South Park with Cartman. Everybody just, oh no, my camera's not working.
We see you.
Best part within My Hero of 2020. Well, I think Sean took it too, and I might have been thinking too much on the. It's not the right hour for this, the honey hour kind of thing, but good. Mirko looked good throughout the entire series of 2020. Next to that, I would say, with Best Genius saying the connection, the line of thread that everybody put into this effort, where this cannot happen without everybody's hard efforts and their hard work and hard efforts into this moment where this is where it's going to lead to its end. And that led to Gigamakia going down, the fight with Shigaraki, everything. Everybody had their own job and they all fulfilled that purpose onto this work.
Did she look good, or did she look like she was about to get cooked?
All right. Bonzu.
Hey. Hello, everybody. So, okay, what was the best thing for me this year? This year was difficult for me and also special because I think the best for me was meeting new people, and thanks to the anime community, I met Noxy, I met Aniki, the big Aniki, and thanks to this meeting, I am here live with you guys, and I met.
I think your audio up. Did Ponzu break up for everybody else?
He just
froze. Yes, he did.
He did.
Yeah. I think did he freeze?
You know what? I think he was talking.
I think he froze.
I think he was talking.
Yeah, no,
so
he did
much
freeze, but it was
fast
it
that
was
he
a
crashed
perfect.
the stream.
No, it was a perfect freeze frame. So I thought he was doing that naturally.
Yeah, me too. So you got that, like that long pause. Like that long pause, like.
It was like this.
Did I like this? I didn't know about that.
Here's the thing, Ponzu, you perfectly lagged. You were like, so. And then it was just like,
Hold on, y'all ever see those magazine covers where like a businessman looking like got a dance class? That's how he's looking right now.
Serious long pause too.
That was the Gendo Ikari pose with the fingers.
I was like, are you giving an Oscar speech on us right here, bro?
I thought he was about to start. When he said I'm meeting you, I thought he was about to start crying. That's why
I was doing my speech, so you heard.
I thought he was. I thought he was gonna like break down. I was like, oh man, this is gonna get.
Not emotional.
This is how it went, Ponzu. You were like, I got to meet Aniki and them, and then it was like froze.
That is like the longest pause ever, because I was like,
and I was waiting for him to say, and then I met Ian, and everything changed, but I never got it. So,
so like I told you, I met so many people, like, and I'm really happy for that because it was a difficult year for me. Staying at home, staying on my own, not seeing my best friends, my family, my grandpa was murdered. So it was big year for me. So and I'm really thankful to meet you to meet you guys and all the church, the people, the tarnish. I can't keep saying names, but thank you for y'all for giving the energy, the attention. Thank you guys. And yeah, best thing of MHA for myself. Wow, the best moment right now, I will say it is Shigaraki awakening when he took the cape. That was the best thing for me. That's the moment that I knew that the arc would go to the at the max speed. But yeah, Bakugo, I'm a big fan of Bakugo. His moment was that dearing for me. So yeah, that was it for myself.
Give you my condolences.
Yeah, my condolences.
All right, let's see.
Thank
We
you
got
guys.
BG.
But
Oh, is it now? Now it's my turn.
Yeah, it's
Talk
finally
to
your
him.
turn.
Come on, talk to him, King.
Oh, what is it? Well, the best part of 2020 was that I got to finish Yu-Gi-Oh. Oh yeah, My Hero was good too, I guess. Anyway.
Anticlimactic, bro.
Anyway,
to these niggas.
Anyway, fucking,
Talk to him.
I can't remember who it was who said that, but it was that Berserk Deku panel. It was like my favorite part of the whole thing.
Oh yeah, it was fun.
Yeah, I love that panel. I keep posting it too.
Yeah, you're right there with you, BG.
Wasn't that your Abby for a while? Like as soon as
It was my
that
Abby.
official panel came out, you were like, and now that I have the high quality version of this,
Yes, it was my Abby.
You ever
Yeah,
notice how
I-
Rivet Stab kind of looks like beef jerky? So when he bit into it, it was like, yeah.
What?
It looks like
No.
beef jerky.
But anyway, but yeah, and also as for the year, I found everybody here, so that's all good. That's good enough for me.
Yo, BG, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I didn't like you like at first, but now that I seen your face, I definitely don't like you. Just something about it. Just
Rex, I'm glad you keep the same energy for everything.
Oh my God.
Exactly right.
I already didn't like you, but now I really don't like you.
I don't know if you would say the same thing, but you don't have your camera on, so.
Yeah.
You know what Rex reminds me of? He reminds me of Slick Johnson from the Chappelle show. Where he's like, I hate you, kiss my ass, you rotten motherfucker.
I hate everybody,
That's how
man.
all you.
It's cool, man. It's cool. I love you too, BG.
Oh, no. And he used that meme a lot of time. That's the thing about it. He used this meme all the time on the Discord. So yeah.
I'm pretty sure all we got left out of the lineup is the birthday boy. Watkins, did you get to go yet?
He forgot all about me.
Happy
That's rough.
birthday.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I let you go or not, Reezy, because I keep thinking about like how your camera looks like a 90s hip hop video, and I love that aesthetic.
Oh shit.
Yikes.
Oh. Yeah. So the best part of my year in real life, I survived my 20s. Thank fuck. Oops, dropped an F-bomb. I got a new apartment.
Don't worry, I'll do a lot of those.
Despite COVID, got a new apartment, got a new job. Everything's going good with that. In terms of My Hero Academia, best thing has been Horikoshi himself being the god that he is every single week, giving us fire after fire after fire chapters. I don't remember the last time a mangaka has written and drawn so well in years. This has been his year, and I praise him to the heavens above.
Hey man,
I respect it.
Hey,
yeah,
man. Watkins.
Like even Shibuya Incident, which I think is next to next, it's just you can't compare the yards. Like Horikoshi is just a step above everybody else in the magazine right now.
That's been my stance on it. The closest thing from Shueisha that has rivaled My Hero for me this year is from Jump Plus. So that's
Jigo Raku, right?
Jigo Kuraku. Yep.
Oh, I love Jigo Kuraku.
Yes.
Beyond that.
The correct response to somebody mentioning Jigo Kuraku is I love Jigo Kuraku.
Look, I'm 20 chapters in and I love it. So
it's almost over.
Anything else gets you canceled, to be honest.
So is Reezy finna go?
Yeah, Reezy, it's your turn.
They forget
Speak
I'm
up.
here. Like you hate to see it.
The
best part about 2020. I feel you, brother. The best part about 2020, non My Hero related, is I got my own apartment now. I'm no longer in a long distance relationship because I managed to get my girlfriend from the East Coast here to Texas during this pandemic. And
did she?
Okay, I see.
People about to say
hello. And when it comes to my hero, just seeing like Deku and Shigaraki face off for those brief couple chapters that we got to see, like that is Horikoshi. To me, it was like the promise of what is to come. Like nobody on the villain side could keep up with Deku right now, besides Michiya and a couple others. But the way Deku was throwing those 100% smashes, using float, black whip, the guy was a beast. And then Shigaraki was just having his way with Endeavor and all these pros that we've got to know and love for how many years it's been now. And that was just beautiful to see, in my opinion.
At the end of the arc, they really looked in the mud, to quote Aniki.
All right. So.
And that's going to be interesting because here's the thing. Your reaction to the final panel of chapter 295 determines how much you've been paying attention to the story and to Deku himself. And that's very important.
Actually, you know what? I kind of want to disagree there because apparently the projection that people had, it kind of overturned. So they apparently once they seen that, they kind of forgot everything that was set up. You know what I'm saying?
I mean,
That's
what he
said.
Okay. Hold up. I didn't get to say my favorite part of 2020, y'all.
Okay, dictator, go ahead.
Wow. So, first off, I want to say we successfully launched the Church of MHA. Like Rex, you were there, like Rex and East, you know, who was there, like episode 0, you know, when we like first started and we picked up BG, you know, we were looking at the old episodes and it's like episode 4, it's like when Say S came on, episode 7 is when like BG started coming through. And just like as we've gotten to adapt on like anime lately, like so Sam and like you and Vash, and then like just also with Ray and JB, just get to like expand this channel and meet all you guys. Like we were going on the 2020 stream with Roger. All these different things have been just like fantastic. It's just been like a great year for the channel. And like before y'all jumped me last week, I was gonna just like go through and give all y'all appreciation and love, but then y'all started jumping me, so I didn't feel like it was appropriate anymore. But I do actually appreciate all of y'all coming through, and I especially appreciate, you know, like Volk and Sean. You know, like you guys haven't really like gotten to talk to me a whole lot, but you came through anyway, so I appreciate that also. And then like this, I got promoted too, so like all this like good stuff. And then like my favorite thing with this year has probably been like the ascension of Dabi, if I'm being honest. Because I've always been a big like fan, like I've been like a closet Dabi fan, where I'm like I'm not gonna bring this up.
Boo this man.
I have to say I was a closet Dabi fan because like I've always like if you look back like at the like if you go rewatch the summer Billboard chart stream, Dabi was in my top 15 favorite characters anyway. So like I've always had like this appreciation for Dabi, but I was like he's not like one of my top 10 favorites right now because he just doesn't have enough yet. But like as soon as this theory gets confirmed, I can justify this for myself.
Well,
and Dabi got Rex in the clown suit, so we gotta appreciate that too.
I think that was like our biggest.
I changed my answer.
I was the same way, Aniki. The only difference is, I said fuck it earlier when he started being like showing he was actually really fucking smart.
Oh yeah, with the Hawks
thing. Yeah, when the Hawk shit started, I was like, you know what, fuck waiting. I'm already gonna put him in my top 10. Fuck it.
Hey Aniki. Am I good to go?
Yep.
For mine. Okay. So my favorite thing of the year is simply that got to spend more time with my family as usual. Lots of different circumstances brought us a lot closer together, which is always great. Love my siblings and love hanging out with them. So I just got to do more and more of that, and then of course got to hang out with you guys. So I just love personal connections, as many as I can get. So that's been great.
Really,
and then
the of this chat.
And then as far as my favorite part of my hero this year, it would have to be the absolute glow up of Aizawa, who is a character who I can never see past the fact that he's just a broken plot device. And then Horikoshi was like, all right, you're right. So what if I let him be the broken plot device and it sticks? And I'm like, oh my gosh, he's the greatest. So so just getting to see Horikoshi actually finally find his footing with Aizawa as far as his quirk is concerned allowed me to then appreciate all the work he did for him as a person, as a character. And so that's just been really great because I want to like every character in My Hero. So the moment that I finally feel like it clicks with me and I can then retroactively look back and be like, oh, I really enjoyed this character. I see all these moments. That's just always great. So that's for me.
I love how you said that he got a glow up when in reality his eyes are just pitch black because he can't see right now. He's unconscious. That's a good dichotomy.
I would like to change my answer because before my hero 2020 moment is going to stay the same, but my personal moment I want to change from graduation to seeing Rex in the clown suit. That was probably a bit I'm not gonna lie. That trumped
4
it
years
just
of
by a
school?
little bit.
Nah.
Just by a little bit. Just a little bit.
4 years of school, not as good as seeing him in the clown suit. I agree.
There's a lot of history to that clown suit too. It was I had to deliver. I couldn't be a sore loser and be like, dang, I can't put on the clown suit.
I look sorry.
And again, I knew the whole time he was Toya. It's just that me and Dustin got into an argument, and I had to triple down. Every week, Horikoshi was like, oh no, he's Toya, and I was like, shut up, Horikoshi, let these idiots fight, let them fight. And he was like, every week he was like, it's Toya. Then the black bubble panel happened, and I was like, Jesus Christ, Horikoshi, shut the hell up, shut the hell up. And it got progressively worse. And then when the Dabi reveal happened. When the Toya review happened, dude, the spoilers, people were bombarding me. They was like, you fool. And I was like, I knew the whole time.
You're pulling a Dio here.
This is perfect.
Dio. I only pretended to be stupid.
There's actually a conversation that I wanted to have involving the black speech bubble.
That's not just the name reveal. That's something else.
Yes. Right. That's what I wanted to talk about. That's what I wanted to talk about.
His full name is Toya Black Speech Bubble Todoroki.
You heard it here first, folks.
One of the things that's been because here's the thing, right? The big plot hole. There is technically you could argue there's a plot hole with Dabi right now. Anybody want to take a guess at what it is, real quick?
How did he survive? Because there's a piece of his jawbone that was discovered. So it's like,
well, there's that too.
That one is just that one you can write off as just a piece of his face was melting off as he crawled away.
Mm-hmm.
And
I want to know.
I
want to know what he did for 10 years. Did he just get out of being nearly severely self-immolated and was like?
Where did he find staples that are so sturdy that his blue fire does not melt them?
Okay, so I'm pretty sure I heard somebody say it, which is why does he know a bunch of stuff about hawks?
That was me.
Yep. So my personal run on this, and I want to see how you guys feel about this, is what if with that black speech bubble reveal, he revealed himself as somebody who is genuinely a double agent, because
his code name. Yeah.
Because he's Stains will, but Stains will was to make society better, period, which doesn't necessarily fall in line with this stuff. So let's say he hypothetically just decides heroes are all about glory, but I've been working with the police commission and I want to enable them to use their quirks, which creates a more totalitarian approach, but it does take away the glorification effect where it erases the concept of heroes and instead just creates law and order within society. So Dabi could have revealed to him that he's specifically a part of another organization within the government, and that's why he knows all the stuff that he knows about Keigo, because it doesn't make sense for him to have access to this information on Hawks.
Yeah.
Well, and also the way it was set up, the way it was set up is simply to where just think about this narratively. All that black speech bubble does, if it's his name, is just shock value, and then forever it's just this big splot that just doesn't really mean anything. It's okay, well, I guess that's what it is. But if you actually use that narratively, which is that Hawks finds out this information, and then when Hawks wakes up and reveals that information, it makes sense that only Hawks gets to hear it in that moment because he's going to reveal it to us. And so the black speech bubble has merit outside of, haha, you thought you were going to get it now. Ooh.
Horikoshi never does that. So it's instantly the black speech bubble was okay, well, that's got to be the Toya thing. But then as things went on, it was you look back at the timeline and you look at how the war played out, you're like, wait, that's got to mean something else. Because the thing is, if Dabi has even more of a hidden agenda that we don't know about beyond just destroying his father, then that means that you have a three-way conflict now, where you have the villains, you have people in the government that are enforcing this rigid society, and then you're going to have the heroes and the kids and all of those, and they're going to have to fight off both of those and set things right, like tackle both sides of the problem.
It's funny that y'all say. It's just funny that y'all say that, because you know what? I had an epiphany the other day, and it was so funny how I hit this shit. So in the projection of how we were doing and comparing this arc to, right? Everybody here agreed this was supposed to be of course, the aftermath is where it really shakes down, and we start seeing it, right? But we agreed it was supposed to be that arc, right? Which it technically still is. But what I remember in watching something was that he doesn't only draw inspiration from the manga. He's one of the biggest comic book head there is. So I was watching one movie and it clicked in my head. This wasn't the war part. This was the Civil War incident. In the original Civil War, just like in the movie, there was an incident where the heroes were doing their job, saving shit, but a massive incident still happened and people died. And then guess what? Yeah, they did their jobs and they saved other lives, but they still costed people their lives. And people try to just like, well, they still need heroes. Well, no, they're not going to be like, well, you guys stopped this villain. No, you costed us 2,000 plus people, civilians. All these heroes died, and y'all still let these niggas get away. So it was the Civil War, like in the comic books, some like ragtag come up heroes. They tried to stop some villains, but then those niggas killed a bunch of kids because they tried to stop them.
Oh, you're talking about the New Warriors, right?
Yeah, so they tried to stop them, and then the bunch of kids got killed from a big explosion and shit like that. So and I realized this was a Civil War event that sparks the cataclysm, not the heroes facing each other, but the downfall.
Actually, I can go.
There's also the Star Wars inspiration.
I was gonna say. Sorry, I was gonna say I can go a little further in your example though, because just like in the comic, this was unprovoked. Well, it was not necessarily unprovoked, but it's the fact that he's a villain. So they attacked him and like when he wasn't really doing anything, which is Nitro. And then that's when he blew all the shit up and killed everybody in the same way that they just attacked them when they hadn't even done anything yet. And then, well, Makia went through and wrecked all the cities.
Yeah, and then they're gonna have to come out with the truth. They're like, well, we had Hawks in there. I'm like, well, why did y'all have Hawks in there? The commission not backing this nigga up. They're gonna be like, well, Endeavor. Well, at Endeavor. Well, where was Genius at this entire time? Whether he's alive or not. As I'm like, well, what we had was we had preemptively struck, and then we kind of got the kids injured. So why'd y'all have kids in there? Were their parents aware? No, we didn't alert them, but it's always a but. Every time you go say but, they're gonna have a comeback for y'all ass. I was even watching the Camino arc, and it was like, all right, that's all y'all got to fucking say is y'all gonna up the defenses. That shit don't matter to us, nigga. We want results. That's all y'all got to say. So they ain't gonna have no excuse for putting the kids in the war.
Yeah, there's definitely gonna be a lot of backlash definitely coming off of the end of this arc. I mean, as we were kind of seeing with like going back to Dabi a little bit, when Dabi was giving his speech and also broadcasting his life story to all of Japan, we saw society, and especially with Can't You See Kid beginning with the shark friend being able to basically say it's like we're losing faith in what we're kind of seeing in the destruction and the devastation. So it's starting already. And I think with the aftermath that we're going to get into after this arc, seeing like what is left and what society is going to reprehend the heroes for what they were doing. Like you were saying, like all these pro heroes couldn't stop anything, but why'd you have to bring all the hero students in? They're still just kids. So all this stuff is definitely going to compound and just snowball into either stricter laws or even worse things moving forward, I think, for hero society overall.
Imagine if Inko does suffer that heart attack, which some fans are speculating.
She can't handle it.
Yikes.
Yeah.
I would like to add.
That for the other parents to just come on you, way.
Okay, I would like to add something too, because I watched yesterday the remedial course arc with Bakugo and the children, you know, and in that arc, it is the little kids were talking about how the parents are feeling about the recent things that happening this year with the heroes, their concerns. That's why that they became so uncontrollable, because they wanted what they said to themselves. Mom and papa and fathers are saying are saying that the heroes, there's concerns about the hero will be okay for later. But you know what? Because we are stronger than the past generation. We're gonna be the new heroes, the stronger one, the stronger one. So these concerns about the future of the heroes was already there from the beginning. So what's gonna happen right now with everything that happened is the push on for the change for the society right now in Japan. That's what I'm thinking right now.
So one of the things that I'm kind of curious about is that I think that there's, when people say they can't go back to school, I think we need to discuss like the context of what, like, if they do or don't go back to school, what needs to be happening to rationalize that based on the context of the story, right?
Yes.
So my question for you is, do you believe that, like, well, actually, before we even get into that, I want to touch on the parents a bit, because one of the things that I noticed when I looked back and I was rewatching Forest Training Arc is that while Mandalay was talking about Coda, she directly states that there were already people who didn't like heroes. And so even though like Forest Training Arc is an arc that I think a lot of us don't go back to because there's just not necessarily a whole lot within it, because they train for a bit and then boom, kidnapping. And then like you just kind of have like the Deku versus Muscular fight, which I know Ian loves a lot, but like in general, Forest Training Arc isn't one that you go back to a lot to reread and get a bunch of new material out of. But I think that the fact that Mandalay can specifically say that there was already an unhappiness with Hero Society and with heroes, and then we segue into, we know that at some point during this timeline, Destro and them re-released the Redestro and them re-released the manifest of Destro, and then we have the Kamino incident. Then you have Fukuoka. Then you have Deka, and now you have this.
And something very important that I think the anime missed. There's this panel where Deku hears all this from Mandalay, and he's just quiet. He's just taking it all in, and he doesn't know what to say because he's.
You mean Coda?
Well, yeah, he's thinking more about how people's experiences with quirks in society don't really match up with his own, and he doesn't know how to respond to it. And it's this constant build to this decision that he has to make that's going to determine the fate of Hero Society. It's going to be all on him. So
it may not be like a silent moment, but I still feel like they got it across to where that was like a moment for Deku to where he didn't really have anything to say. And he mentions it. He says like there was just no words coming to him in that moment to spur on anything with Cody, even though he was kind of unconscious after the whole bathhouse incident and all that stuff. But
there's no Naruto talking to Jutsu or whatever. He just doesn't know what to do because he's an ordinary kid. And
exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's exactly why I got very confused when 295 came out and everybody's talking about, oh my God, he's going to talk no jutsu to Shigaraki. He doesn't do that.
No.
Exactly.
Well, the other, the only people who get talk no jutsu by Deku is the Todorokis, and that's because he's their unofficial therapist, and they believe in child labor.
That's the exact reason why I fell in love with my hero for that scene.
At a certain point, you got to start paying him. Like, this is straight up counseling.
Once they see the results,
encouraging endeavor in the fight.
I mean, the good thing is Dabi is just like untherapeutical. He's not going to listen.
Y'all ready for the
he's far too far gone.
Saving the villains bit because Ochako's in the same position Deku's in now, but Todoroki is like, what do I do with my brother because he's fucking insane?
And Bakugo's like, I gotta babysit Deku so he doesn't kill himself. It all comes full circle.
And Ida's like, I gotta run around and get everybody because can't nobody see me.
I gotta babysit everybody. I gotta keep everybody under control, and nobody else can help me because I'm too quick for them.
So Aniki, to go back to what you were saying about the school thing, is for me, it's less about like I don't want school and more of just specifically the Deku Inko thing, where her specific rule for why he could go back is you will not hurt yourself like you did with Muscular again, which we made specific callbacks to what he's done now, and that All Might has promised that he will not allow it as his teacher to get into that situation. And then the last thing she says before he leaves for school is, I still don't like this. So to me, if anyone were to say like, yeah, but like
she said he could go. So like she'll just like get over it or something. I'm like,
Well,
no, you don't understand. The thing
And there's
she
also
set
this
up
little
has
bit
been
where
lied
she's
to.
like, it seems like she's talking to Hisashi too, where she's like, I hope you're happy about this. And
yeah,
it's
and then
it's
and then
very
you have
weird.
it set up in the and then you have this thing set up in the Endeavor Agency arc where she thinks back to the fact that All Might promised he would raise you right, and now when I look at you, I don't feel like I have to worry. Well, I doubt she's gonna go into the hospital room and be like, you know what? I still feel like I don't have to worry. Long live Deku. All right, see you guys. So like to me, there's no universe where you could like if you want to like say like, oh, the other kid's parents allow it. Like I don't know their parents well enough to be like, oh, no way. But we've had enough of Inko that like you're gonna have to really stretch the logic if you can convince her this time. No, this time for real, he won't double break his arms. I promise you.
This was just a mere slip up. Okay, it happens. We're all human.
Yeah, it happens.
We all break our arms and legs and uncontrollably and see the near death. Okay, it happens to everybody. It happened to the kid down the street. I mean, but real quick because the chat wants Sean Rez and Reezy and some of the other people to speak up. So let me just try this thing real quick. This is what I don't. The people about this no school thing. I don't. For y'all that's like upset, I think y'all need to use like comprehension because you hear the no school thing and then you just like automatically get upset and don't really use their brains. When we say no more school, we mean no more UA. That's still like attend a regular school, but UA was about to get shut down off of a fucking school festival. You think they finna let these niggas just tried and true prance around after they got a war and you got kids damn near dead on death's door? What the fuck? You think they really going at a school festival, dog? They want these niggas to party, and you sign them up for war on the front lines. You think they're gonna let this shit slide?
The police came to them and said, "Hey, if there's even like a school festival gets shut down for UA, you guys are screwed."
Like, come on now, bro. Like, this is not gonna just slide past this. Like, we don't mean UA is shut down. They can still attend a regular basis school, but some of these kids' parents not even gonna let them continue to pursue this career, especially in these trying times and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I think
also the
like to
WHA
add on,
thing from the movie, we'll see where that goes. So.
And I guess like to add on to like the parent side of things, you know, we're all expecting Inko, I think, to like flip out and like be against what everything happened. I'm curious also to see what Bakugo's mom is going to react to this whole situation, just on the fact that we saw that little panel of her going through the Katsuki Bakugo memories, and we kind of saw her reaction when they were able to rescue Bakugo in the Camino ward, you know, getting him back from the villains. She was okay with everything because Bakugo was fine. He was okay. He wasn't injured. But in this case right now, Bakugo's unconscious and kind of in the midst of dying.
He just got stabbed.
Definitely.
Yeah, he just got stabbed. If he were stronger, it wouldn't have happened. So that's his fault.
Exactly. So like we know she's already a firecracker as it is, and I think just to see her baby boy, like we don't really know how she'll react to it overall, but I think for her to see that Bakugo was hurt, I'm curious to see what her reaction will be, because we already know Inko, I think, will definitely be a nervous wreck just with anything Deku does.
She was lied to by her son and All Might. They said this would not happen again, and it triple happened again.
I feel like in terms of Inko, my thing is like Deku and All Might elected not to tell her the secrets of One for All. So it's a lie of omission. They omitted the truth. They let her believe that Deku's quirk kind of manifested. He was a late bloomer, such and so on. So it's like, in us as the reader, we know the situation. Deku was pretty much their last hope of stopping Shigaraki to the degree he did, But it's like, at some point, they're just going to have to tell her what it is. Your son was the only person in that moment who could have done a god darn thing. Endeavor was there, couldn't do much. Bakugo, best unit showed up later, so on and so forth. Deku was our only shot.
Yeah, but at the same
and
time,
and then she says, "You turned my son into a weapon to fight a demon monster."
Well,
hold up. Vash, what were you gonna say?
Secret's gonna come out soon. So
I was gonna say, but the mom knows that there's more to his powers, because that powers that he's using is not from him, it's not from her or the dad. So the thing is, she knows that this came from somebody else. It's just that she's gone along with it. She's is not that gullible. She knows that this came from her. Like, she did not. There's no way that right here Deku with his number one idol with All Might just hangs out like it's nothing now. So she knows that there's something going on, but she's not gonna ask because she also respects her son, and with his new powers that she knows that that's something he's been wanting since a child.
Like Aunt May knowing who Spider-Man is that type of dynamic.
Yeah. So like,
I mean,
yeah.
Honestly, like with the kid, so like you guys are making good points about like why Deku mom wouldn't allow it, why Bakugo mom would be upset. But ultimately, they're 16. They're going to be 17 soon. At the end of the day, the kids don't feel the way their parents do. They're like, we're the only ones that's going to do it. So F you, we're going to continue doing this. And ultimately, at the end of the day, once you hit like their 16, 17 age, it's like they really can't tell you what to do. They're going to do it regardless. And my
Rex,
thing,
that's what I want. I just
like ultimately, Deku and Bakugo and all the kids, they like maybe some of them are demotivated, but like our main two, Deku and Bakugo, regardless of what their parents say, they're going to continue to do this, and it's going to be up to their parents to be like, well, either I disagree with them and we're at odds about what they're doing, or we just accept it because they're going to do it regardless. And that's the decision.
The first thing's what I need.
That decision comes to parents all the time, where it's like they're going to do it regardless. So I either support them or we drift further and further apart. And with Bakugo and Deku's mom, I don't see them going the route of, hey, we're just going to split apart. So it's going to just be them swallowing the pill and being like, they're going to do this anyway. So let me do my best to support them any way I can.
I just need the conversation. That's all I'm asking for.
Hey, I want to get Reezy's thoughts on this. I haven't heard him say much yet lately, and I see him like kind of trying to jump in.
I just gave my thoughts on it, but I mean, as far as Enko goes, the Aunt May comparison is spot on. But I just feel like, because like I understand she's pretty much raised Deku from like on her own from what we've seen. We haven't really seen his father around. So that's like her baby boy, and that's why she's so protective over him. And she's had to look out for him pretty much his entire life because he was quirkless. All the other kids, sprouted, blossomed, got explodey fingers and started bullying him. But Deku's come a long way, and I feel like mothers in particular, at some point you have to realize your son isn't a boy, he's a man now, and he's becoming not just a man, but an exceptional young hero. But I understand the
he's
writing.
Not a man at all. That's a problem.
I was gonna say, but he's not, because he's doing the same mistakes he promised he wouldn't do, and he's down an arm now.
Understand
which is what he said he wouldn't do.
Okay, slow down.
Yeah.
Slow down. Let's slow down for one moment. I'm not saying he's a man yet. I just said he's becoming a young man. In that situation, Deku really didn't have much choice. What was the alternative? Him keep his promise, not break his arms, and let Shigaraki kill Eraserhead, Endeavor, and everybody else in the situation.
That's the logical answer.
You get what I'm saying?
I think my biggest thing is I don't really care if they still try to be heroes. I don't hope for them to stop being heroes. I just need there to be some sort of repercussion with the school system. I need them to have deal with some sort of consequences for throwing these kids into the war.
Here's the thing. Will they? Because if you think about the Hero Commission, and they're the government, and the government is going to government no matter what. Hold on, let me finish, BG. And here's the way you spin the story. And I maybe I'm giving Horikoshi too much credit. You see, the Hero Commission literally is like, hey, you see Jagetomakia? See how he destroyed all that city? It wasn't the heroes that did it. It was the kids. Holy shit, we need kids. We need people that's bright, creative, that has stronger quirks.
I think you're missing my point.
I see your point, but what I'm saying,
people is the thing. I don't necessarily mean that it needs to be like the government shutting them down. I'm talking about society criticizing them and going against the school for those actions. The government can have a hand in it too if they want, but what I'm strictly speaking on is the societal reaction to UA throwing their students in the middle of a fucking
The question, is the UA still gonna exist after this? That's the thing. Is the UA or schools in general, are they still gonna exist after
they're
this?
Gonna exist. They have to exist. They have to exist.
They're gonna exist in some capacity.
They have to.
I feel like here's the thing is that My Hero's world functions like ours. They don't just snap shut stuff down. Even if schools were discontinued for a while, what would happen here is schools would be discontinued because there was a massive terrorist attack, not because schools are just done. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of stuff that would go into governing and all these other things that My Hero has clearly made it like obvious that there is a lot of red tape involved in heroics. So to a certain degree, you can argue that like all of My Hero is a question of like the Civil War plot line to a certain degree, because you can say like, how good is it to have the government in control of heroes, and what does that lead to, and what are the like negative ramifications of a society that does that?
I think part of the ramifications coming from that, because there's going to be a big overhaul of the way UA runs and the way the Hero Society is going to be run after this, because I think it's going to go into terms with how they not only do their Hero Society, because we're not going to have fun and games Billboard charts anymore. I don't think it's not going to be all like, you know,
we will, but I don't know about
well,
that.
we will.
We
will. They're like, no, we're not doing this fun top 10 bullshit. No. You're gonna
It's not going to exist no more.
Yeah, that it's not going to be fun and games with that. And there's going to be new regulations to go into that. There's going to be new regulations to how these hero schools operate and how they train their future heroes, because so they will probably won't like have hero courses for a while. They might still have their regular high school classes, like, oh, got to go to algebra now, you know, oh, this is, you know, we might get some students being like, oh, well, right now we would be training to do some you know, rescue operations and all that. But no, that's not going to happen for a while, because they're going to be trying to restructure how UA operates. And not just UA, there'll probably be other schools in the country too that they'll try to restructure.
But
Yeah.
A question I have is for all of you guys here is like, we're talking about the hero side of it, but I feel like Japan as a country just came face to face with their villains right now that they can't beat even with their top heroes. So we're talking about restructuring and all these. So what do you think we're going to see moving forward from the government, from the public, and so on and so forth? Because Shigaraki just showed like on a good day at 73%, not many people can come close to even competing with him.
Mm-hmm. I think one thing that's definitely being built, I think, from My Villain Academia to this point right now with Machio going through its rampage, as I think like normal citizens being able to step up and use their quirks, you know,
Yes.
like the liberation side of things. Because for what we had for Machia's 80-kilometer rampages, all the heroes were away. All normal people just going about their day, and then suddenly this monster comes in and just bulldozes through their city. I think moving forward, I think a lot of citizens are going to feel like, well, we don't need heroes, because if they're not around, who's going to be there to protect us in a way? So I feel like you might get a lot more of society stepping up and saying, we don't need heroes. We have quirks. We all have powers. 80% of the world has quirks, and yet only a select few of them are regulated to save us in these dire moments. But yet if they're not there, are we going to get in trouble just because we stepped up and used our quirks in this situation? So I think that's definitely one aspect that could possibly pop up.
And that
let me tag in, because I've actually waiting to talk about this one. That's what I've been talking about. People's like, somebody tried to like kind of be disingenuous of how it would go down. Like nobody's going.
Oh, he cut out. You there, East? Still?
Like, you guys need to liberate yourselves. No,
East, start over.
discussed the plan of
East,
what they were.
East.
Start over. You cut out.
Okay, I'll cut out. Okay, I was say people trying to be disingenuous that how the plan would have went down as to rise of the liberation, because we've been talking about this before. Like I just seen somebody real recently, they're rereading My Hero, right? I think it was JJ. Shout out to JJ, right? So he posts the panel of how people admire the heroes, and they sit there and they just watch the heroes do their thing, right? And even some other heroes sit in the silence if they are not competent or compatible enough. Then you cut into EA. They're already getting fed up. And the dude was like, it took these niggas 2 seconds. To start the series, they wouldn't even flinch a muscle, right?
Yep.
To even help a child on the street like we've seen with NBA. But now you come into EA, it's like, niggas are like, they didn't wait 2 seconds, like, yo, we ain't got time to wait for no heroes. Old boy was like, the little dude in the office, like, hey, we got to step up ourselves, you know. Then Endeavor pulled up. But that was there for a reason, because as we know, of course, you don't waste the panel. So it's like, okay, you jumping in there, they're already, it keeps rising to the boiling point. So it's like Sean Rez said, it's like, hey, bro, we not gonna need y'all niggas because you wasn't here to fucking save me. And what about the relief, the helping us out and the relief like that? We don't need y'all. Y'all not gonna be there for us. We got quirks too. What makes y'all so special? And if people want to say like, well, they go to school and they train to be heroes, that shit don't matter. You think I give a fuck about that shit? And then niggas cared about that shit, they wouldn't be talking shit in the first place like they've been doing this entire series. Anytime a hero slips up, and Shigaraki even made that speech. And they try their hardest, but they're not perfect. They're still human. But anytime they slip up, they face the brunt, the backlash, whether it be a villain's fault or not. That started the scenario. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and Redestro is the pinnacle in them of that point. They already had the files. That's how they got there in the first place. It's not gonna be shigging them, relieving liberation at first. It's gonna be redesperate them, like Hawk said, doing that shit with the power they got. And Hawks was around there passing books out over the 3 months. You got to remember that too. And Redestro said he's influencing the youth highly. So that's going to come back into play too.
Well, so my only issue with like the civilians arming up is that anytime there's a terrorist attack in any civilization or any country, it's not like the civilians go, oh, well, time to do stuff ourselves. It's like, whoa, we need more protection. I came this to 9/11 in America where it wasn't like, hey guys, let's restructure, let's like lower the security at airports. It's like, no, we are willing to give up some freedoms for more safety. And I think it's more realistic for the heroes to, like, I think what Sean said about, you know, it being more structured and more rigid, I think that is the case. And I think there's a scenario where there isn't like an alarm system where like with natural disasters, the blaring alarms go off. If that alarm goes off, then you can use your quirk. But it's not like, I feel like we miss out like how the society came to this point in the first place. We saw what happens when civilians able to use their quirks. We like All for One isn't in the history books, but that part of society is in the history books. There's no way that the civilians go back to that. It's like at what reason? And then also you got to think about it from the regular civilian. Like, I'm a civilian. I don't want to fight. I just want to go to school, go to work, live with my family. And hold on, let me finish. And like even in our society, nobody really wants to fight. That's why you have people that go to the military because they want to, or because of certain circumstances, or people that join the police force. You have these things, and like with the kids, it's like, okay, well, maybe the way we went about it in the past isn't right, but we can still do this and this. And we also got to look at the third years. Now there are no longer third years, they're heroes. So you're repopulating the society, you do things different, you can train people differently. And then like, but I don't see in a scenario where the civilians are just gung-ho about fighting, and also that the heroes are not like in there, because you need them. Like, regardless of what they have, like you said, the training, that is so important, because like if these dudes that's been training for like 10-15 years can't beat them, you think that I, who has lost abilities with my quirk, because over time you lose it not using your muscles, is able to take it on Gigantomachia. What, I'm gonna pull my eyes out and Gigantomachia is gonna fall? It's like most people don't have combat quirks. It's like we can't just keep saying that this is gonna happen. I'm saying eventually over time it may happen, but like right now they need the protection of the heroes. And like if the heroes aren't there to protect them, and the civilians are like, we could do this ourselves, it's more death. And people are more concerned about mourning their families and stuff right now, more so than they are going to be about going into arms. And I think that in that time period, the Hero Commission has time to like come up with their story, come up with what they're going to do, and then also restructure the society. Because like it can't go back to the way it was, but it can be still a hero society with the heroes still doing what they do.
I feel like there's
wait, because there was one big hole in Rex's like logic about 9/11 specifically that has to be addressed. Are you ready for it?
What is that?
Gun ownership sales spiked after 9/11.
Yeah.
People specifically went out of their way to arm themselves.
But hold up. Here's the difference.
Bombing in Nashville the other day.
No, you know that's.
But here's the
I live here.
Okay. But here's the difference with the purchasing of guns, is that everybody can purchase equal level of like guns in America. You can't purchase a quirk. It's like it's either you have that quirk that can fight, or you either you can
can't purchase a quirk yet.
Now,
you can't.
Let me address that now. I was understand my thing about it. The thing is, I feel like you're looking at this too much of a logical lens, when a situation like this does not constitute people being logical. It constitutes them being human and reactionary. A reactionary response to all the things that have been happening in the world, as we've already seen, is a star servant pulling up, and then instead of waiting for the heroes, one of the people in the office is like, you can see him getting saying we can't wait for heroes, and you can actually see his hand his hand balled up in a fist, about to fight. He is about to try something until the heroes show up.
I don't like. I interpret it differently.
So that to me, if we keep calling him doesn't waste a pen on Horikoshi, I don't feel why the fuck he'd do that if that's not going to be a tease of the future, because that is kind of what they're building towards. They don't keep mentioning. There's no point to keep mentioning that society is a problem, because we keep relying on the heroes to fix all our problems. If they're not going to change that wouldn't make any sense to me. because it doesn't. The response to like a natural disaster, like a terrorist attack like this, going from okay, we shouldn't try, and the message being don't trust. We need to stop putting all our faith in the heroes. I don't think the resolution to that is we rely more on heroes than we did before. That doesn't seem like a natural story progression to me.
I think something we may see. Oh, go ahead.
Wait, real quick. One, I'm just gonna acknowledge the super chat we got real quick. Donation from No Google. I do not want to change my name. Hey, Sean Rash, and Happy New Year, Church of MHA. Boom. So you got a shout out, Sean.
Hey, how's it going?
But the other thing that I want to like address though is that while you cannot go out and purchase a quirk, you can go out and purchase trigger, which was originally made so that weak quirks could be strong. And we know for a fact that trigger is out here in the streets still because Kirishima fought somebody who used it.
So the little thing that I would change about that is it doesn't make weak quirk strong, it just makes your quirk stronger. But if you have a non-combat quirk, say if your quirk is like Rex said, is the thing pulling his eyeballs out. Like what you could pull them out further and be like, yeah, Mafia.
So you gotta remember the dude. We gotta remember the dude who used trigger at first. He can only make the spikes on his hands go out really small, but they don't really do anything. They don't have any damage. But when they did the trigger, it actually became combat worthy.
But the thing is that like, all right, the spikes are still spikes in the first place, so they can still do damage. Some people don't have like quirks like that at all.
That's not the other defense though, is that we've already seen that there's also drugs that are modified that can lead to mutations. So that even if your quirk isn't necessarily that great, like the drug itself can cause changes in your physiology that lead to it like morphing you so that it becomes like a heteromorphic quirk so that you still get an augment off of it.
That was
and that's right? The more dangerous and experimental drugs, but yeah, like you get that too.
And there was also those
Yep.
And there was also the temporary like quirk stopping bullets too that was still on the market. Even though it's no longer being produced, it's still out there within the black markets as well. Because that was Overhaul's plan, was to have both canceling bullets and get some like curing bullets, both sides, so that they are the middleman of where they purchased these bullets in the first place. Even though it wasn't successfully bullets that can remove the quirks permanently, like Midoriya got shot with one, it's still temporary, like that's enough time to literally take down whatever villain quirks or a hero temporary within that time frame. A villain can either escape or take down that hero during that time as well, not just the kind of a steroids kind of drugs induced as well. So it goes both sides in that sort of way as well.
I think something we might see in terms of reform is like we have the heroes, right? And everybody in society has unrest with how they're being handled, how they're being portrayed. So I think we might see even tighter restrictions. So the government you might have factions essentially. You have government kind of heroes, more along the lines of Hawks, but even stricter. And then I think we might see other heroes succeed from that and take on the role of vigilante. And then we have that whole dynamic where there's the government-based heroes who are doing their job strictly by the book, by the numbers, etc., from society, and then more along like heroes like Deku who want to be heroes for heroes' sake because they genuinely want to save people might take the role of vigilantes moving forward. And I think that might be a paradigm we see in the near future.
So I think that's like, because one of the things that I think about, like if the police commission actually does start getting the authority to like use their quirks and stuff, do we need official heroes? So that's
I don't think they would, because that's the whole reason why they have the whole company, the government, and all that stuff like that, so that they are the middleman to watch out for both sides. I think this could be their whole entire plan of like, hero society is not the best way to stop villainy. Like there needs to be a more common middle law, that sort of way, where they should be the one to take all the control and power more than the hero society in itself. Because we know hero society can't arrest villains like they wanted to. They can't kill and other stuff. It's the police and government's jobs to arrest and like put them in jail and stuff like that, keep them locked up and whatnot, stuff like that. Maybe this is like their way where we need to more control over the hero society in itself, because we're the one that's holding on to these villains. We're the one that's like keeping away from society in itself. And we know that Hawks was the prime examples of government controlled spy, but still, like, they probably would watch his back just from his own evidence of, he's not really the murderer as he seems. He did it from his own rights. He had every liability, every or protection. I don't know about the hero society in itself.
Fuck that nigga.
You're saying he's? I didn't.
Oh no, yeah, fuck Hawks. No, that's it.
Okay. But yeah, like the hero society doesn't really have like anything to protect himself with enough evidence, which the government will be willing to let them take the blame in order for them to take power over them to the better society wise, I guess.
Yeah, and with the police force, I just want to know, like, do you got, like, in what scenario does the police being able to use their quirks is any better than the heroes? Because the reason why the heroes are so good is because from 9th grade, essentially, they are training the heroes. Like, and if you only have a police system where they were only training from 18, and that lowers the quality of people protecting the city. So, like, even with the police thing, I feel like you have to essentially train the kids, because there's always going to be people that have just OP broken quirks that are just like so powerful you don't need training. Like, training will obviously like boost it to insane levels, but if you just want to do evil shit, if you have like Bakugo's quirk, for example, who's going, like, realistically, if like, who's going to stop you unless you have years and years of training and years of experience? So I think that's what, and that's my ultimate thing of, this is why we need a system, regardless of how we feel and how the civilians feels, that you need. And like, overall, like, I don't think that the civilians are going to riot and it's going to be this coup d'etat, and like everyone's going to like just fall down. And like, so unless that happens, then I can see the civilians like using their quirks. But as long as the government is still intact, like the government, like I said, the government is going to government. I'm not saying that it's going to be the same, but like is obviously going to be structural changes. But like, to get rid of the system that you have now, because quirks are dangerous, like regardless of how we, like what we're talking about, we all agree that quirks are super dangerous. And to combat that dangerous nature, you need proper training, you need proper like etiquette of saving. That's what the whole reason of the school teaching program is. And if you get rid of the heroes, then you have to train the civilians to do that. And I don't think that's a reasonable ask to train every civilian in search and rescue, how to protect yourself in these situations. And it's just like leaving people up to their devices.
So hold on. One of my big issues with that, though, is that you're kind of like shooting down this premise off of like, you're ignoring like the long-term like goal of what would be the intent behind doing that legally versus like the short-term struggles of like getting there. So while yes, you could argue that like for the first 6 months, for example, it's going to be worse and harder because they're not as well trained. Because like, for example, when open carry was legalized in Indiana, for the first 6 months, they actually saw an increase in shootings because people had their guns out more. So like, it tracks that like when weapons are on the table, that people will get into more crime, and like there will be certain variables attached to that. But you then also saw a significant drop in crime after that 6 month window. So so to that same degree, if the long-term goal is we might see a struggle early, but the long-term ramification may be one in which we are safer, and then we want to try something different than this current system, because this current system has led to us getting 4 major attacks within 1 year, like time-wise. Because the thing that I like think about here is that the anybody can pop off on me mentality is one that Shigaraki talked about during chapter 71, aka Encounter, the last episode of season 2.
That's chapter.
He tells him, like anybody could go wild at any moment. But to that same degree, that is something that kind of keeps people in check. So I think with this scenario, like their goal would be, well, you don't know, you might try to go on a rampage, but if like 3 people just jump you right away, it doesn't matter. You instantly got jumped. So only the people with the best of quirks are going to do anything wild, because you're reliably going to get jumped now.
Who's trying to go? I'll let them go.
I was just saying, to follow that point, quirks are only getting stronger. So society with that whole free range thing, that's a slippery slope, I feel like. I think they will restrain and refine hero work and have more government bred heroes to do a tighter job more efficiently, I guess. And then honestly, like we talked about earlier, Civil War, Horikoshi is a massive Marvel fan. So what happened? You had heroes under the government and you had other heroes who were like, no, I'm not gonna go that route. So there was the two sides opposed to each other. So I think we might see more of that going on in society moving forward. Heroes who sign up and go with the government in this reform, and then those who are like, no, we're not with that because look what happened. Look where that got us, essentially.
Yeah. You know what? I was glad you said that too. Rex. I mean Reezy. I'm sorry. I was thinking about coming off of Rex's point. Doc, I was trying to come up. I was trying to say something to Rex, but thank you, Reezy. So Rex, I feel like you're some people are trying to be a little bit too disingenuous to the fact, like, okay, okay, they're trained heroes. They're superheroes. Okay, they train. But guess what? Didn't over 15 cities just get ran through by a fucking gigantic monster? Didn't y'all just let I don't know how many fucking superhuman monsters get away with their boss? You got yes, they captured some and they did this, but nobody's gonna give a fuck when the motherfuckers that keep doing this shit get away. Be like, okay, we killed some of these terrorists, but guess what? Their strongest members in the fucking group or their leader keeps getting away. How does that stop the problem? Y'all they're going to face this criticism backlash. Just and shout out to Ian, because me and Ian were talking about this last week. We were talking about how the fucking villain count keeps rising, and it has been. So it's like All Might's been out, and the percentile of it keeps rising and keeps rising and keeps rising. And now with this event, Ian pointed out to me, shout out to Ian, that you got all the major players out and crippled for who knows how long, and you got the villains on loose, and you got society on the shaky steels. Baby, this shit, it's time to really fucking rev that shit up. All the fucking niggas that was scared of all the big top players, because they, like you said, you know who's in your city, and you know who's in which big major city. Just like you know what artist represents a city. Everybody knows what hero belongs to which city. When you got all these fucking massive players and regular average Joes that's fucking dead and going crippled, the fucking crime rate finna start spiking. It's gonna be more mugging. On average, really more deaths. Because imagine you fight back and then this nigga just kill you. People are not even gonna trust the heroes out there. Because if fucking oversaturated society for y'all couldn't help me last year, why the fuck y'all gonna be able to save me today? I'm not gonna be relying on y'all nigga. I'm finna start stepping on myself because I'm not gonna wait for y'all. Well, y'all didn't prove me y'all could do this shit time and time again. So why the fuck I'm gonna keep counting on y'all time and time again? They're gonna rise up for themselves because they're not gonna just sit here be like, well, we really need the heroes, although they failed us a couple goddamn 5 times in I don't know how many years, and now the crime rate spiking, and all the big heroes are out the fucking place. They're not just gonna sit there and keep taking this shit. Human beings don't even like that shit. They're not idle. They don't like that.
I agree with you.
It's returning all to where things started, where it was just chaos and people didn't know what to do with quirks. History is repeating. History always goes in cycles.
So that's the thing. Hold on.
I like that.
Because that's kind of the point of the quirk singularity theory, which is that regardless of what society has attempted, there's going to be a couple people that are going to pull up over time that are just not going to vibe with what society has. Like one, because like if you're Shigaraki, if you're 9, like let's just look at 9, for example. Like assuming he was healthy, like he didn't have, for all of us who saw the movie, why would you ever want to listen to anybody if you were strongest? Like just looking at the storms that 9 could generate, why would you ever want to listen to other people?
It's the same thing with All For One. I mean, he had the most powerful quirk, and it's the same thing like what Aniki's saying. Like All For One viewed himself as the god of the world when Quirk started, the first generation, and he still does. Yeah, exactly. So like he's of that mindset to where it's like no one has the authority, the power to stop what I want to do, because whatever I want to do, I'm going to do it.
So I agree with y'all that like Aniki said, that there are going to be villains that are going to be super powerful, quirk singularity. They're like, who's going to stop me from what I'm doing? And also agree that other villains are going to get inspired by what happened. But we're only looking at the villain side. But what about the hero side? You know how many people are going to get inspired to be heroes? Like, holy shit, if I was a hero, I could have stopped this. All these people are going to get inspired. Just how somebody could be so, like, who's going to stop me? Somebody could be like, as strong as All Might, like, later down the line, like, I'm strong, I can protect people. So I feel like we're only
going to go out like gentle.
Where the vigilantes.
Okay, my whole point is that we're looking at like the villains constantly getting like more and more popular, but the heroes will too. It's like that's the point of a hero society, is that regardless of like either side, like both are going to increase. I feel like both are going to increase in the like in this era of what just happened. It's like people are going to be like, holy crap, I can be a hero and I can prevent this. I can prevent my mom from dying.
I will tell you something.
That's liberation. Oh, you got it.
I will tell you something. What the thing that about villains are what we saw for the moment have problems to the quirk sometimes get over themselves. You know what I mean? Like Shigaraki, Toga, they can handle their minds.
He broke off again, but I think I know what he's talking about, which is also interesting because the latest Vigilantes chapter just added a little wrinkle about.
Yes, yeah. The thing about it, and that's what we see also in the remedial arc. Children, some of these children had tongues who became cannons. Think about it. How this will affect a child if your tongue can become a cannon, or you can make some backmans that can literally go through at high speed. These affect children, and these are the kids of the future. And these kinds of people that really have quirks, and the way that your way that you think, a quirk has effects on this. If your body can't handle your quirk, these people will be or they will be scared to use their quirk, or they will start their quirk something they will never control their quirk because they're scared of it. Or they become literally villains. Like Toga, she started to drink people's blood. She was, I will say, yes, that's the thing about it. And it is something that will happen more and more, how more and more the generation will come. So you're saying that people will start to become heroes. That won't not help, I think so.
And because something,
the way that the things goes,
it's just a big knot. It's like it's very hard to call because
just it becomes a deeper conversation on how
even for Deku, his quirk was what the first one said, that is the point of singularity. His quirk he wasn't able to control his quirk. He trained his body. He was literally trying to control his quirk, but his body can handle these 100% punches. And really, I'm thinking that till the end of the story, and it's really at the end of the story that he will be able to control that. But it is something that will stay that way because the whole singularity quirk, all this stuff about quirks becoming too strong for your body, it is something that will keep recurring in the story.
So, real quick, Fonz, one of the things that I just want to kind of point out though is that like I look at characters like Mustard, especially as people who are signs of like the symptoms that are going, because I don't think, because like I understand where like what you're coming from, Rex, when you say that like heroes should also become more popular because people should like want to save the day. My issue isn't that I don't think people will want to say. I don't think that the conventional like heroics are what people are going to be after anymore though. Like I just think that particular aspect, like that conventional, normal, this is how we do it approach is like going to die off, especially because it's going to be mainly the younger generation that's got the quirks to step up to the bat, where like Mustard basically showed up in one shot all of class 1B aside from like 5 people.
For real. Just
by standing in the area. Like, what's good? Like, all right, y'all poisoned and unconscious. I'm lit. So
GG.
Like the fact that like, you have so many people who can do things like that, like I think yes, they should take on the approach of I should be properly trained. But people do dumb stuff every day. And like that's the thing is that like I think there's a certain level like BG said, where we're taking this for some of these people like too logically, where the majority of the nation is not going to do the logical thing. There's going to be some people who are going to be like gung-ho, like, let's ban all quirks. Quirks are bad. I don't want anybody to ever use a superpower. I hope we get rid of them. And then you're going to have people that are like, well, I believe that the current system that allows for the enabling of certain quirks to reach the top of the hierarchy and keeping the other downtrodden is the necessary path for a future to advance society. And then you're gonna have people that's like, hey, look, dog, I'm just trying to out here, like, you know, out here on my way, like, you know, trying to go to school and stuff. I'm trying to go faster, you know what I mean? Like, I can run fast, but you ain't gonna let me run fast. That's messed up. Like, you have
USA Nike by Academia. Oh, man, that's so funny.
Hey, you know what?
A Nike commercial?
You know what, honestly? You know what, honestly, since we emulated people, y'all forget how much pull Redestro really has. Y'all people keep forgetting. We know so much shit that nobody else knows. They don't know what Twice was capable of when they see this video. They don't know all this shit that was going on behind the scenes, what happened in NBA. They don't know shit. So when Redestro, a survivor, he comes out and that Daika City incident, he was like, well, once again, his brothers and sisters, once again, I flourished. I used my quirk. I may not be a trained. He was like, but if you join the Liberation Army, we have trained soldiers. We can teach you how to utilize your quirks. Look at this. Daika City, we fought off these niggas. Like, so like, come on, bro. Like, bro, they fought off those niggas, air quote, in Daika City. They don't know every fucking thing. Like, we know everything. So, like I said, if a prominent person like Redestro or Hanabata come out, preach, hey, you don't have to be a trained hero to defend yourself. You can preach that. Oh, they gonna need to be trained. No, if Redestro comes out and say, and Hanabata come out and say with the clout they got and Skeptic, like, hey man, you could just join the Liberation Army because we got you over here. We can train you. You don't need to follow them. It's all about freedom, being yourself. And then they start digging up the heroes bullshit. Because remember, Skeptic said he was dissing Slide and Go. He said, hey, we got Hawks in there too. Don't think that Hawks is just getting info and ain't shit run back. They wasn't going to keep that nigga if he wasn't useful. They wasn't keeping the nigga just pass pampers out for 3 months straight, dog. It was getting some info type back into him. And if Dabi can dig up all Hawks' shit that nobody should know the nigga name, come on now. They got something in there. Like,
this is another thing that I think a
Also-
lot of people are missing with the arc when they're kind of mixed on it, or like, I don't know how much, like, is that all the PLF is going to do? Well, that's the thing. What Hawk says, but in the arc prior, if we don't get all these guys, if we don't defeat them, we're screwed in the long term. Like, they're going to stick around. Like with Destro, Feel Good Inc., Shueisha publication, however much sway they have with that. That's all still around. That's going to keep affecting things, and it's going to just make things more hectic. This is just the first step in the actual war.
So I think one thing that you guys are doing is overstating how illogical people actually are. It's like even if we look at our own society, we all say these people are going to do these things, but most of the time, not like 80% of people just sit on their ass and just like wait for something else to happen. Most people don't.
Wait, time out, Rex.
Okay.
You realize we had almost 20 governors kidnapped this year? Like, this is not the year to like.
No, but what I'm saying, but that's few people. But what's the other 80-90% of the population doing? Nothing. So I feel like we're overstating how illogical, how irrational people are, because in every society and throughout history, like people, like unless it's some big thing where the whole society just like overturns the government, people usually just sit on their asses and wait for things to happen, unless they're going to war.
I'm telling you something. We need to.
Not in moments of crisis like this.
All right, man.
Yeah. I'm telling you. I would like to say something. I would like just to say something. Here in Belgium, we get with the coronavirus, had a lot of problems because the government twice threw away all the specialists or the people when they were trying to handle the crisis, you know. So people out just because they tried to. Their first plan was just having the economy having the economy back on its feet. So government has agendas. This is something that we have to understand, and sometimes they sacrifice the people for the agendas. And we might see this in the aftermath of the war. So yeah, I just wanted to say this.
Go ahead, Flo. I know you wanted to talk.
I've been busy, so I kind of messed up. I ordered something and ordered it to the wrong address, blah blah blah. Anyways,
he's always ordering food.
No, it's not food. It was a phone case, but yeah. So I really do like this conversation. I find it interesting because a lot of superhero comics, and I'm pretty sure like The Incredibles, Civil War, like, you know, it kind of falls in the realm of how much the government needs to be in control of the heroes. But at the end of the day, how I see it is that the government needs to have some control of it. Like, there has to be some order, some structure. It's not going to be perfect all the time. You're always going to need to tweak it somewhere or not, but they're going to need to do it. I can see why people might not trust them. I can see why people want to able to control like their own powers and stuff like that. I can't spoil anything, but I'm not going to either. It just right now, I just can't see it in a way that even if the civilians do end up revolting, it's just going to do more harm than it would do good. Which could be led for a better story.
I was going to say that's the nature of being a human, though. You're reactionary. You're reactionary. You don't always do what's in their best interest or what's good.
That's something that I think we need to talk about real quick, though, because I think people have this idea of society being rebellious as like full blown. They're breaking out the guillotines, and I don't think any of us are talking about that. I think we're talking about like protesting, like a couple, like a surge in crime for some people, general protest for others, and like attempts to go through legislation. I don't think any of us are talking about like, well, every day somebody shows up on Capitol building steps and just blows it all up.
Yeah.
The thing for me is, I think that just off the fact that you can say, yeah, there's a government, the government still exists. Okay, that's fine. That's all well and good. Doesn't mean everybody's going to listen to the government. They can, unless of course the government's going to fight them back personally, because I'm like, people are going to revolt. People don't wait and sit around for the government to do things in a time of crisis. That's when panic starts. Panic leads to riots and revolts. That's how that stuff typically goes down.
The left movement.
I could understand the sentiment, but like I understand like the conversation of why people want to revolt and like, you know, have their powers and have it freely, blah blah blah. I guess the bread and butter, how I see it, is at the end of the day, with Shigaraki and Makia are very special cases that only the heroes, like the heroes that we know, unless there's some super OP guy that's just chilling off to the side, which I really doubt Horikoshi's just gonna like bring up someone be like, oh yeah, he's so OP, he could do it himself. But anyways, at the end of the day, they still need the heroes, and I don't know.
I mean, the heroes can still save people, but them being like what they are to society is not gonna change. That doesn't stop them from being like, oh my God, this person's about to kill this person. Not on my watch. They can still do that. That doesn't change. They don't just randomly stop doing that, but they won't be trusted by society.
I agree that like Aniki's taking like protesting and stuff happens, and that's going to be like people going through legislation and stuff. I agree that most likely will happen. My issue is that as a Black American, I see that shit just doesn't get done. It's how many decades does it take for stuff actually to get done? And I think we're really quick, Aniki, I think we're really overselling like how much stuff will get done in a reasonable time frame for the city. Like realistically, and here's my thing of like maybe I'm overselling how like Horikoshi is going to write the series, and maybe I'm thinking about it way too realistically, because realistically maybe I am over, like maybe I'm putting Horikoshi on a pedestal, but I'm just saying like realistically, like with protests, with some riots, when the government has as much power as it does, it gets snuffed out unless it's a collective unit of the entire people. And that's what I was saying. Unless it's that thing, yes, people are going to argue. Yes, people are going to protest. But at the end of the day, most people, even during the protests, like with the Black Lives Matter movement, most people were at home just on social media and stuff. Okay. So it's like, go ahead.
Okay, wait, because I wanted to like tackle on that like comparatively to legislation, because like that is like, I do see, especially with that angle of like as a Black American, the thing that we have to like really factor in here though is that, and this is going to sound terrible, we are only 13% of the US population. So
allegedly
like 13 to like 17% of the population. Who knows what the census is going to like pop out, but like ignoring us versus like what'll likely be more around like a 50-50 split makes it a little harder to, especially factoring in that the people who are going to support the old system are going to skew older, because a lot of people always bring up like that 1 in 5 quirkless statistic or whatever. But it's imperative to note that the people who are quirkless are going to skew older. As more quirks are getting popped out, it's not like there's a 1 in 5 chance you're born quirkless. It's 20% of the population is quirkless. All Might references that it was a bit more common back in his day. So the younger generations, like the equivalent of millennials, they're gonna lean more towards quirk liberation than the older generation would, which is like, let's say let's say like above 70, it's actually like 50-50. You have a quirk or don't.
I mean, you can actually like compare those two situations to if we're going to use like BLM and stuff for example. That's kind of how it is in real life. The older generation is kind of against this type of thing. They feel more we need to go more like just wait for legislation, wait for change. While the younger millennial type groups are saying no, we don't need to wait for change. We need to be the change.
I think,
and that's the thing that's what we can get from this. That's what I think.
It's also difficult to compare one to one.
Yeah, of course.
A world with
superpowers
in it that can waste entire cities to real life, where this is difficult to say, but you guys get what I'm saying. It's not a one-to-one.
I feel it, brother.
I agree.
I wanna ask a question, because I was hearing that you guys think a lot of it's due to the hero society itself, and I really think it's not much of the hero society that's causing this. It's more so AFO and All for One and One for All, because the reason why people got lazy was because of All Might, because All Might pretty much cleaned up all the act, right? Cleaned up all the crime. And then the reason why it was in chaos, it was because of All for One, because he wanted to pretty much control everything. It's not really more so hero society.
Wait a second. What did FAO impact back in the day was bringing more order to the chaos. That's what happened.
One of the things that I think we need to needs to happen that doesn't happen is we need to actually distinguish hero society from quirk society.
Yeah.
Hero society, I would call the era of All Might.
Yes.
Quirk society being like when stuff was just going left, right, whichever way.
Meta abilities, chaos.
Yeah, like we gotta make sure we're distinguishing between the two, because the impact and like the environment that people were like in is different. Like the older generations are going to remember the more chaotic societies. Like there's people who are going to be like 40, 50 years old who when they were 10, AFO was running things.
Yep.
So they're going to, yes, they're adamantly going to stick to the system that All Might brought to them. But if you're, if you're born in the era of All Might, and you're like 22 years old and you're like, I got a decent quirk, a workout, I'm fit, bro. Then like you might be more willing to go like, oh, well, like, yeah, I understand that I'm not a hero or whatever. And I don't know a lot of civilians lose to, like villains and stuff, but me, I'm built different. And like, that might actually be like the approach that a lot of young people take.
Built different. Like this. I'm built different.
But honestly, All for One. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. Just continue.
I feel like one thing that gets overlooked, like when Toga got revealed that she is the way she is because of her quirk, my first thought, I immediately went to All for One. Like, imagine having his quirk. He can't help himself to an extent. Like, he has to just take.
Yes and no.
Being in that position where everybody just got quirks somewhat, it's like nobody's there to stop you, one. So your nature is just going to kind of run wild, and you leverage that nature and build your own empire.
And this is what he's done with Shigaraki, because he's given him, like, he's destruction incarnate, and he's got to take everything away from
everything. Exactly.
But it's also with the people around you. Like, what is your environment? Who is the people that raise you? Is a sample. It's about Shigaraki. He could have been a great hero if he was taught and raised by actually good people and actually be loved by his family. But he was corrupted. He was raised by All for One. He was corrupted to become who he is today.
He's always been a puppet. Like when people were talking about like the connection between Kotaro and All for One, is that really in the end, and not so much different. They're still controlling his life. So the resolution to his character arc is going to be very interesting to see, because either he's going to break free from that, or he's going to remain a puppet forever. Personally, I want him to break free from that. I want him to succeed. All for One as the superior villain, so that he can meet Deku in the climax as so he can prove himself as the greatest hero of all time. But yeah, we're getting into a lot of long-term stuff.
Yeah.
I like this conversation though.
Yeah, I do.
Switch gears here.
It's eye-opening, but yeah, we should switch because it's been taking a while, much.
So one of the things that Ian and I were talking about, because he messaged me about this, and we were discussing what's the deal with AFO, because we're, especially with that Vigilantes chapter, people were like, yeah, All for One out here giving Shigaraki decay. It's more likely. And Ian and I are like, that ruins both, like all three of these characters. It ruins both the Doctor, it ruins the Doctor, it ruins AFO, and it ruins Shigaraki.
I want to say something. Yeah, I want to say something about Shigaraki real quick.
Whoa. So, but one of the things we were talking about is like, because the AFO vestige specifically is like, oh, do this for my sake, blah, 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 blah. Do you guys consider the possibility that this AFO vestige is a combination of the assessment test that the Doctor and Makia gave him, where effectively, because if you think about what he said, the more he latches onto that anger, the more he brings out the power of AFO, the more he can like take control. Do you think there's a chance that like what this is really designed to be is a test for Shigaraki to learn how to let go of that anger and still function as the symbol of evil and terror, being cool, calm, and collected, being that leader? Because that's constantly what we had like AFO talk about, is building up his leadership skills, getting him to learn how to interact with people, learn how to take the risk properly, do all these other things. And then for all of that to be built up and like for all that educational investment to be made, only for Shigaraki to just secretly be a meat suit, doesn't make sense. Because AFO could like get his own, he can get his own bitches. This has been established.
Well, I mean, I just want to consider the possibility that he wants to live on in Shigaraki as this kind of dual partnership type of thing, where like it's going to be a give and take, where it's hard to put into words, but it's just the nature of the relationship is so shrouded in secrecy that like on one level it's a loving relationship, but there's a lot of hate there. Like Shigaraki, he secretly knows All for One's kind of screwed him over. That's kind of how he's been feeling, and he's still wrestling with it. And even in the vestige scape, where it's like he's fighting against him, like what All for One says is, "Oh, good, you want to kill me? You want to kill me?" So
yeah, he's going full Palpatine.
Exactly. I
the hatred pulling you.
When he's definitely a Star Wars fan.
Yeah, when he's telling Shigaraki, "Join your powers with mine," and he's got his hand out, it's exactly like Palpatine from Revenge of the Sith.
It's like, unlimited power.
Unlimited power.
Man, that's what I talked like last time. I was talking about this about the fact how Sith trained trainees. The ultimate thing. So to become a Sith, you have to kill your master. You know.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. It's the rule of two with the Sith. You have to have the master that has the power, and then you have to have the apprentice that seeks the power. And that's basically what this dynamic is right now. All for One is the Sith Lord, to where he has all the power, and he's kind of passed it on to Shigaraki, who has been craving the power and stuff. But right now, there's kind of like that dynamic right now where there's that battle within Shigaraki himself, to where All for One is still like trying to hold on to that power, and we still don't really know whether it's just due to the fatigue of the battle that Shigaraki just can't maintain his control anymore, or if All for One is fully in control right now. We'll have to see as like the aftermath and the chapters kind of go on. But for right now, All for One is still just has the power to keep the control over Shigaraki's body and get him out of the situation, because he told Shigaraki as he was just burned to a crisp, you have to retreat because you're not going to last much longer.
Going super illusion into this. Sorry, Aniki. I'll let you go after this. Shigaraki's face mask, Nana's hand, is black now. And remember, Vader, when he's in the costume, like he's really Palpatine's puppet. But when he takes the helmet off at the very end of the story, he's Anakin again. So it's kind of inverted.
Very nice connection.
You know what? Since you talk about that, I really like that, because we're down to the final hand, and we're coming down to, because we were talking about this a lot lately. Me, Ian was like, so what is All for One going to be doing as we progress further? Because we know Shigaraki's taking out All Might, but it's like, is All for One just going to be sitting there in the back like, good Shigaraki, do this again, good Tamora, beautiful Tamora, Shiboroshi. So it goes further. Like, now he has a reason to. He already tried to kill the vestige of this nigga 3 times in this goddamn battle already. but now he has a little reason for, like, bro, you made me retreat, but I have a homie who I don't know the fucking status of. We don't know what the fuck is what compressed. Toga's fucking missing, like nigga, and then he realized that Twice died too, and he wanted to take these niggas out. He gonna be like, bro, nah, you stepped on my toes one too many fucking times, bro. I don't give. I'm grateful, but you gotta go.
I love this
So for me-
conversation because Shigaraki, he has everything to gain from getting himself back and breaking into that prison. Because if he kills All For One, he gets USJ Nomu back, he gets Muscular back, he gets
Stain.
the
Moonfish.
Doctor, he gets
Hey, but Moonfish.
Wait. Screw
Hey, but-
Moonfish.
But I want to add one more thing. The way I see All For One and plus Shigaraki as well, they are kind of like Venom, where they kind of share one body but two minds as one as well. So it's very fascinating how now the way Shigi, he has to fight to take control of the body because of the venom in itself. Is All For One is taking control and become the main host of the body itself.
And All For One even said last chapter that it was a symbiotic relationship. So
Correct.
having
Exactly
the Venom
that.
connection
Yeah.
right there fits really well.
I just had a hype idea, like, so this is like a little beat heady, but like, because people talk about like how like what would happen if Deku fought Muscular again? A lot of people are like, no, like a lot of people are like Deku's beating Muscular and he's not breaking his arms to it this time. Like that's usually the consistent opinion.
I feel like that's true.
It's true.
How do you guys feel about Deku versus USJ Nomu?
That would be awesome.
No, that's rough, buddy.
That because
That's a steep hill right
because
now.
All Might had to go like super hard.
No, but let me back on the key. Let me back on the key. Let me back on the key. Now, if we on you talking like the post time skip, right? We come back with the agreed upon time skip or whatnot have you. The scenario.
I don't care if it's post like when Deku can fight again.
Yeah.
Because I don't. Here's the thing. One, like when we talk about time skips, there's just like weird nebulous thing that like we have to factor in where Horikoshi might not need to do a time skip because he already cuts through time naturally.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
Yep. Just outlining my opinion right now. I do not think time skip is coming for another year or two at the very least. Like if there is going to be one, like there's some shit we got to deal with first. I'm sorry. Like there's Prison Break. There's All Might.
That was my main
likely
thing.
a traitor, whatever that's going to be. There's too much to do.
Agree. There's a lot of stuff to wrap. There's a lot of stuff to wrap up. But then again, that goes back to what Anki was saying. How that nigga just be like I gotta just be like bulleting through. But there's still a lot of chunks to take back out, like how society really feels, how they shift into liberation, whoever stance they're on, whatever have you. And then like you said, All Might, Prison Break. There's a good chunk that happened. But like as he said, this is the end of part of the story.
And the Rise of Villain
So
Saga.
I do.
Oh, Reezy was about to say something. I think.
All I was gonna say to tie back into the whole USJ Nomu versus current Deku, I feel like at some point, when do you guys think Deku is either going to be close to where All Might was toward the end of his career, percentage-wise? Because the way we all know the way One For All works, Deku's innately going to be stronger than All Might. So when is that going to take place? When is Deku going to be like, okay, 70% of me is greater than 100% of All Might?
And one thing I think also to consider, I think with that too, is All Might just had super strength going up against the USJ Nomu, and we still don't know what other quirks Deku still has to unlock.
So
we know a few right now.
But the thing is,
all seven
but
in
the
tandem,
essence.
that he's going to surpass him at last. When he uses all seven and he knows how to manage the power and he doesn't have the blowback, like even if he can't reach 100% him yet, so long as he has all those powers in tandem and he knows how to use them, I think that's going to be the moment he surpasses him.
But
I think
wouldn't you?
I think he'll. Sorry, go ahead.
No, because what I was gonna say, wouldn't you say he already surpassed him in strength because he already has Black Whip, Flow, and strength? All Might just has strength only.
Not yet.
Okay,
All
wait.
Might
So here's the thing.
I think he was a monster.
Now that Deku is at 45%, and we saw St. Louis Smash Air Force was actually looking like a pretty good smash.
It was great.
Looked crazy.
It was pretty substantial size.
Great callback to Culture Festival too. Exactly 100 chapters prior. Same paneling, everything is beautiful.
What we kind of got there though is that there's not like now the enemies yes, Tarnish finally noticed it. Somebody said something after an hour and a half. What like Deku can now fight enemies like the sludge villain thanks to that wind pressure. So to me, thanks to Black Whip plus Float and arguably Danger Sense, depending on how this ends up getting applied forward, he should be able to beat the USJ Nomu, not because he's able to hit as hard as All Might, but because he's got enough stuff in his kit where there's no excuse for him to
experience too.
I mean, USJ Nomu was a hard counter to All Might.
That would be the reason why I still don't think he could do it, because it's not that Deku isn't strong enough. It's that he's literally made to fight Deku's ability, unless that Berserk shit really gives him like a super huge boost.
My stance on that is we didn't see All Might get to punch him straight in the brain. And I feel like those iron cleats going straight into the brain at 45% is a little different.
Yep. Nice old.
I'm gonna say that if Deku doesn't care about his arms like he did with Shigaraki, he could probably.
He can't do that anymore.
He would wreck him if he broke his arms, but he's not gonna do that anymore.
I do have a question.
You got it. You got it. Whoever going, you got it.
What did you guys think of the new spider sets? Or technically, of the
Danger
set?
Absolutely
love it. Love it. If whoever's going, they go.
It's so great to me because of the fact that they've been having that random fucking thunderbolt pop up like nonstop throughout the arc, and I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Like, oh shit, I know what's happening.
He's gonna send Inko angry from like a mile away.
So the main thing I like about Danger Sense is that, or one of the things that I really like is that Bakugo straight up said none of the quirks were really good. Yep. And I like that Horikoshi has kind of stuck to that gun, where I think Black Whip might be the best quirk that he gets out of the users.
Yeah.
Float.
Yes.
Wait. We can't say that. We can't say that.
The reason why I say might is just because like I could see the whole point being that even though like Deku does have like a barrage of like quirks, it's the combination of using them all together.
Exactly. Yeah.
That is going to make him so lethal, because he's going to be good with quirks and like understanding these matchups because he's using a mediocre one, whereas Shigaraki's just going to be pulling up with a bunch of strong quirks. And the main thing that I like about this is that it emphasizes certain things within Deku's character. Like Deku could already, or like his already established fighting style or his relationships, Deku could already fly once he got access to Air Force. Being able to just like pop off, he would have been able to replicate Bakugo's movements eventually anyway using Delaware Smash.
This just makes it smoother.
Right.
Yeah, well, flow now is more smoother, like, you know, just gliding in the air.
Yeah, so now we're just smoothing out things. We're like, so really most of Deku's quirks are like quality of life buffs, because like
it's like the reason why, like, if Horikoshi were to say like, oh, he can use Air Force to fly, well, it would look really goofy because he'd just be like boom, 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 and his body would be would be flopping around.
Honestly, I think he's gonna get one more like fairly useful quirk that's boosted.
I was just gonna say that.
I want to
because
add
there is one.
What I was going to say about Danger Sense, though, real quick, though, is that it already falls in line with the fact that Deku's a cautious and analytical person. So really, all it is like here's an extra warning so that you can better adjust to how your strategies were already going to be adapting on the fly anyway.
It's a torture quirk. It's to torture Deku because he's going to hear so many people needing help. That's what's great.
I was trying to say people can see that.
To work out more. Like he's not like he keeps leaning toward being All Might. Honestly, like he tries not to be, but he keeps going.
Yeah, it's his fatal flaw.
Responsibility.
Yeah.
So we also don't know the level of danger that activates it for right now. I feel like
a mile is 500 meters.
Oh yeah, well of course. But we know that the
like somebody blowing their nose. We don't know.
Actually, I want to talk about range real quick. To throw this in there real quick, for not to get too much off topic. We don't even know the range of Ragdoll's quirk. So that search thing, we don't know the range of that since they're retreating right now. So that's a easy plot.
I think the range is sight. The limit for that is you can only register 100 quirks at a time with that one. I think it's
and
line of sight.
And he had the and Shigaraki had the data from Ragdoll previously,
Yeah,
which is when he was at the hospital, he could spot Deku's shining light from atop the mountain, and he could see him. Now we just don't know how long that range goes until that shining light is just gone from his.
I wanted to break.
I went through it again, and I called it. I called that. Oh my god! All for One is planning to give Shigaraki search to help him out with with the quirks, because and you see it. That's why you took Ragdoll. It's like, oh well, I need that for Shigaraki, so yoink, I'm gonna take that. That was the real purpose of the forest training operation.
No, I was gonna say, I
It
think it's all just in line of
the
sight.
kids. It was to get Ragdoll. Like like the whole Bakugo thing, that was the cover. Like he's like, okay, Shigaraki, you can run off. You can try and turn Bakugo if you want. What I'm really gonna do is I'm gonna get my Chainsaw Nomu in there, and I'm gonna get Ragdoll, because I need that quirk for when you're going to be super busted and destroy Hero Society a lot later.
And
That's
also
the real
with
purpose of
Danger
it.
Sense, I think that with Danger Sense, like at first it would have only been like super high risk situations where the quirk activated. But because it's so enhanced by One for All, and the more Deku increases the percentage, the danger like increases exponentially. I think that we get to the point where somebody even thinks about harming Deku, and like he's able to sense it. Like I can see it being that kind of broken, because we see like how Blackwood was when the other dude, well, the Banjo dude had it or whatever. But when Deku has it, it's literally destroying pipes and stuff, and destroying like structures, and it could carry cars and buses. So like if we go on to the same premise with Danger Sense is going to be one of his best attributes to defeating Shigaraki or anyone else in the series, because with it enhanced by One for All, it's like you even think about hurting me and I know where to go. I know it's going to be OP Spider Sense basically.
Well, Rex,
let me
say something. Let me say something. The thing about the danger sense is that every time, I know what we know from the fourth is that he isolated himself because he couldn't handle the danger that his quirk, mentally and psychologically. There's the thing that's happening right now. Deku, as the guy that he is as a person, he will sense everybody's danger. I see it will be a torture, like Yan said. It is something that he will have to
because here's the thing, the quirk is not just a spider sense thing like Spider-Man, where it's for him. Like it literally, when we see it being used the first time, he gets these visions of all the people around him who are in pain. And then whenever he uses it in the 295, it wakes him up to look for Todoroki, who is in trouble. Like it's not for like the danger sense. It probably does work for him, but the reason All Might is like, ooh, I really don't want him to get the fourth user's quirk or understand it, and I also don't want him to know how he died. So like the fourth user's quirk is a horrible burden for Deku if it allows him to sense the danger not only towards himself but towards everybody else, and these are all people who he's going to feel responsible to help, which is Deku's problem in the first place.
And he was having hold on, Rex, because I know you about to talk about this. And plus it's just like Black Whip. It's out of control right now. It just activated. So imagine how much shit he's going to be dealing with all the chaos outside and
while in a hospital bed.
While in a hospital bed, and he can't do shit. And he's already like he's like I think, how does he even control this shit? Because even to balance it out, yes, if I even think about hurting you, you can sense it. But guess what? If he senses Shigaraki trying to hurt him, but if Shigaraki's already 75% without Aizawa holding him back, is he gonna dodge Shigaraki first, or Shigaraki gonna punch that thing in his face before he can manage it? So even if you could predict something coming, like I know a boxer's gonna hit me, right? But he's a boxer, so he's too dead fast for my blind eye. I know he's gonna attack me, but guess what? It can't really help me if I can't react to it. Or he's like, okay, I do this, but then he throw a feint and hit me with the left. So it's ways to counteract it just because it's strong. It can help in a lot of situations, but it can always be balanced too.
There's the thing about it.
Rex got his point. Sorry.
One other thing about Danger Sense is that, one, we don't know if it has to be activated or it's just a passive quirk. So that's a huge thing. And if it's a passive quirk, I think it does more bad than good, especially for Deku, who's a very emotional person. But if you can just activate it, you can choose when to activate it and when to have this sensory overload. And then also if like we saw this with I want to use a One Piece example. When we saw Kobe unlock observation hockey for the first time, and we saw the sensory overload it was. But once he finally got under control and finally was able to talk to someone about it or finally learn to train it, it's become this OP thing where the range is insane and he's able to use it and he's able to like. And I because I know Deku is like intellectual and I know that he thinks about all these things. I think that ultimately it's just a benefit at first it's a sensory overload, but the more he trains, the more it's like I know where everything is at one point, and I know where to go, how to do it, and where to move. Because he was learning from Endeavor how to move fast without thinking about it. So once he gets those two things under control, he's able to move at the right location at the right time with just natural instinct, and then he saves everybody. I think overall it's going to be a positive, and I think the negatives are just short term.
It's just going to come from learning it.
Yeah,
I was going to say this. I think Danger Sense is absolutely passive because otherwise they wouldn't have made sense for what they said about the fourth user, which is that he left society because of the fact that all the Danger Sense was running wild because of all the crime and shit. That wouldn't make sense to me if it was active because you could just turn that shit off.
Yeah, and from what we saw, at least for like it activated once he went berserk Deku on Shigaraki. That was the first time I noticed this distinct lightning bolt effect that has been associated now with Danger Sense, as we've kind of seen. Yeah, it's when he went berserk, and then it's when Makia was about to break free from Best Jeanus's threads, and then it popped up in the latest chapter when All for One was about to take up Shigaraki. So we have like instances showing when it has popped up, but we still don't know like the extent of it, but also how Deku will train to keep this passive and not just overwhelm his brain just with all the danger that's going on around him.
And that's another minor thing. I know a lot of people drafted this theory about emotions being tied to the different quirks. It actually just seems to be anger. Like when he's really pissed those powers are going to start flying out. Daigoro says this to him is like, hey, when you're angry, this power is really going to work for you. And it's kind of this encouraging thing because Deku's, he has trouble being assertive.
Yeah.
But now
that was the same quote that got brought up when he went berserk.
Showing how destructive it is.
So my question is, you guys think that because here's the thing is that, do you guys find it viable that we might not get any new quirks for a while?
I think we're getting introduced to a new.
I hope not.
40, 50 chapters from now, because that seems to be the pattern. It's like every 40, 50 chapters, Horikoshi will drop something on the quirk.
One thing real quick. Everybody that's in here that already knows about the order, air quote. I need Vash. I need you to check your thing. Sean Rez. I need to DM you. Volk. And everybody else that check your Twitters. Sean Rez. I need to get in contact with you really quickly. All right, but sorry, Annika, you got the floor again.
But to his answer about are we gonna get any more quirks? I hope not, because we just got 3 quirks within the past 100 chapters. So I hope we learn and see with Deku training, flow, Black Whip, and plus Danger Zone, knowing that if he knows a controller or if it is going to be like Spider Sense where he can't control it, he just has to learn how to deal with it, learn how to dodge it, or learn by experience, know how to fight with it in combat with Bakugo or something, see if he can learn how to master it. So it just depends where the story is going to go. If I would like to see more of the quirks, no, because I want him to learn and experience this type of other quirks first and get used to it first so he can master these current ones right now.
Here's the thing also. He's gonna need to be in a very nurturing environment after all this, because Danger Sense that's just gonna keep popping up. He's gonna need his friends by his side.
One potential use.
Don't put him on the front lines for a while.
I think the best part is I think he's going to hear it while he's in the hospital.
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's what I was gonna bring that up, because the thing is I can imagine when they're, taking care of his more grievous injuries, it's just running constantly at full power, just 100%, just hearing oh, that person died. Oh, this one is severely injured. Oh man, I can't tell them about this. And it's just popping up for just weeks and weeks and weeks.
This is when he turns into narrator Deku. This is when he turns into
maybe people will die in the hospital and he just sense that. That's will be the most painful way. And
so one of the things that I because I wanted to say is that I didn't want him to get any more quirks for a while. I think that one of the things I do like that we got Danger Sense for one very specific reason, especially we were already told Float was going to be the next quirk.
Yes.
I did not like the idea of them consciously, like 100% guaranteed getting to pick what the next quirk he got access to was going to be. So I kind of like the fact that, like, yeah, sure, he managed to get float, but then we got like this barrage of like lightning bolts to show us that, like, okay, but like in the process of unlocking this quirk, the other one came out too. And thanks to that, you know, there's this backlash that he wasn't prepared to deal with. So that even though, like, yeah, he got his, like, he was able to put the hurting on Shigaraki because of that training, he still didn't just get to like freely have mastery of his quirk, obviously, based on this fight, because his brain was like overloading and frying him this whole time.
And I think that makes it a little bit more realistic, like you're saying, Aniki, to where it's like they did train just for the sensation of float, but in the real situation, it wasn't like, okay, we're going floats, and then the fourth user's quirk, and then the fifth user's, and we're just gonna go down the line. It was, we're practicing for float, it just so happened to unlock, but then also in the spur of the moment, another one popped up that we weren't prepared for. And it is causing
and now
Deku
he's
some...
just utterly overwhelmed. It actually kind of recontextualizes when he bites through the rivet stab after it's stab Bakugo. Because he sees like Torino, eyes of a Ryukyugu, just a ton of people just extremely injured, and like this very blurry mesh of panels, and then he just like and bites through.
Pharaoh Deku. Oh,
so like essentially overloaded his brain, and he just went into like meathead rage for like a solid second.
I think we're all in agreement that he's going to unlock the 6th and 3rd user's quirk before we dive into the no. He'll get the 6th user's quirk, and then he'll dive into the 2nd and 3rd user that are in shadow. Like,
and I do want to say
do we
that
think one of those
the second and third, I believe, is the quirks that All Might didn't know. Right? So earlier when someone said that they didn't know if the quirks would still be useful, those two might still be like pretty.
Another thing, it's Nana's master who's left. So if Deku communicates more with the spirit stuff, he's gonna have to talk to her about him. Like,
I think that we eventually need to get the vestiges flashbacks. Like, for example, do you know how we got to learn about the 4th user's like living situation? We didn't learn through the actual like print through the online manga. It took a couple Japanese translator getting the printed versions of 256, where they actually got to see the notebook, and they spent a ton of hours just writing down just potential kanji for the sentences in that notebook, which is where we got the information that the 4th was a recluse and lived in the woods.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is something that like somebody managed to like glean. So that's my question. That's
they did an amazing job.
I don't think that Danger Sense is an active, because I don't like, how do you justify moving off and living off in the woods if you can just turn that off?
Yep.
Like if I just like had to hear about anybody in danger during the era of All for One.
God damn. That's
I'm going into the woods. I'm not
like you know,
there's always somebody doing something.
Speaking of which, we should get a flashback of that story, because it's kind of like messed up knowing that like you know how much stuff is going on, and like you could now I wouldn't say you could stop it, but it's you know that all this chaos is happening. You know you have a power to sense the chaos, and you decide to just run away. Just not deal with it.
Hey man, you seen that panel? All he had them dead bodies, and he was stepping on everybody. That nigga was unstoppable, bro. He bodied down like he wasn't.
All for One.
He was treating these tummies like a rug.
I understand why he did it, but it would. I don't know. To me, it would just be amazing storytelling to see, like, you know, the psyche of the man who going through that whole process of him just leaving everybody away.
I'm gonna be honest. I feel like if you have a quirk, One for All amps your quirk as soon as you get it. So I feel like the 4th user got One for All and was like, I'm gonna help people because I can sense danger. And then he got it, and his quirk got amped and was like,
somebody told him don't do it. Somebody told him don't do it.
A question I have for you guys is, now that Deku has multiple quirks, do you guys feel like some of his additional quirks will get some sort of quirk awakening in the future?
I'm
I don't think he would need it. I don't think he would need it.
Awakening isn't a real thing. Like that's my camp, is that awakening isn't a real thing. It's just bad quirk science. But it makes sense, like it adds to the lore because bad science is a part of a world. Because like the way I look at it is,
world's flat.
Like the examples that we were given for like awakening, like 2 out of 3 during NBA were straight up wrong. Like he was like, oh, Shigaraki's quirk must be going through an awakening, and then we get a flashback and it's like, nah, bro, he was just repressed. And then Toga was like, nah, bro, this isn't an awakening. And then it even like later on is clarified, I turn it like it's the people who I love whose quirks I get to use. And that's why she was like, yes, I could use Ochaka's quirk. That's proof that I loved her. So like with the Kitten, it's like his power was controlling ice. Controlling the temperature of ice is technically still just controlling ice.
Ice, yeah.
So
like,
like
it's not like he could suddenly like make ice.
Right.
So he didn't go from Gaten to Todoroki.
Right. So like when we look at like with Bakugo and like what's this potential quirk awakening? Like I've stood by like I think he just ups the purity like of his like the proof of his sweat. Because I think that there's just certain like aspects of like how do you use your quirk that people don't always think about.
Well, that's interesting with Bakugo because he mentions the fact as he was going in to save Best Jeanist that he used more condensed blasts than he's ever used before. So I don't view that as like an awakening, but that's just him learning to condense and improve his explosive fire blast.
Okay,
and
so
applying just a mental state to that moment.
So and just before anyone goes, that's the moment where Bakugo became.
Okay, so yeah, Sean, like I don't know if you've like popped in on any of the streams or heard any of the discussions involving that, but my personal stance is just like, hey, maybe Bakugo normally was using like 40 proof sweat to make his explosions, and now he's using like 80 proof. Like that's kind of how I've been interpreting it, because like that way, if he's using like stronger explosions, but he's not necessarily secreting more sweat, then you just alter like what kind of sweat it is, and it's just a more explosive, more potent version of it.
Yeah, and
you got it.
I was just gonna say too. I think that also just goes back to the Endeavor agency arc as well, because Endeavor was saying to Bakugo, and you have to learn to move faster, so you have to condense your explosions a little bit more in order to get that speed that you're looking for. And I think that's like with that near-death experience, I think he kind of finally pushed through that wall that he was working towards.
Especially because you factor in that he was like, the winter doesn't care if you're cold. Like the disasters don't care. So how you augment the fact that you can't sweat as much? You just have more potent sweat. So that's how I look at it. Is like it also gets around his winter weakness finally. Like
I mean, maybe the winter really got to be for the Bakugo. So
yeah, pretty much. Hey, Sam, the manga man, I need you to reply to that DM real quick, please.
I'm not gonna lie, that was the best.
Reezy, you wanted to say something?
No, I was just gonna re-ask the question differently since we just kind of debunked the whole quirk awakening phenomena. So how do we think Deku will apply his quirks differently in the future? Like what can Black Whip or float? Well, not float so much, but maybe Black Whip. What could you see him doing differently with that in the future?
Making an armor. Because
that would be awesome.
Like Tokuyami.
Honestly, I can see it
whoever said Tokuyami is a goat, that would be awesome.
Yeah. What about Tokuyami?
Because somebody said like creating a Black Abyss with Black Whip, and like we all know, I stand by the Black Whip arm. I want to see him like lose an arm, condense Black Whip into like an arm that like changes in size and shape.
I never want to see Deku with prosthetics. Black Whip arm immediately.
Yep.
Okay, hold on. All right, everybody. So
what if the prosthetic gets damaged and then he's like, oh shit, what do I do? And then boom, Black Whip arm. And it's just kind of like he applies what he saw from All for One and Kamino, like enlarging the fist and stuff, or even with Kendo and Tokuyami. Like
remember Tokoyami?
I'm gonna take the floor real quick.
What is it for?
Okay, I want to take the floor real quick. So it is now time to commence Order 69. After this speech, you will know. If you know, you know. Order 69 shall now commence, and you will know when we start the count. So, a little while back, we had something go down where somebody can show their appreciation because we roasted that man so hard and called him R. Kelly. So, in order to properly show our gratitude for this amazing year and to be able to be here to where we are now, I want everybody who here, they know, execute Order 69 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Check the chat, Aniki. Hell, horrid. I've contacted everybody in the church and everybody in the street, and we wanted to execute Order 69 to say thank you and our appreciation for being here, and you're the reason we're here now, dog. Appreciate it, man. You're a real one.
You guys are great. Oh my god. I was not ready for that.
I had everybody in the chat spell hell horrid. Yeah, thank you. I've been playing this since Friday, dog. I've been trying to contact everybody with the same copy and paste message and shit. And that's why I kept saying Sean Reyes, why y'all got your DMs locked? Reply. I wanted to get it at the height of the stream. I was like, all right, we 2 hours in, it's a perfect peak. It's 100, 108. Let's get it going, man.
Wow, shit. Like I appreciate that so much. I'm all sweaty now because I'm embarrassed.
He finna start exploding too.
See, and just see it. Wow, the chat really like. God damn, like y'all so great. Like,
yeah, I had to spam hell horror because you came up with that.
Just for the record, like y'all keep me doing this because sometimes I'm sitting there like, man, maybe I'm like not good enough. Maybe I'm not good enough, and then like boom, stuff like this happens. So thank you. Micro, pulling out the thank you for pulling out the member emotes. While to decide who's gonna get those.
I forgot to ask, what the fuck is this Viz shit next to people's names?
Oh, that means that people who have the Viz next to their names are officially members of the congregation. That means they've got full-blown memberships to the channel.
Okay. I was like, did you get a Viz sponsorship or something, motherfucker?
No, it's just fun to put it like. I thought the same thing.
He really not sharing the money now.
Anakin, use your connection. Get.
I was like, nigga, I need to run my check then. Where's the check?
This means he's supporting the official release.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Rodot. We got a super chat from Rodot saying that I'm the best Anituber. Like I appreciate that.
Is it a manga YouTuber technically?
I mean, I was planning on releasing an anime, a video for the anime only, just telling them what to expect for season 5, but then I just didn't get around to it.
Also, in the topic of that, so are we going to actually like get into our the list and shit we made?
Oh yeah, yes.
I've been waiting for y'all to
because somebody brought up favorites earlier, so I was like, all right, cool. We've been like having all these theoretical like deep dive discussions about like stuff that's like kind of objective, but like deals with perspective.
Where is that link again?
And now it's time to get to the part where it's like almost like 90% perspective.
No apologies for my opinions. I
have some questions with some people's lists because I saw some people's list. I'm like, wait, what?
This is the part where Rex gets to shine because Rex
is similar to mine, so I can't criticize his.
Because Rex loves to be like, I hate you and everything that you love.
Oh, Rex is on my list.
Rex need to get back here. First off,
I hate you.
He will always be a Slick Johnson from the Player Hater Award.
Also, I'm gonna just make fun of the fact that Ponzu actually let that bum Crust in his top 15. I'm coming at that right.
What? Crust?
Okay, it was Aniki.
That's the most real nigga that we had in that arc. That man sacrificed himself to save the man that saved everybody. Guys, so stop doing that shit. This is my top 15. Be happy.
Bottom tier.
Bottom tier.
I mean, it could have been worse though. You could have put in Coda.
Wait, who got Coda on their list? I'm coming at them. Let me catch you having Coda.
Oh yeah, Aniki said she gave you.
Did I catch you having Coda on
Thank you too.
Hey, Plus, can somebody send the link again in the group chat because I can't find it.
Oh yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Did you put Coda on that list?
Yes, Brandon, stop that Crust slander. Crust is the real one. Everybody has to know that he was the inhibitor of.
He dusted.
He's dusted for a reason because he's a hero.
Listen, no one in your top. Listen, the man in your top. The man in your top 15 is literally getting their ashes smoked.
I can't wait until Aizawa live on. He has a Crust ghost just talking to him. You know what I'm saying?
Wait. Okay, so here's something that I know is going to cause some drama that I love seeing in this top 15 list. BG and Florian are coming for East right now.
Oh, he really coming for
Why? Because if you look, BG and Flo both have Hawks as number 2, while East got twice as number 1.
Man, you got me.
Nice. This will be fun.
But these twice is good though. Twice deserves top 5.
Yeah, I'm not angry about that. I love Twice.
He was great.
Yeah, he good.
He was great.
So
he's in my top 10, not top 5.
I just got back. What are we doing?
We're talking 15 favorite characters now.
Oh, we already did the top 5 arcs.
Oh boy.
We didn't talk arcs yet. We skipped the characters. We'll go back to arcs because the arcs one is going to be like heated. I can tell because a bunch of us have the same answer.
Okay. I saw that.
Okay, let's
I'm
start
looking at
from-
Worst arcs. Worst arcs are
Aniki-
curious.
Me and Sean really vibing.
Aniki, just start with this. Just start with saying what number 15 is and show it on the stream so people can see the cat.
This one doesn't work that well. Like Zoom isn't that nice. Hold on, let me see if I can fix that real quick. I think Zoom does have a feature that'll let me be a little.
Share screen. You should be able to share.
You can share a screen.
Live.
Yeah, share.
Just make sure no tabs are there to show other
Actually,
stuff.
I did once accidentally surprise my VC.
Yeah, just close out all the Pornhub tabs and then
hentai, the webtoons.
No, but on hentai.
We don't need to see your executive order 69 either. But
Coyote. Hey, the nuts of the church is spit. He's trying to spit right now, but he's just.
What is he saying?
I mean,
Look
he's
at
trying
the
to.
chat.
If you
What's
call that
trying, but he
spit,
can't. He can't.
I mean, that's not spitting. It's more like drooling on your keyboard. So.
I know. He tried to say stuff, but he can't come off his lungs. You know.
While
He stays there in his body.
while Aniki is doing that, the most hardest list out of this was to make. It was the strongest in verse. To me, that was the hardest.
Yeah.
That wasn't
the hardest.
It was the
That's
bottom 10
strange.
that were hard. The end of the 15, or the end of the list is the hardest one to make.
It was because, not lie, I was kind of staring at other people's lists just out of curiosity. Like, hold up, I need to see, hold up, I need to see what other people did because I'm stuck here myself. So I'm like,
who am I missing? Like, which character am I missing? Just
hold up.
Same here. I was like, okay, I have him, I have him, I've her. Okay, wait, no,
But
that
then,
doesn't make sense. What the fuck?
But then what was hard is because some of people's lists had people overall not current. So like, wait a minute, USJ Nomu. I'm like, wait, are we doing current, past tense? I'm like, damn, this is kind of hard.
Like I see twice on some of this list. I'm just like, wait, he's dead. Fuck
I'm
him.
like, I'm like, what do we got twice here? He dead.
Anybody that's dead,
Slides to check that shit.
And like All Might's not in his prime anymore either. And like, are we adding prime characters into this list?
Yeah, because I was so confused. Like, wait, why are we adding All Might?
I was like, wait.
He retired.
I was leaving the option for people to do either or.
Okay.
I wanted people to feel like comfortable doing whichever one they went for.
Yeah, because I was so confused in it. I was trying to like, wait, I'm gonna do current. I'm gonna just do what I've been.
Last time we had the Heroes Billboard chart, most of us did just overall, but I'm pretty sure now. Well, I don't know about now, but I changed mine to current. So whoever is like alive and kicking.
I just did it based on what I like. So
No, I did mine currently for both of these. I just thought it would be like more interesting if we do it currently because like if we do like overall, it's like okay, well, Prime Almighty offer one top 2.
And plus, I see East right now changing his list right now because I see East changing his number. I'm like, hold up. I'm like, hold up. Who's that right now? I'm like, why is he him with Crust at number 6 right there?
Okay.
I had to switch it up. I'm looking at like.
Bro, Crust had his whole life to come up with a hero name, and he actually went on Crust.
Yeah.
I just can't.
I mean,
can't
that's
accept
already
that.
worthy.
Well, I mean,
it
sounds different.
Because he's the sign that the wound is healed.
Like they don't know how
You have to
it
think like
sounds
this.
in
You have
English.
to think like this. He's the sign. Crust is the sign that your wounds are healed. So he's the crust of the society.
You did the best. You did the best to kind of defend him, but not. That should not be his name. Crust.
Tragedy here.
Shield hero.
Never get to meet Crust.
What could you name yourself as? Probably as a protector, trying to, put on a shield. But you
should have
been Crust. You know what Crust's name could have been? That would have been way more cold.
You could call him Guardian or some shit.
Guardian.
Guardian works.
The DC Comics uses Guardian.
Yeah, to call himself Captain Japan.
No.
All he has to do
That's
is
a
Aegis.
He could have named himself Mantle.
Mantle's good too. Yeah, that works.
Defender.
But you have to understand, Crust in Japanese it might be a different word, so it means also something different.
Let's find out.
We're live, so do it right now.
Even if it was.
But then, even though it'll sound cool to us, it'll still mean Crust at the end of the day, so it's still whack.
No, because in Japanese,
that's trash.
Words.
Hey, it shows.
There we go.
What I mean by that, I know it'll technically be something else. I mean, at the end of the day, if you translate it to our language, it'll still mean Crust no matter what. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying.
Sound is
it'll still be Crust.
sound is called as absolute zero. It still ends up meaning Crust.
No, but you don't understand what I mean because
it still means Crust. The meaning is mid.
Like I said, it won't be Crust.
Let me say something. Sorry, but English is not the perfect language to explain some stuff. Japanese, African languages sometimes some words has different kind of meaning depending of the context and stuff.
Was this a character list for top 15 of the year?
This is your top 15 favorite.
I put of the year for me. So like,
We're talking.
Me, I did for the year as well.
What was I gonna say to you, fucking Ponzu? Yeah, no, I'm aware that I know English isn't the best language to translate shit to. I'm saying at the end of the day, it's still going to, in some way, translate to being Crust. That's what I'm saying, it's not going to exactly be that word. I mean.
Wait. You going hard as
honestly,
he
Crust so hard.
Wait.
You can hate the name. I don't have I have no problem that you can hate the name, but you have to give the character what it's due. This character was a character that was the most like All Might in the ideological way, I will say. Because he was the most like All Might for all the heroes that we saw. I was gonna say in the top 10, and that's why that I loved him so, because the way that he was acting, even till the end, he was dying. He knew that he was dying. What he did was what All Might would do.
You could have.
Just for that, I love
that. Ponzu, two things. First off, his name is Crust. It's in katakana. It's translated to literally be crust. So his name is Crust. And two. The other thing is, I'm not criticizing his character. His character is fun.
That's what we're not doing.
He's the one who's slandering his character. I'm saying his name is whack. That's all.
None of us. Again, I agree with what BG said because none of us were criticizing him as a character, who he is. All we were slandering was his name is crusty as hell.
Crusty.
That's all.
No, because
by definition,
he should be eaten last or left as a chopped liver.
Hold up, he literally died to crusty lips.
Yikes!
Oh my god!
To be and also to be Thanos snap.
Squid, stop with that shit, bro.
I told you I'm coming in with the one-liners. Punch.
So before we go into the list, I know someone donated to the chat as well. Silvers, let us not see each other as a clone to be exterminated, but an ally who's part of the same being to stand by you at your lows and heights. Praise to be twice.
Damn.
Let's go! Shout out to the motherfucker! Go!
Shout out to my nigga Silver.
Well, this was like a speech right there.
I forgot about something.
Hey, hold up. Real quick. I love the fact that Silver's made it a point to do that because he actually, like, if you noticed earlier in the chat, he was like, I'm stuck in traffic. I don't know if I'll get to make it. So he's like, at least want to get that quick bit out before, like, in case he can't make it here. So I appreciate you putting in that extra effort, Silvers. Want to make sure you get that shout out.
And plus, shout out to Sam to actually notice that because I totally missed that as well. So quick shout out to Sam for noticing that.
And I would like to say something also for I forgot
more about Crust.
About FAO. No. Crust is
How did defend Crust here?
No, I was talking about FAO because it was something that I wanted to ask, but I forgot to ask. To ask to people here is: do you think that the FAO that we see in All for One, so with Shigaraki, is the same that is in the prison? That was a question I would like to have. Even for
actually, you know what? You got a good. What he means is like, is it the same? The same All for One that's in the prison, the same mindset, the same person as in general. Because I was watching Chibi, he had a good point about that when he was talking. I was like, you know what? The dialogue is kind of different. I think he talked about this too with other people in the stream. Like, it's kind of shifted. It's not the same as the nigga in the prison or the nigga we was seeing throughout most of the story.
That's a good question.
Wait. Real quick, especially because like I want this question to get fielded towards non-church people first, because like y'all were around for that discussion at least. So like Reezy, Vash, Watkins, Sam, Sean, Volk, you guys real quick, I want you to kind of give your takes on if you notice dialect shifts, that kind of things, and like the way All for One is talking and how you guys feel about how the vestige behavior lines up with the All for One we've been knowing most of the series.
I think the vestige thing is like a subconscious All for One. So like, yeah, it's like a little bit of a change of what he would normally say, but since it's like a subconscious saying it, this is how he truly feels and what he truly wants to do. I think that's what this vestige All for One is. So in a way, yes, it's him, but in another way, it's not him. If that kind of makes sense.
Like two different people.
Yeah,
complete people.
Like.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, brother. You got it.
So for me, we have spoken about it on the reviews and everything, and the way we saw it and the way myself, we see it as the whole avatar state with Korra, Aang, and everything, is that when you are inside that's a piece of your mind, a piece of your fraction of yourself in that mindset that's talking. So that's two different personality of, that's probably the old version of the All for One that was there from the one we see in the prison. Like, that's two different people. It could be one as connected, the same person, but we don't know that because we don't know much information yet if both are the same person that are both doing the same dialogue, because we all agreed that it sounds very differently and it sounds more of the type of messing around.
Reezy?
No. The way I feel, I think, you know how within One for All, right? All Might is kind of blurred out because he's still alive, right? He just doesn't have the quirk. I think All for One is there because he's still alive and he still has the quirk All for One. He's just in Tartarus, right? So I think that is him to an extent, more so kind of like he just closes his eyes and meditates while he's in prison and he can interact with Shigaraki to that extent. And then like when he puts the hand on, it's kind of like an amp, or when he asks Shigaraki for control, it's like, it's the avatar state, in my opinion, similar to how Roku was able to take over Aang during that solstice for that brief period of time. I think it's more so along those lines, because if it wasn't truly All for One, I think he would be like a blur or like a figure, kind of like All Might is whenever we see all the vestiges of One for All there. But that's just my take.
Sam?
For me, what it comes down to is, let's say Tomura kills All for One, right? His physical form in Tartarus, right? He still has the vestige in his conscience.
Yeah.
So for me, it always comes back to, okay, he kills the physical form. There's still that parasite in his quirk. Yeah.
This
So
is where Deku is going to come in.
Then this is where I have to ask myself, okay, if he kills All for One in his physical form, but the corrupting entity still in his quirk, someone has to get rid of that.
Can.
Exactly.
Yeah,
like, the thing is, when you get to the
saw
end of
that he was
295
starting to. Yeah, sorry. When they were in the vestige world, they were like, he was already starting to decay All for One in there. So we've gotten the hint at that happening. So yeah, he'll get the physical body, and eventually to the point he's going to be able to get the vestige part, like that parasite, like what you were saying, out of All for One. So that way All for One fully becomes Shigaraki.
Yeah. And that's also the thing with Deku is like he sees all for One doing that to Shigaraki.
Yeah.
He's like, I need to save Shigaraki. That doesn't mean he likes the guy. That doesn't mean he's going to turn him or redeem him or anything like that. Being a hero is more about just saving the people you like. It's about helping people no matter what. And what he's going to do is he's going to fundamentally change something about Shigaraki as a person that's going to further flesh out their relationship. So when they have, either it's at the final confrontation or leading right up to it, when they have that final confrontation, which they're likely not meeting again until Endgame, I guess, off what All for One says at the end. Like, I'll meet you again when this body is perfected. Whatever Deku does there is going to define their stances on power, their stances on society. It's going to define their stances on society. Because Shigaraki's whole thing is that nobody came to save me, right? Screw society, right? But if Deku reaches out to him, if he tries to save him, even if he doesn't succeed, if only somebody reached out to me, he proves Shigaraki wrong. He'll prove Shigaraki wrong. And this is the long-term ideological struggle between the two. If he proves Shigaraki wrong, that is a more resounding victory than just killing him would be. That is at least part of what's going to make him the greatest hero. He's going to solve that problem, and he's going to be the guy who sets everything right. That is
altogether.
Altogether,
free my man Moonfish.
You also have 2 super chats.
So, Sean, real quick, I wanted to get your thoughts on that, like the dialect shifts and all that other stuff between the two.
Yeah, so All for One has definitely had a little bit more aggressive feeling towards him in the Vestige world when compared to how he was in real life and then when he went to Tartarus, because I feel like this version is definitely like a more twisted and kind of like taking the words that All for One was saying, like turning Shigaraki into the next me. I'm going to raise him up so he can be the next me. It's taking that to a more literal sense where this vestige, like, I'm going to take your body and basically this is going to be my vessel moving forward. And also I kind of feel like it depends on when the original quirk of All for One was taken. I feel like that could be the consciousness that All for One had at that time, because there's a part in a chapter where All for One starts talking about how consciousnesses are linked to quirks, and when he stole them, he would have the consciousness of the person of the quirk he stole talking with him. So I wonder if that's also an aspect coming in as well, to where this is like a past version of All for One with just a more aggressive nature coming forward in the vestige world. But then when I say that too, he is also aware of all the stuff that Shigaraki has gone through, his teammates. He addresses Spinner by his real name, so he knows who Spinner is. So depending on when this quirk was taken, I'm not sure if that like has any order to it, but it's definitely a little bit more of an aggressive feeling I get just from All for One in the vestige world when compared to how he was, talking to Shigaraki from person to person.
Also, shout out to Coyote, because you donated. Otherwise, I wouldn't be pushing this nonsense. Talk about how Xless would fold every one of your top 15.
That is
I mean, if Cyclops blast you, I mean, you can take a dive.
No. He's a direct shot at Cyclops, because like he's there for a minute. He has the cleft chin. He has like the goofy mask on, and he gets killed immediately. He was absolutely a shot at Cyclops.
But I will say this for Xless. I will say this for Xless. If it wasn't for him, there would be a lot more quirk erasing bullets flying around if it wasn't for him.
Yeah. So everybody would have got popped.
Also let Shigaraki wake up, so...
Okay. So as much as like it's fun to like make fun of like different characters, I do want to say that Xless is one of those like examples of one of my favorite tropes.
Changing Bakugo. Who's in there?
Oh, that's Flo. Don't worry about him.
I don't like these accusations. Where are these accusations coming from? You have no proof that I'm the one doing it.
And a different opinion.
How do we have
he had to change it all.
How do we have the count? How do we have the entire screen was up and we didn't see this shit till just now?
I saw that he did it again. I just chose not to say anything.
Bakugo,
I just noticed that.
Oh my fucking God.
Dynamite, Dynagoat, Dynaking, King Murder, Explosion God.
Okay. For the record, one of the things that I want to point out with Bakugo's hero name is that people would have accepted Great Explosion, Murder God, Dynamite a lot better if they didn't think of Bakugo as a meathead who occasionally does smart things and instead saw him as a very athletic nerd.
Yeah.
Super athletic.
Yeah, he's an all might athletic.
Okay, I don't want to cut anybody off, but who the fuck keeps adding Bakugo?
I don't know. I was looking.
Who could it possibly be?
The same question. I was asking the same question.
I mean, whoever it is, they're not wrong.
Oh
no! Let me tell something. I didn't say my take on the Alpha One stuff because I would like to say something.
Well, I was just like focusing on the non-church people first, but go ahead.
That's no problem. So the thing about it for myself is that we know that Quirks has like personifies have our kind of image of the users of the users, you know, and how they are. All for one, his quirk is about to take to, so being in control of stuff. So his quirk will represent that in my eyes. So my idea is that the way when he changed his quirk, his mentality, the mentality of All for One changed through the years, you know, how he take care about Shigaraki as a person, because the way that he was collecting quirks for Shigaraki, he could say that it was for him too, you know, but he was specifically saying always it's for Shigaraki. Everything is for you. He didn't have to do this.
He specifically denied getting Best Genius quirk because he said, "Oh, I can't take that because it's way too hard for Shigaraki." If you were just going to take it for yourself, then I guess he's just lying for fun. Like he's just like, "Lol, I actually just think your quirk's stupid, but I want to frame it as if I have a reason behind it."
He said,
he sounds like the type to like want to like sound smart and have like really good reasoning when it's all just really petty.
Right. So like
he comes off as like a gamer that
and like going back to that whole
you don't hide
like cheats to get like max level in like a video game.
He doesn't hide his pettiness. That's the funniest part. He doesn't try to be like some like because people try to shit on Shigaraki. They try to say he's all smoke and mirrors. But it's so funny. It's like this nigga Off One don't hide shit. What he says is real as fuck. Whether you like to admit it or not, be like, well, he's just trying to justify his actions. This nigga literally said, "Am I capable of feeling guilt like a average person?" Who the fuck says some shit like that? That nigga is a fucking benevolent guy.
Here's the issue. Here's the other issue with the idea of like All for One would be like scheming behind even Ujiko's back to explain to him like what the plan with Shigaraki is. This is the same man that when asked about like how he acquired Shirakumo, looked him in the face and said, "Well, it's like dumpster diving outside of a 3-star restaurant. Just get like the best materials and then you press it to make nice wine out of there." Like this man compared children.
I think he said innards, I think.
Yeah, like think about that. Not even like a 4 or 5 star restaurant. He didn't even consider UA like a 4 or 5 star restaurant. He called it a 3-star restaurant.
The
man who's willing to be that disrespectful.
Some pretty good chicken, you know.
Like it's hard to believe that he'd be like, I'm different in all these ways. I'm dishonest in all these ways, but I'm a lie to Ujiko and Shigaraki specifically.
Two of my favorite lines in the series are when he's talking, or 3 of them is when he's talking to All Might. One is when All Might's like, "Oh, I get it. I can read you too. You just want Shigaraki to kill me." And he says, "So?" and then the other one is when All Might's like, that's got to be a lie. You wouldn't do that to my master's grandson. And he goes, "Oh, come on, that's clearly something I would do." What are you talking about?
He's like extremely petty.
Yeah, like,
that's why we
I'm
love him.
objectively evil. What are you talking about?
and that was the final thing, is that he like his inspiration to his brother is he's like, "Brother,
when you read comic books, you liked the hero, and when I read comic books, I liked the evil demon monster lord. Like, why is this hard for you to understand? I just want to be evil.
Simple enough. You know what's my favorite thing about this though is that Aniki made point of something that I didn't notice the first go round, but it really shows how much this nigga all for one cares. But he's so evil, but he still cares. When in the Shigaraki flashback, when they were standing on the rooftop, was Uchiko the minion air quote holding the umbrella for All for One?
Nope.
Or was the All for One holding the umbrella for the air quote minion nigga underneath him? No. Aniki pointed out how All for One was holding the umbrella for Uchiko himself. And the big boss don't ever do that shit. It showed the dynamic in their relationship.
And when he's talking to All Might, he's like, "You beat down my comrades." You know, like he doesn't have to lie about that.
It's real hard for a guy who's like 4'5" to hold the umbrella in the dynamic.
Hey man, listen.
Bro, really? Wait, did I miss something?
He's saying that man look alike.
I can't hear what you
4'5" holding the umbrella for All for One.
You can literally see on the person clicking and changing shit. It says the fucking thing, and it says Florian on the side.
No, here's the thing. Anybody who's watching the stream right now, all they'd have to do was like look towards the top. And it even says last edit was made seconds ago by Florian.
I just keep typing in notes.
That guy is government name.
Bro, I'm just typing in notes.
I saw the concentration on the stream. You was so concerned, and I saw the things change on the.
Pants was Dabi and fucking Flo.
Wait.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What I want
Who added Bakugo Go?
Everybody's
thing.
We're still trying to figure that out.
Notice this?
Every time somebody goes to the bathroom, it comes back.
I literally just got back.
Hey yo, let me tell you this. We're still trying to figure that out. And
Can I also bring up Florian also donated $5 to say talk about more Bakugo as well. So
God, if a fan wants it, then we should give it to him. All right,
hold up.
Who wants to start?
We also have talk about Excellence will fold everyone top 15.
We did that.
You did. Right.
Make fun of Cyclops and stuff.
One thing I wanted to say about the All for One, like taking over bodies thing or whatever what we was talking about. Like the only thing that I disagree with about like because everyone said the time frame in which he put the quirk in Shigaraki or whatever. We know that he gave Shigaraki Search, which was Ragdoll. So it literally had to be after he took the quirk out of his body after the camp arc. So we know that this that little detail right there just shows me it's still the same person. It's exactly the same person.
Okay, the one issue that I had with that, because like I was thinking the same thing, but the thing that makes that weird though is like that would mean like the question becomes, did All for One go through that surgery literally within like the week that it took for them to get there, or did they just like do the thing where they take the quirk and then like replicate it and then go about their day?
Now I'm pretty sure it was because we know how fast Uchiko works. I don't think it takes that long for like the difference between Shigaraki and All for One is All for One body is already suited for All for One, so it doesn't take much to just take his quirk out and put him in. The issue with Shigaraki is the reason it took so long is Uchiko had to literally reprogram his body, put a new quirk in there that he's not used to, then also add potentially hundreds of quirks on top of it. Whereas All for One, I think, is just a simple like remove the quirk, put it in, and then
he didn't have to add hundreds of quirks on top of it though, because he put in the original All for One quirk, which stored all the originals.
Yes.
No. What I'm saying is that All for One holds that many quirks, so that again, that's still a burden on the body. A normal person wouldn't be able to hold the quirk All for One.
What I was trying to understand was I was trying to think whether that scene was quite literal or more of a symbolic him in that dreamscape, because some of those sequences didn't exactly like some of them happened, but his sister apologized, right? She said she was sorry. So I'm trying to see like what scenes were like more symbolic and what not, and it was like because the scene of everybody grabbing Shigaraki was more symbolic, but him going into the darkness like, no, don't reject me any longer or whatnot. I was trying to remember, like, so did he actually get it right then and there, or did he did All For One, did he actually get the quirk when he was getting experimented on at the time? Because that's what I'm trying to really figure out, because it's kind of loose right then and there. Did he get it from All For One himself? Because you can still get All For One implanted in him, the original quirk implanted in him, because he already made a duplicate a while back.
Okay, real quick also, we got another donation once again.
Oh,
Can't
man,
believe y'all
talk about
hyping
that
up
talk.
Baku Bomb. Anyways, X-Less really do be handsome as fuck. If y'all haven't seen his face, look at it. Doing y'all a favor.
At least
he's not wrong.
That's Cody, right?
I'm
No,
good.
He's
I'm
capping
good.
again.
I mean,
Nah, that nigga handsome, dog. Don't even try to
No.
The
only
call himself
No. The only good looking person we saw this arc was Compress. He's gorgeous. Oh my god, he's hot. Like really, like hey, let's be real. Like Compress is the only good looking person we've seen this arc. Like,
bro, you gonna cap, bro? You have not seen X's face. It looks like a supermodel.
There's some pretty people in this manga.
Have you seen Dabi? Have you seen Dabi? He's a good-looking dude. He knows how to dance. He knows how to do the waltz, the tango.
Let's be real here.
he keeps things spicy, you know.
Yeah,
hey, man, listen,
we're not gonna cap on Redestro's name. He's not ugly.
Hey,
his nose is big. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I mean, his
he got a line
prosthetics
like
are.
LeBron.
And plus, we also have to admit,
other people in the world. So yeah, what did you know?
Dabi knows how to do good YouTube content. Dabi knows how to broadcast YouTube around the whole country.
Listen, I'm a skeptic though.
There were a lot of pretty people in this arc, honestly.
On this season of The Bachelor, we have
me twice. We have Mr. Compress. They're all burned.
Now I'm curious.
Twice he's dead.
Ooh, hold on, I didn't notice that earlier.
Just relax.
What?
Sean has Skeptic as his number 15.
Oh yeah.
Who the fuck is?
All right, let's hear some of that rationale, Sean. I want to hear.
Hold up.
Hey, we might as well jump into this now because we've been like 3 hours.
And who got Bakugo Gold a good 15 times?
God, apparently.
We got some Bakugo here. Y'all be cracking.
Look at the top of mine. Look at the top of mine.
Okay, guys. Now, Aniki, we need some like a tambour, something like this, just to present every top 50, every top. Before that, we say something.
Don't worry, I got you. Hired
No. Like I said, Sean's got Skeptic at 15, right next to All Might. So this is something that I want to hear about.
All right, I guess we're hopping into top 15, y'all. What y'all been waiting for? Let's get to the main event.
Hold on. We didn't do the top 5 arcs.
Huh?
We didn't do the top 5.
We're doing characters first. Don't worry, Squid.
Very well.
Yeah, let's skip. Just because there's an outline, don't mean we have to go by the outline.
Tell him.
Lines are meant to be crossed.
So yeah. Let Sean take the stage and explain Skeptic at number 15.
All right. So I come from this perspective of a lot of with the reactions I do a lot of editing and stuff like that. So
yes, you do.
So Skeptic for me is very fun character to edit for because first of all, I just love his aesthetic of being modeled after the gorillas. I love that aesthetic with him, and his quirk is pretty cool, but the hacking stuff that he does is awesome. But whenever I get to implement Feel Good Inc., whenever he comes up, it's like his anthem. It's always fun for me. So I always look forward to him just popping up in the chapter. So exactly. Just having that beat. We'll never have it in the anime, but I can at least make it for when I'm reading or whatever I'm reacting to. If to have that as his background music, it's great.
Okay, so you said that, and that's why I was like, man, look, JoJo's Part 5 got Jodeci. Give me an outro that's the feel good.
It would be so awesome.
Oh, for sure.
But yeah, okay. And then I'm guessing like All Might is like further down. Only
they call Skeptic a hobby.
Characters have like done so much lately.
Exactly. Yeah. Like I love All Might with everything that he's done in the series, but for him, ever since Kamino, he has kind of just been there. I love what the stuff he's doing research-wise with helping Deku finally doing some research on the past quirks. It's just that all the other characters that are still active in the series are now doing stuff that improves their characters, and it just has to bump All Might down as more characters get introduced, and especially with this arc, with how everyone was stepping up to the plate to produce and perform, they have to kind of be higher than All Might.
To be honest, I can't really mess with All Might because he built like a pixie stick.
Also,
this nigga said a pixie stick. Wait, what?
He's talking about Small Might. But I do have a question
for
Rex.
I'm about to say what?
Because I'm kind of surprised that Stain is still in your top 10, Rex.
Wait, what do you mean? Why would that be a surprise? Stain is literally the catalyst for everything that we're getting right now. And he has one of the coolest moments in the entire series. He literally is injured, Punch Alon, Steps, Endeavor, Gran Torino, Deku, all these great characters that we know and love, and we see what they go against, all fail to Stain because of his conviction. This dude is cool as hell. And he's chilling in Tartarus. When we saw Stain again, he wasn't worried anything. He just straight jacket on. I can't wait till I get out and body these folks again. It's gonna happen. Stain is cool as hell, bro. Stain is amazing.
So really, he had that he brought the Conqueror's hockey
major.
He had Conqueror's hockey
energy.
Yeah, he made.
Dude, put Stain into One Piece, bro. 50,000 gone easy. Light work.
Stain made Endeavor stop. So yeah, I'll back you up on this. He made
ain't getting black blades. All right. Let's see. Like I'm like kind of popping around. I see like we got Rapper still making it in Squid's top 15.
Hey, respect to the punching god, respect to the
forgot to
goat.
put my list.
Free my man Rapper, free my man Moonfish, free my man All For One.
I mean, you can edit throughout the stream, Brad.
I did.
Give me a sec. I have to take a bum off my list.
Oh
yeah.
Don't do Hawks like that, man. Come on, man.
Hawks.
I know he can't fly. I know he can't fly no more. But wait, no, he shouldn't be on.
Are you removing All Might?
Bitch ass.
Oh,
you swapped out All Might for Rapper?
I mean, somebody can fight and somebody can't. We just don't keep it real.
Damn. That is very true, though.
Just like Tokyo can fly in the sky, but Hawks can't. You know what I'm saying? It just is what it is.
That man Rapper was over here just being raw as hell. In that
You know what? Rapper also got that shout out in Vigilante. So
Hawks got a taste of being in that KFC concert.
The KFC concert.
All right, see, you know what? Ponzu just likes the classic heroes. That's what this comes down to, because he got best genius top 10 too.
Ponzu also likes freezing at weird spots. Look at his camera.
Oh shit, you're right.
It's just a black spot for me right now.
Oh, yeah. For me, that forehead is just right to the camera. It's like the whole face right there.
Yeah, I'm about to put it in the Zoom chat. Hold up.
Oh no, he disappeared.
Oh, I can't.
There he
won't
is.
let me.
Poses his hands up.
I'm putting it in the Discord. I'm putting it in the Discord then.
All right.
Super chat. The Stain and All Might talk is going to hit hard. Then we'll hit even harder when it happens during the Prison Break arc and Stain protects him. Ooh.
I think that will happen.
Ooh.
I would love that because
does AM gotta die in Tartarus for y'all?
Well, the thing is that we've been trying to figure out.
That sounds like something Hori would do. He likes to have characters just happen to stumble upon each other.
Yeah, because people have said that they and I think it was Volk. I think you mentioned this on Twitter, but I'm not sure. Someone mentioned how All Might dying, where Deku can't reach him, doesn't hit as hard.
Yeah.
But
he has danger sense.
Quirk apprehension test. Think about back to what Aizawa said. Are you gonna break yourself and be useless so you can't protect your people like when you need to like come in? So regardless of whether or not he's there, that particular question, coupled with the fact that like with his current condition, he can't justifiably be in a position of danger without getting hurt now. This might be the approach that we have to take here, where Deku's going to be stuck in his hospital bed as Shigaraki breaks into Tartarus.
Drinking through a straw.
It's all displayed on live stream, and then we get to see All Might murked.
He's going to be drinking through a straw, and then using danger sense. He's
I can't hear Volk.
dying.
Yeah, Squid. Sorry, but shut up for a second. This is my.
Hey, normalize that type of treatment.
Okay, so here's the thing with Deku. he's never quite learned what it means to wreck yourself because he doesn't register that his own self-worth is important. He doesn't register that it affects the people around him.
Thank you.
So when he is going to when he's going to be in that hospital bed and he's going to be hearing things through danger sense and all this, it's going to be something very bad that happens. And he's not going to be there to stop it because he's in that hospital bed. He wrecked himself. He's not going to be able to be there to stop it. So with the way things are lining up, it looks like it could be All Might, and that will be the final shock that just completely changes him. Like that's where his character arc seems to be going, and he's going to feel terrible about that. It's going to change him forever because All Might is his dad now. Screw Hisashi. He's never been in his life. All Might.
That's one thing I was confused with.
Like, Hisashi is going to come in. And it's going to be another parallel to Kotaro, where Kotaro, well, this is my theory. I think Kotaro, like he was such an overbearing presence in Tenko's life that he was what spurred him on to become a villain. I think it's going to be the opposite with Hisashi. Like he's going to be such an absent presence in Deku's life, just not there, that he's left him without any sort of guidance that's contributed to his very dangerously low sense of self-worth.
If y'all remember Forest Camp. Hold on, if y'all remember Forest Camp, when there's a point where he's fighting off Muscular's big attack, right, with his arm, and he's like thinking like he's genuinely gonna die, and he's like, "Oh my mom," and there is no mention like this man is about to die, and he isn't even giving you one panel of oh man, Dad, I failed, man.
So
you gotta explain that.
That's because his dad is, all for one.
Okay.
At least.
Yeah. That's one of those theories that ruins and makes the story worse. Please stop.
No, it makes sense.
Facts. Stop with that shit.
Anyway.
Hold on. The absence of evidence isn't the evidence.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that for one is garbage.
Hey,
what I was gonna say though. Wait, here you can go easy.
I'm back. I just
want a quick one.
I'm just about to say something real quick. I'm back. I was going for like 2 minutes and still, but I want to say something to the chat. Y'all right, bro. I don't know why the fuck this nigga Hori just be killing all the sexy characters, man. Kyrus was so bad. Oh my god. Shorty had the black and fucking red eyes, and she had them damn bazookas on her. But the way she was looking all sadistic when she got a story. Oh my god.
Normally you wait until the 4th hour before saying.
Yeah. What's going on, Easter? You tired?
No, it's just because the chat was talking about how he always killing off sexy characters. It's like it's no better time to bring up one of the most sadly killed off characters than
Genius, of course.
Okay.
When you really think about it, the woman Nomu low-key slapped.
That's what Coyote was talking about.
Yeah.
But
She could expand her body. Think.
Yes. Squid.
Yeah.
Squid. We know. And she also had the ability to
The
liquefy
hell,
herself.
I come back and niggas just talk about female Nomus expanding their bodies?
Reezy, we can explain. Reezy, we can explain. Did you see that chapter, dog?
Anyway. What I was gonna say though, the thing with Hisashi is that I because I love to put up borderline creepypasta theories for My Hero, right? Like the one that I posted the other day was time to get that Peter Parker moment where Inko dies and then Deku's gets to be sad and Tokoyami can't sleep at night anymore because he has nightmares where he smells Hawk's flesh burning in his nostrils.
Does very detail.
The thing that I like or that I think about this specifically is that having All Might die just during this prison arc, when we've been talking about the prison arc, I think this is the most justification we've actually had for a prison arc, besides it being, I just want to pull a Blackbeard and get my homies out, or get some homies out, or randomly follow.
Agreed.
So now, I feel like we have legitimate story reasons to do that. In addition to that, before this arc, All Might had planned to talk to Stain. So one of the things that we could easily have this end up being is that we finally get the All Might going to talk to Stain, especially while everybody's freaking out, society's all disheveled because they're upset because of everything that just happened. All Might's all right, let me go have that conversation with Stain because he was able to influence these people, and maybe my influence on him, and then that residual conversation will allow me to come up with something different here. And then that's gonna just happen to be the same day that the Tartarus raid happens. And I think that's the best way to get All Might killed have it done publicly, completely like established, like that shit's done, and like still break Deku, and have Inko die, so that's why Hisashi has to come in, because now that both of his parents are gone, he's stuck in this loop or this position where he needs to be reliant on his dad, and that's what forces that dynamic.
But do we need him to die as a character? Like, do we need All Might to die in the story? Like, does he need to?
Absolutely.
But like, does he need to become like a Jiraiya? Like, does he need to die like Jiraiya in a bad way just for him to grow as a character more?
I mean, can I touch this point? Because I've actually been having this a lot lately, and I really like to talk about this. So people like to talk about, like, is it just for his growth? But remember, there are more parts of the story than just Deku being the MC. There's more multiverse and multi-layer to that. So instead of looking at it just for Deku's growth, you remember who's the other MC of this entire story, which is Shigaraki. This is also pivotal for his growth. It's also pivotal for Shigaraki's growth going forward too. Because somebody was talking about some shit like. They were something like, well, I really like fuck with Shigaraki, but if he really went more strategic, like really knocking down and killing more named heroes or top heroes, because somebody even pointed out, Shigaraki really has, besides this, he hasn't really killed that many heroes when you think about it. He's been fighting and scrapping up with villains more than anybody else. So him rising to the occasion is like just how often was that shadow figure in the background, and like so you could tell Celebration people don't really respect Shigaraki like that, because the shocker nigga was like, well, that's what happens. You wait around for Shigaraki, whoever, you know what I'm saying? We can get this done like this. It's like, no, they need to be praising him as the second coming of Jesus, just like Redistricted. They need to see why he is the king, and All Might still gives people hope even though he's gone. It's like, okay, I can look up at a statue of All Might and say, man, he's still giving me. He may not be here, but he's like him being alive. Like they had that conversation, him being alive and living on is still giving people hope. So if Aizawa lived, then All Might gonna have definitely go from that conversation. It's like it's more so him dying boosts the story, not just for Deku. There's a lot more to that too, because the people still holding on hope, because they're like, well, you know what? Look at All Might, he's still alive. He's still pushing on and this, that, that. Like, no, knock that man off. And go on here.
And one other thing though, but because even if All Might dies,
look at your ass.
Yeah, even if All Might dies, you're gonna have he'll still be in the Vestige world, so Deku will still be able to talk to him still. So like it's not gonna be the same as Jiraiya, where it's just like lost it and like you'll just lose your mentor. But
wait, hold on, I have a question. Because All Might is quirkless, what? Okay, so my basis of logic comes from it essentially acts as a Opha's
wait, Squid, I got you. Are you about to ask if All Might should actually get a vestige because he didn't have a quirk?
He will. He'll still
He shouldn't get like a fully sentient vestige, because again, there is no quirk to transfer.
You could say the stockpile.
You have no precedent for that though.
That's not true. Because the big precedent here is the explanation itself, and All for One itself, which is the quirk factor itself. Like the quirk factor of your DNA hosts your individuality, hosts that consciousness, hosts that. So if your DNA didn't have that, you don't have an individuality to slap inside the Katamari ball, for starters.
But you do, because All Might made it stronger. No, All Might made the quirk stronger.
All Might did was have the quirk. The quirk itself stockpiled energy, but that doesn't mean All Might actually made it stronger.
No,
correct.
Second, the other thing.
Good work.
The other thing is that we already have precedent for living people having passed on their quirk, and it doesn't operate the same way One for All does.
So what you're telling me is that quirkless people are like gingers. They literally
have
have
no
less
soul.
of a soul.
Because you can't ignore the fact that
Exactly.
now been given two quirks with vestiges. We have two quirks that have vestiges. One of them is All for One. One of them is One for All. Everybody who's had a quirk in One for All has had a ghost that's shown up. Even like the people who were like in the background, they had clear defined outlines, even if we couldn't see them in the dark. They still had like solid figure outlines. All Might didn't even have that. He was just a bunch of wisps. Like compare that to the vestige of All for One. All for One isn't dead.
But he still has his quirk and he's alive. So he
he has a copy of.
But then how does he?
Somebody join the congregation. Woo!
We have I have two things to say. First, in terms of him dying, he has to die because, in my opinion, because of the fact that it's been set up, but not like in multiple different ways. Especially because like it was like from his vision, the vision specifically states that he's going to die from a horrible death, like in a horrible way. Now people could argue, oh yeah, Deku changed the future though.
The worst even. So yeah.
Yeah,
but
I'm arguing, and I'd argue that you could argue that there's definitely like been precedent set that he can be saved, but there's just as much evidence he's going to die too. So to me, until like that has to be addressed one way or the other. It can't just not happen. It has to be addressed.
Yeah, he has to defend him against some type of threat if that's gonna go down. You can't just be like, well, he can change the future, so he won't die. But there has to be a big battle where Deku saves him from that death, inevitably changing the future, not just because he can change it.
To me, I don't even necessarily need Deku to save him. I just need the something to happen to at least address
to get brought up.
To die.
Yeah. My thing was that they changed. They changed. Okay, so what I was gonna say is that the reason why they changed fate was because they literally had a character that essentially allowed them to rewind time for a specific person's body. So when he was constantly getting injured and stuff, like he was constantly being regenerated as well.
But the story doesn't present it that way though. The story specifically makes it a way that unless you're gonna say that everything Night Eye said when he died is just lol, he's wrong. Like I don't think that's how the story is gonna do it. They're gonna tell you what's happening, especially when Horikoshi gets so misunderstood all the time, like with the 1,000,000%, where he's like, okay, I promise that if I do something like this, I'm going to make it clear. And so that's what to me the Night Eye death was, where he's like, all right, this is how it works, this is how it happened, this is how it's like, it's not just that. In the same way that I'm the guy who has the quirk, and I think it creates a fatalistic way of seeing things because it's only me. When you have other people working towards changing the future, it's different. Oh, that ties into the themes. It ties into how his quirk can't be used just when one person. Blah blah blah. Like unless
who are the multiple people going to be working to prevent this?
He said it. Everybody during the arc.
So everyone's going to be around All Might and Tartarus?
Time out. Because the other thing, though, that you got to remember is that he did say, I think, not this is how it works. It's intentionally left open-ended.
So, so is it just wasted parental space? I don't know.
Well, that's why I always say that
I don't think it's... Here's my thing. I don't think that the whole thing is it's like direct and like it can only go one way. I just feel that regardless of how it happens or what happens, there has to be some sort of like acknowledgement that this is the moment, and it'll go one way or the other. Because I can agree personally, but there have been multiple things set up to imply that he will live, but there's also just as many things that have been set up to imply that he will die.
And honestly, I don't think that All Might living is actually. All Might doesn't add as much living to the story as he actually does dying at this point, specifically because All Might finally dying works as like a complete and total linchpin where like 100% everybody's done playing this game this way. Like,
and when he dies, I think All For One has to go soon or around the same time.
Especially
because like y'all gotta go. Y'all been paying.
You just reminded me of something. There's something that came to mind. Does anybody actually know why All Might is going to talk to Stain?
No, that has never been explained.
All we know is that Stain's been asking
It's Suka Uchi's idea is all we know.
But Stain, I think, also has been asking to see All Might. I think that might have been brought up if I remember correctly.
I think so. Just to talk about ideologies, just to talk about the whole
or something.
But I get that, but there's two things I would have to question. For one, why are they acknowledging that? Like, why are they acknowledging that? Like Tartarus. Two, why is All Might acknowledging it? Like, what is this? What do you gain from this?
What if it's a force thing where Deku is going to sense when All Might dies through one for all?
I sensed a disturbance in the force.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, because Danger Sense kind of acts as like a disturbance.
But his Danger Sense can actually help him out because with the Spidey sense, it does help him out with him around the area, but doesn't really tell him when May or like Mary Jane is gonna die or get hit by one of the villains. So maybe with Danger Zone,
we've seen in 284 that he can actually see like little preambles of pictures of Torino.
Yeah, because they were like static.
Yeah, they were very static, yes, but they did show a very grievous wounded state. So it was to communicate to us and him that they were in danger.
Mm-hmm.
In general.
Yeah. So he's gonna get to watch from his hospital bed. He's gonna say, "Nurse, get me my wheelchair," and then he's gonna head over there.
He's like, let's go. I need to do something.
And then the nurse will say,
Black Whip. How is he going to wheel himself? With what arm?
Black Whip.
Black Whip, buddy. What are you crazy?
Remember Tongue Whip? Tongue Whip could do a lot of things. Tongue Whip could get him places and could get him anywhere.
So you personally trained him how to use his tongue in very specific ways. He's gonna use that.
Yep. Why you say it like that?
What that mouth do?
The chat.
Also, are you describing like his transportation or like his go to Ochiko?
Also, I don't see one thing that I noticed now is that I don't think anybody has Sue in their top 15 favorite characters anymore.
Who?
Sue is like she's the cute girl at the start.
Sue.
There's nothing.
She's cool, but she hasn't done anything that's wow.
Yeah. You know what? No, stop it. Amphibian boys unite. Amphibian boys unite. We're going to stop this Sue slander.
I like Sue.
The only thing that Deku did for her was tongue game.
No.
Aside from Toru, she's the least interesting of the one they go.
No. If this was a top 16 list, Sue would be number 16. Y'all
Hold on.
Let me finish.
A lot of the show's early popularity, and then she kind of just.
Let me finish. Bro, early on My Hero, when it was like chapter 20, 30 out, you know, when the fandom was like, we need a shining light to stand behind. We need a waifu to carry us on to other waifus are introduced. Do you know?
And that's Toga. That's Toga. We good.
It was Sue, baby. Yeah. It was Amphibian Boys. Everybody had Sue cosplays.
No, it was Jiro. Jiro was always the coolest.
Oh yeah, no.
Jiro was the coolest.
I will gladly admit that I used to be a fan of Sue.
Yes.
I'm still am.
So hold on.
Here's top 20.
Here's the thing, BG. It's like, yeah, that's like saying, oh, Michael Jordan was only good back then. He's no longer great. She's the Michael Jordan of MHA. She's the Michael Jordan.
Where are her rings? Okay. Now that Rex said that controversial thing,
but
let's just lean full controversy now.
It's okay.
Sue is more J.R. Smith than Michael Jordan.
This is the perfect time for Flo to get back. You see, he likes to skedaddle back because he got the AirPods.
Flo came back with a different shirt too.
All right, wait.
What he's about? He's about the ladies. He's to sing.
So. This is the part of the stream.
My zipper is.
Who's talking in the background about their zipper?
What's going on back there?
We're getting some interference.
There's some things going on back here.
Who's getting dirty with that tongue game?
What, sir?
Whoa. Flag on the play. 5 years.
We have, because this is actually surprisingly decent, reasonable top 15 characters list. There's no X list in here.
Thank God.
Super crazy.
Who the fuck got Bakugo 15 times on the side?
That's God.
That's the most objective person in this call. The most objective person in the call.
I can
smoking some pack.
Hey, Aniki, we're talking about favorite characters, right?
Than Hawks, bro.
Well, we were doing favorite characters. We're gonna switch gears. You got something? If anybody has final thoughts they want to get on favorite characters, real quick.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I just had one character because I think I don't really need to defend any of my other characters. But basically, if any of you will notice that Eri went from my 6th favorite character to my 2nd favorite, and I just want to talk about that real quick. It's simply that Deku is a character who I most relate to as a person, and so all of his struggles, all of his progress, I feel like I can really track where he's going. I understand his heart. I understand what kind of a hero he is. With Eri, it's similar in the sense that with Eri, I just like her as a character. I made a whole video about her called appreciating Eri. I think she's well written. But in real life, my favorite person is my youngest sister. I watched her grow up. I really cherish and love her. And so in the show, just seeing Deku, who I also relate to, try to protect this little girl who I kind of equate to, most little girls in shows I will equate to my sister. And so in this series where you have a well-written little girl character, she's not just there to be cute. And then I also can relate that to my love of my own sister. Then I was just like, all right, as far as emotional investment plus just being like actually well-written, I got to put Eri in my number 2. So that's why she's there.
Rex, this is the perfect time for you to say boo this man.
Why would that be the perfect time?
I'm kidding.
Okay,
Boo this nigga, I boo you back.
I relate the most
hear
to all
this
for
because
one.
anime and sisters don't go sometimes that well, you know. So
okay, but that's why we like Eri, because it's going well.
It's going well.
Boo this man.
Boo
this man.
Boo this man, Chad.
There we go.
And boo Ponzu.
Yes, yes. Boo Ponzu.
This man just said we're gonna go down the direction of Gouch.
Oh no, Gouch? Nah.
In this church, we slander Gauche only.
Yes.
Wait.
The match
one other thing.
And May.
I do want to bring up one thing because I forgot to bring it up previously. I remember there was this, I got a sports festival when he got the 6 quirks, when Deku, like, he had a vision and he saw a lot of the previous users. And then you see like a very like outlined form of All Might, but it's not like All Might. It was like an energy form or something like that. I'm pretty sure that's confirmed that when All Might dies, he's going to be there. But I forgot where it was, and I was trying to look it up, but I couldn't find it.
All Might was like,
I know what he's talking
hopefully you'll see me. So here's the thing. That's the other thing about that is that All Might is like optimistic that we'll get to see him when he dies. But that's before we find out that a live AFO who gave his quirk over has a vestige, even though he's alive. And I think that's that's an aspect of this that I think people are kind of ignoring, is that like when we get information, sometimes is also as much or more important as the information we got previously. So while yes, I agree that based on their conversation in the sports festival, All Might, it makes sense. All Might and them know considerably less about quirks than Ujiko and All for One. And I think there's just something up with the fact that if All Might doesn't have a quirk factor to add to that, then where is his consciousness actually like his individuality that's like taped onto that, like that's actually included in there, the extra information like that's like placed in there. Where is that? Where does that factor in? So that's kind of where that comes in for me.
Altogether, I relate the most to All for One.
That makes a lot of sense.
I think that's alarming.
I actually wouldn't even question it.
Can I just
that
go
makes
very
sense.
briefly over my list?
Yeah.
Talk to him, King.
So, Deku's always going to be my number 1. What I look like at the characters are how they relate to Deku and how they interact with him. And you'll notice in my top 5, those are basically, I think, for the most part, characters that are prominent in the story and are the most important to Deku's development, and vice versa. And All Might's not in there because, again, hasn't been around really for a minute. But Deku, Shigaraki, Choco, Bakugo, and Todoroki, they kind of switch. Like, honestly, it's like who's number 3, 4, and 5 is on any given day. And then Endeavor, of course, one of the best arcs in the series. Aizawa as well. Token and Twice, brilliant villains. I just think of how they all correspond with the themes of the story, and it's really quite satisfying to see where they're going. And even when you're not quite sure with a couple of them, it always ends up somewhere nice. And they're just like, for the most part, they're fun personalities to watch on screen. It's like, and that's really it for my favorite characters. It's a really good cast Horikoshi has, and I don't think he gets enough credit for it because people just think that wild and wacky characters are all there is to having a good cast. No. It's how they contribute to the story. That's first and foremost. That's always what it is. And not enough people get that, I think.
Not in a slanderous mood, but there's definitely some casts that I've encountered that are largely just like an ensemble of tropes that if you just enjoy that, you'll have fun with it. Because like you're like, oh yeah, like this is all like the familiar stuff. I love it. But like that doesn't mean that these are actually like well executed characters. It just means that they're palatable characters.
Yeah,
yeah,
like it's all down to
Yes. Whoa, we're not naming names.
We're not going to slander. We're not going to mention any names. Let's not get anywhere near that. Let's not get anywhere near that. But
because remember, guys,
I think it's more fleshed
there's
out.
a Clover Hive.
Are we just gonna
Boo this man!
I got a question.
Are we each gonna just separately let's talk about our list, or we're just gonna run through them all?
We can do that real quick before we transition into the power scaling. That's gonna make everybody want to fight.
Okay. So all
right.
So go ahead because you asked.
Oh, okay. Why not? All right. Last I have Shoto because he's boring. Deku I have after because he's just a little bit less boring than Shoto. No, I'm kidding. I just put Deku there for troll. I do like Deku as a character. Just because I don't know. I like Deku, but not that like too much. I do like Uraraka a lot, but it's just not enough more than the other characters on the list. Kirishima, I really like. Shinsho, I love Shinsho. He's one of the characters that it really, one of the biggest positives for this series for me is how like Hero Society is and how that affects everybody's lives individually. And I like Shinsho's individual story a lot. All Might, you gotta put All Might there. He's like, one of the staple of the show. He's pretty cool. Great smile, great catchphrase. Mineta for comedic relief. Tokuyami is a boss. Twice is, I don't know, his story was probably the best well-written, concise story of all the all of the villains, with the exception of one character, which we'll get later. Eraserhead, one of the best mentors in anime history. I like Eraserhead. He gets the job done. He's a great teacher. He has a lot of comedic relief, even though he's an extremely serious character. Endeavor, one of the great dads of anime history, right next to Shao Tucker and who else are we putting up there?
Freeze, yeah, you're right. Gene Freeze, Shao Tucker.
Endeavor, Shao Tucker. Who else have we got up there?
Hohenheim.
Hohenheim. Yeah. So
what's his
Endeavor.
name from
Yeah, so Endeavor, just a great well-written character. I'll talk about him more when we get to our favorite arcs. Shigaraki, one of the best villains in anime history. A great development. NBA was iconic, and I love to see where Shigaraki goes from there. Here we go. Shindo, one of the best characters in the show.
This nigga said that with a straight face, bro.
Ever since he was introduced in chapter 103, he has been nothing but perfect. Nothing but perfect. And he has the best first name of any anime character. His first name is Yo Shindo. This is the man that will literally shake the world of My Hero Academia. This man has been nothing but an amazing leader.
His quirk is to terraform, so it makes sense he'll shape My Hero.
Shindo,
yeah.
2021. Let's go.
Shindo has never disappointed me in a single panel he was in.
Are you talking about the
Absolutely, I'm talking about Shindo. Yo, Shindo. Oh my God. I'm so fucking all
right. Did he stutter?
Over there, they coordinate that shit and pour all their money votes. It's just
that was
can't win
evidence
against
that there was evidence that there was really just one person that gave him most of the votes.
Yeah,
and we found him.
Although it's kind of sad when you think about how people just drop like $20,000 on a fucking popularity poll. It's like, who's the real losers here?
Who's really losing? Who's really losing?
I'm glad I came back in on that particular phrase.
Not losing. They are.
Nope.
Because every time,
low key, you kind of sounded like a Fujoshi right now. How you standing, Shindo?
All right, so next we have Hawks, one of the most swaggiest characters in My Hero. Ever since he was introduced, everybody loved him. He uses his powers, the way
he ain't got no powers.
The way he infiltrated the League of Villains, from everything talking to giving Endeavor the hints to when to attack and stuff. This man is goated. Like I honestly shouldn't say less. And
Yeah,
of
he the
course,
goatest script I've ever seen. Yeah, you're right.
and then of course, number one, we have the GOAT, the man who wins constantly every single popularity poll, the man who's been on top of this show from the second he stepped forward. He is the most entertaining character to watch in My Hero Academia by far, no comparison. He always, constantly, always surprises us and brings us joy, happiness, smiles. And I'm not even going to say his name because you guys already know who he is.
Excellent. I mean, that was obvious from the point B.
Mike said excellent. Hold on.
I want to talk about my list.
Yeah. Go ahead, Rex.
So at number 15, we got the GOAT himself. Like I was always teetering on like putting Compress on any of my lists because like I liked him as a character, but there just wasn't enough to go off of. But the whole magician stick and like the whole camp arc, they even like with MVA afterwards, like Shigaraki and everybody was like. No, not Shigaraki, but Dabi was like, you didn't do anything. Compress like, you didn't do nothing either. I just love the banter between Compress and the league members. I love Compress's like whole magician gimmick. Then he's hot, so like obviously he has to be in the top 15. And he has one of the most compelling backstories, like now with the league, being Oji Haruma's great grandson. So that means that now officially all for one, Destro and Oji Haruma have finally met up, even though they were like separate entities, throughout history. So I love Compress. Number 14, we got number 14, we got Red Riot himself, Kirishima. The dude, like, I was like always like when we got the Kirishima backstory and overhaul, I was like, okay, I see why this character is amazing. Like this, he is a GOAT. Like Kirishima appeals to my meathead side, like just like unbridled meatheadness. Like I don't even think just when Kirishima's on screen and he's like full on fighting, it's like turn brain off from drooling on the keyboard. Kirishima's like that, man. All Might, he was once like in my top 5, but again, like everyone else said, like just because everyone else has done so much more in this series, he just kind of falls to the wayside. It's like the more other characters get developed, he would just eventually like, dude, fuck it, it's actually the perfect like symbols like of how All Might is in the series. He's just slowly going to the wayside. And everybody's list, he's just slowly going to the wayside. He was up top 1 for most people, then he's just slowly going down. But All Might's still great. Tokiyomi, come on. Like Mr. Birdman himself. Like he stopped Redestro. He was able to fly away with Dabi's heat, even though in the sports festival when Bakugo hit him, he wasn't able to do anything. So you could just see the progression. He's arguably top 4 in the class, top 3 at nighttime. Like you can make arguments for Tokiyomi in all these instances. Even in the movie, we see him do great things. So like Tokiyomi is one of those characters that everyone likes. Mirio is Mirio. I don't need much to say about that. Then we got one of the greatest characters of all time, Mineta.
Where's the wrap it up?
Where do I start?
Wrap it up, B. Wrap it up.
Wrap it up. Character, dude. He is the like. Come on, man. His quirk is balls. Like he's amazing, and then like he always like I feel like Mineta is like the realistic character. Like where Deku's like, I'm gonna go break my arms and body. Bakugo's like, I want to be number 1, but Mineta's like, I'm just an average kid. I want to be famous with my hero stuff, and I like girls, and it's like I just love his gag so much. Like it's from extremely hilarious, and I love that how regardless of all of that, people like his classmates still realize like. Mineta isn't like a terrible person at heart. Like I still like love that. And then we got the best girl of the entire series, beats out everybody. Mirko, she's trash compared to her. We got Lil Brava. Lil Brava is the great.
I knew he was coming with that shit, man.
Dude, Lil Brava, like come on.
Built like a
These comments from the Irish stands got to be stopped.
Come on, dude. Lil Brava, are you kidding, dude? When the Culture Festival happened, I was like. Okay, we got some good female characters in my hero, but nothing really stands out to me. LeBrava came through and shit on everyone in the most beautiful sense. Just like, come on, she's amazing.
Boo this man. Make sure the chat boos this man.
Yes. It feeds me. And then right above LeBrava, we have
that's ridiculous.
We have Gentle. Gentle is like just like a lot of characters on here because like cool factor because of things they've done like action wise, but Gentle is up here simply because of how well written he is as a character, and he gave us like a different look into the hero society, and somebody who wanted to be a hero could never obtain that dream, and then what happens to somebody that tries to be a hero in a situation that he's not supposed to be in. Like I can't wait for him to come back. I can't wait to see what he has in store for the series later on. But Gentle's amazing. Hawks, Florian said it all. He just swaggiest character. Like he just
Kino drip.
Bitch ass nigga.
Okay, here's my question, Rex.
But
does Hawks have the exaggerated swagger of a black teenager?
Yes, he does. That's why I like him. Dude, did you see the way he fell out that building when he jumped out that building and all the feathers away and they came back and then he ran backwards? That's all exaggerated swagger right there.
He was smooth. He was smooth and fly.
And then Stain is above him. I already explained why Stain is good. Bakugo, come on, it's like Bakugo. Like let's be real. Like he has to be like one of your favorite. Like I can see why you don't like him in the beginning, but his progression has been some of the best in like I think we've seen in Shonen. And like it's not like 180 switch turns. It's like literally progression, and his core is still the same. He's still this loud, brash character, but like there's so much more nuance to him. Deku, come on, Deku was once my favorite character in the series, but I think the three characters above him just shine a little bit more. Twice is number 3. Twice I think is probably going to be cemented as like one of my top 3 because he died. If he would have lived, there probably could have been some change in there, but because he died and the way he died, like it's just when that chapter came out, I was actually upset. I was like, come on, Hori. Literally nobody asked for this. There was nobody in the community that was like, yo, Twice should die. Everybody was like, okay, we're going to get to the ending. Twice is going to have these big revelations. People going to understand them. But nah, it was all snuffed out. So I'm still a little upset about that. The number 2, you got the child abuser himself, the GOAT himself, Endeavor. Like he's pretty great. There's some people that liked Endeavor when he was introduced at Sports Festival, and I'm not one of those people, but I can see the sentiment. Then you got number 1, you got Shigaraki, the person I most identify with. I understand how it feels to like have your dreams and have things you say and everyone just trash on it every week. Like Volk said,
there's always a hero society to keep the Shigarakis of the world down.
Like Volk said, he couldn't do. Well, I forgot he was saying he couldn't do a stream or something anymore just because he was always arguing. I felt that way with Shigaraki. So when we got that panel where Shigaraki was like, "I'm a villain and you're a hero," we just will never come to an understanding. I was like, that's what it is. We will just never come to an understanding. Even though I am right, and this is.
I never heard somebody justify so much bullshit in there. I'm like, oh, this nigga is no one politician. This nigga out here giving $100 to run for his money as a politician.
That was a wild.
I love Shigaraki.
Did I catch you having?
All right. I want to jump over to Watkins. Let's explain your list.
Oh, my list. Oh shit. All right. So starting at the bottom, we got Present Mike. I like his design. I like his power.
Let's go.
I like most things about Present Mike. He deserves more respect than he gets.
I saw Crust before.
You did, and then I remembered some people, so I had to change my list.
Oh man.
Watkins avoided the slander campaign.
Next I got Hawks. I mean, what hasn't been said that shouldn't have been said? He's got some swag. He's got some good power. He's cool. He's neat. Got Dabi above him because Dabi turned Hawks into a 6-piece McNugget meal. So
let's go. Fried and crispy.
We got Speed Boy Ida. I mean, he's a good boy. He deserves some love. Put Tokoyami on here because if I didn't, my fiance would yell at me and tell me I'm stupid and probably so.
As he should.
You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Happy life, right?
Next, so I got Redestro next. Love his quirk, love his design. Think he also deserves a lot more love than he gets. And that's basically all with that. Uraraka, she is a good girl. We also share the same birthday, so happy birthday, Uraraka.
Oh, so happy late birthday to you, because her birthday was just the other day.
Happy birthday, bro.
Thank you.
Birthday.
I dropped those happy birthdays for Watkins in the chat, man.
Feliz cumpleaños. Thank you.
Wow,
Also,
somebody had to show off how
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
different.
You're like,
You know what you gotta do.
my celebration ain't like rest of these basics.
They showed off a solid 2 words of Spanish. That's crazy.
Oh, ¿de qué hablamos? No, yo sé más de español de que usted dice, papi.
Oh, he walking.
Bueno.
Pero no hablo bien. Necesita hablar en inglés para mí.
Guys, our good.
All right, Dora.
Wow.
Habla inglés porque mi amigos no entienden español. Por favor.
All right,
And then watch Sam come here. And then watch Sam come here and speak Chinese right now.
There, you got me there. Also,
right,
I think she
continue your
has.
list.
I think she has great future potential.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting for all that to happen. Next, I have Aizawa. He's best teacher. He put in some work this arc, especially. So good on you, Aizawa. Kirishima is next. He is best bro. What more needs to be said about that? Next, Mirko. She is. Well, that's just simping right there. Next is Toga. She.
Yeah.
I love her story that's going on right now with finding out that her power is controlled by love and that she can use people's quirks because she loves them and all that. I love that, and how she was shunned by society because of the way she thinks, not just because of her quirk, but because of how her mind got twisted because of all that. So I love every aspect of that. Got number 4 with Deku. The only thing different I'll say is Deku gets a lot of hate because people are afraid of how relatable he is. And that's a topic for another day. Twice number 3. He jumped to number 3 because of his death. And just the way he lived his life. Because again, just like the chapter said, it only took one bad day for him. Shigaraki also jumped to number 2 because not only because of My Villain Academia, but this arc also showed his future potential as well. And I am excited for where he is going to be in the future. And number 1, the man, the myth, the legend, the Baku Ghost himself. The main reason with this is because I see a lot of my younger self in Bakugo with the way he portrays his anger because of how everybody hyped him up as a little kid saying, oh, you're going to be so great. You're going to be so awesome. What happens when he gets to high school? No, you're mediocre compared to these kids. There's other people that are better than you at other things, and you're realizing that. So you're not the best at everything, and that's what makes you so angry, isn't it, buddy? Isn't it? So I can relate to him, and I love the journey that he's going on. Keep going, Bakugo. Don't die. And if you die, I might drop My Hero Academia. So there's my
Sean, how you feeling?
I can't speak Chinese, but I'll do you one better. Yamugu Govori Puruski. That's Russian for you guys.
I was about to say it's Russian.
Why? This nigga was in the mafia, but
It's because I do know a bit of Russian myself too. So I was like, oh shit, Russian.
To that Squid, I'll say Imamona Bitumuku. Now, Sean, how about you talk about your list?
let's continue where we left off with my list. So we went over Skeptic, we went over All Might. Aizawa, like how everyone's been saying, he's basically Dad Zawa of the series. He's been there with Class 1A. He's been protecting them the whole time, and specifically this arc, he was the one keeping the heroes in the fight with Shigaraki. If it wasn't for him, also a little bit of Manual as well, keeping his eyes dried the whole time. He was definitely a huge help in that. And I'm curious to see where we go with Aizawa moving forward, considering we don't know what's going on with his eyes, but also with him cutting off his leg, whether there's going to be any healing on that part, or if he just moves forward with the injuries that he has obtained throughout this arc thus far. I'm curious to see. Next, I got Toga. Toga has always been interesting. I think I just have a thing with crazy female characters too, which puts her in this list. But I do like what we are getting with her moving forward, especially just with her interaction of going to Ochiko and asking trying to find answers to her questions, but I think it also just has to do with what we learned about her upbringing in My Villain Academia and her just going through court counseling, being suppressed for most of her life, and now being at that age to where she's actually just living based off her impulses and her personality. It's interesting to watch, and I'm always curious to see where she's going to go. And I think that also ties into the one above her, which is Ochiko. I've loved Ochiko since the beginning of the series. She's just adorable throughout, but even with her feelings that she has for Deku, watching her kind of push through those feelings and kind of just going through with, I want to be a hero and I want to make that the priority. It's always interesting to watch her do that, and seeing how she's made upgrades to her suits, especially with the wires that come out of her gauntlets and how she can do like 0 satellites now. I think that's really cool, and she's always improving, and I like watching that. Dabi, or as he has now been revealed as Toya, he's always been that edgy bad guy. I think when he was introduced, it's like, oh, he's got a cool design, and he's always in the background. And throughout the series, he's always been doing stuff on his own, and it's always been the mystery of like, what is he doing when he's not with the League? And then finally coming to the reveal that we've been waiting for with him being Toya, and just fleshing out all of the stuff that drives him to do what he does, and why he's followed Stains for so long, and that ideology, and then just being with the League. It's definitely going to drive that wench into the Todoroki family drama that we've been getting thus far. And I think it's just going to be something that's just going to make it that much more interesting as we move forward. Twice being next, everyone I think has mentioned everything about Twice, but I've loved him since his beginning, being the Deadpool ripoff that he is. But I love the split personality, the chapter like 113, whatever his solo chapter was that we got with him. 115, thank you. So 115, just fleshing him out even more, and just having that one chapter just to be with him and show the humanity behind a villain in the League of Villains was nice to have. And then just leading all the way up through My Villain Academia, going through his breaking points, actually pushing through his trauma to where he could clone himself again. And then being the fact that he went through his trauma was kind of the reason that led to his death for Hawks to kill him, because he just became too OP and became that trump card for the League of Villains. So just his overall character, the journey, and just what we got with him, it was short, but I loved everything that we got with Twice. Shigaraki is definitely an interesting one, just because from where we started out with him being the gamer brat villain and the beginning to where we are right now with him has just been an amazing journey. Very mirroring Deku in a way, to where Deku's becoming the greatest hero, where Shigaraki becoming the greatest villain. And just with My Villain Academia, and especially this arc, his character has grown leaps and bounds. It's grown over the series, but I just think these past 2 arcs in particular have definitely pushed him forward. And I'm curious to see, with All For One fighting for control, how that's going to push Shigaraki forward. Next, we have Hawks. Hawks is just a cool dude since his introduction. I feel like everyone's kind of mentioned about him. I can't really add anything else to Hawks. I really like his character. Endeavor has definitely shot up just with the growth and the journey that Horikoshi is putting him on, not for redemption, but for the atonement that Horikoshi is putting him on. And the fact that then we now have the Toya reveal and how that's going to push Endeavor forward, I'm really looking forward to that. Mirko, basically stand out for me of this arc for sure. She is the one that kickstarted this arc. As soon as she jumped and kicked in the morgue door, that kickstarted the fights throughout this arc. And just watching her for 3 chapters going head to head with the high-end Nomus, and she's really, like, I think the one of the few heroes that has the kill counts, I think, this arc, where she killed Mocha, she killed a high end, and she also killed Little John as well, but Nomu. Exactly. So I've loved Mirko since her introduction, but those 3 chapters that we got of her definitely just made her a permanent character for me, especially with her fighting through the pain of losing her arm. It's awesome. Mirio is definitely one of my boys that I love in this series. His fight with Overhaul was the moment I caught up reading weekly for My Hero. So being able to go through the journey of the binge read I had with the Overhaul arc up until that point, and coming to Mirio's final moment in quotes with losing his quirk in there just solidified him as one of my favorite characters. And then just having that moment of him coming back, which I think is controversial for some, but for me, I liked that moment and I can justify it. But I like Midoriya as a character, and I can't wait to see what he does in the series moving forward now that he is kind of back in action. And then for the top three, I have the Trinity themselves. I have Todoroki, great character. I've loved him since we started to flesh him out during the sports festival, and then just his journey that he has been on with trying to build up his quirk, use both fire and ice at the same time, and then also coming to terms with his family and just the drama and just the baggage that comes with it. I like that what we have gotten thus far, and having Bakugo and Deku along with that ride, them being kind of involved now within the Todoroki family drama. It's interesting to see. And then now with Toya being thrown back into the mix, and Todoroki coming to terms with having to fight his brother, even though he can't really do it. Watching him those last couple of chapters, just kind of going toe to toe and not really going all out. It's going to be interesting to see when we get that rematch again with Shoto and Toya later on down the road. Will be interesting. Bakugo, I mean, what else is there to say about our king explosion, murder god, dynamite? He is the angry nerd that we've just come to love over the series. The growth that Horikoshi has put him through has been amazing, to where, as people have said, it hasn't been a shift in his character. It's just been tweaks here and there, to where you still have his base character personality of just explosion angry boy. But you can see those subtle changes, especially with him rushing in to save Deku, and the flashback of him training with Deku, seeing how he's coming to terms with how he was in the past and how he's internalizing that and moving forward. And I'm definitely looking forward to the eventual talk, if we ever do get it, between Deku and Bakugo about where they were, where they are right now, and hopefully where they can go moving forward. It was kind of teased during the Afro Deku chapter flashback we got, but I'm looking forward to when eventually that ever does happen. And then Deku, I mean, I fell in love with the series with the main character in the beginning with Deku, and just the journey that we have been on with him has been amazing. Definitely relate to him in some aspects, I think, as many of you guys have mentioned as well, but just seeing the journey he has been on, going from a boy with no powers to being bestowed powers, but a power that breaks his body and being able to push through that, has been an interesting journey to go on with him. And especially with the ending of this arc and with whatever we're going to get in the aftermath, I am very excited and curious to see how Deku is going to internalize those events and then push forward into the future of what My Hero Academia has.
Bakugo's name is like a pimp named Slickback. You got to say the whole thing.
Yep.
All right, let's go.
Or
with
a tribe
Bulk.
called Quest.
Okay. So I went over mine briefly, I guess. Like, again, it was how they connected with the story. But I guess to more elaborate, Kaminari, like he's the most realistic kid character of them all. Like we all know a Kaminari in our lives. We all know what he's like. And he's just really cool, and it's been rewarding seeing his development and his relationship with Jiro in the background. However little you get of it, when you see the more you see it grow, you can tell there's clear development there. And also, he was on the front lines for this arc, both at the mansion, and he was pretty key in hyping up the kids against Makia. Love that kid. Tokoyami, his whole thing with Hawks and him basically just being directly under the main three, like, he's really cool. There's so much potential for his character. And the exciting thing is that now that Hawks is basically going to have to retire, he's kind of going to have to take his place and learn to surpass him, and how he learns about the spy stuff. That's going to be really interesting. Momo, she's basically the leader of 1A when Deku and Ida aren't around, even more so than Ida, actually. She was the one who just keeps everything organized. She was a major player in keeping everything together, and she's really the reason, along with Kirishima, why Makia was even subdued this arc. Without them, without them, the main group in Jakku probably would have died. So all the way from the final exams and up till now, really cool to see her development. Kirishima, love my boy. He had, like, for a while there, he was building up the relationship with Bakugo, and he was just kind of like the cool, fun friend. And then he got more into his backstory and overhaul, and you realize that he's also a lot like Deku, which is where I guess kind of Bakugo substituted the best friend relationship for a while. And also, I'm very interested to see his development with Mina moving forward, because they seem to have their arcs seem to be coming intertwined now, especially with how he was there to help her when she froze, and he's probably going to be the one to help her overcome that block in the future, and that's going to be really rewarding. All Might, he hasn't been around really for a while. He's been in the background. I expect him to shoot up more when he enters the fray, or at least when we get to
He's like Deku's dad. He hasn't been around.
Well,
like All Might's character that like we got a lot out of him early, and like early on, he's very much like the mascot of My Hero Academia.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And
sure.
now
he's still a mascot in some ways.
But now he's also just that depressed dude in the background.
Yeah. So I really love what Horikoshi has done for him. He could have just killed him off and given like the most dignified exit, like that you normally see of mentor characters, but he had him stick around and he had him see the consequences of what being the main pillar, and then that main pillar being gone, how that ended up. So yeah, that was brilliant writing on his part, and it's going to keep playing out, and it's going to be really cool to see how it all wraps up. Hawks, big breath of fresh air. When he was introduced, that signaled a whole change for the story. There was a lot more intrigue inserted, and him himself, he was a greater take on heroes, more so than even Endeavor, because Endeavor was straight up a jerk before, and is learning to walk back from that and accept his faults. Hawks is in a different gray area where he's like, he's not necessarily a good guy, but he still does what needs to be done, and there's a tragedy behind him where like he was kind of pushed into this role. And the amazing thing is we still don't know a whole lot about him. There's a lot of sections of his history that we still need to know about, and how that relates to the Dabi speech bubble, we'll see. Twice, beautiful character arc. When you first see him, he's this Deadpool ripoff, and he's interesting, but he grows more and more. And again, a lot of tragedy to the character. I think of like this applies to all the league to a certain degree, but him especially, you just feel if he didn't get bumped onto the wrong path, he would have been fine, right? He was a good guy on the inside, but things didn't shake out that way, and his goodbye scene is just it was perfect. It was perfect. Toga, now she's just a tiny little bit above Twice for me. She's also a very there's a lot of tragedy behind these characters that people don't really register at first until they look at them.
Which is why MVA is the best arc.
Well, we're not at that yet.
I know. Sorry. Go on.
Toga had, she was just the kind of the cute yandere at first. She was like a fun character. Then overhaul, you started to get a little bit more into her. It's like, wait, she's not just crazy. There's a lot of calculations going on in that head of hers. And then MVA, where you learn that her quirk has affected her chemistry, how she thinks, how she sees the world, and she wasn't really counseled properly on it. It's like still what she does is terrible, but she's another interesting foil. And how Ochako is going to keep relating to her, that's really that's going to be key to both of their development. Aizawa, this is a character that I think gets a little overshadowed somehow, despite being one of the more popular ones. he gets overshadowed by a lot of characters because his arc is more understated. It's not like as in your face or direct as Endeavor, Bakugo, Shigaraki, Deku. He develops in the background, and he's kind of like the typical stern, no nonsense type of instructor. But over time, as he bonds with the kids, you can tell there's a clear love there for them. And then the whole thing with Shirakumo and his backstory, it's just how that's he's going to be a big player moving forward. Endeavor, one of the most brilliant feats of writing in this entire series has been Endeavor's arc. It's just he's an abuser, and the brilliant thing is Horikoshi knows exactly how to handle this, because he doesn't have it be this standard redemption story we see a billion times before, where the family has to come together because there has to be resolution there, and they have to forgive the abusive figure for what they did. No, that's not on the Todoroki family. And Endeavor realizes this after a long period of time and a lot of self-reflection. When he sees All Might's withered form, that's just the shock he needs. It's like, and he's able to, and then being able to register the terrible things he did, just washes all over him, and it reconnects with this inner hero that's still inside him, because he's not a straight up hero. He's not. He's in a lot of ways everything that's wrong with it, but he's also everything that Hero Society has come to rely on at this point. So they need him. So brilliant character. Now these next three, I mentioned this before. They kind of swap around. Todoroki is in a place. Shoto, he's in a place where between his father, between Dabi, between how Hero Society is going to think of him, between his mother, he's got so much to deal with, and it's all tied together. He's going to be a key part in resolving the story and resolving this key conflict concerning heroes versus villains, and how Hero Society creates villains, and the merits of Quirk Society versus Hero Society. It all culminates in him, where he represents both sides of the conflict in a lot of ways. And yeah. Now again, Bakugo, I have a concrete top two, but Bakugo switches from 3 to 4 depending on the day. I just decided to put him in 4 just for recognition's sake, I guess. He's probably got the best character arc in the series. Like, let's be real. He's so entertaining to watch. He's got clear progression right from the start. And even when it didn't become evident what the arcs for other characters were going to be, even Deku, it was very clear with Bakugo. He's got to learn what he did was wrong. He's got to learn how to apologize to Deku. He's got to learn how to be the best hero he can be, not because he's strong, but he has to recognize where he's weak. And where he's weak is how he treated Deku, and by extension, how he treated his fear of being weak. And yeah. Now, Ochako, this is personal preference. Of the character arcs, is it as interesting as Bakugo's and Todoroki's yet? No. But at the same time, she's the foundation for the hero Deku is today. And she's she is the one person that's never doubted him, even once. Like even All Might at the start was like, even though he was his main pillar of support, Deku's main pillar of support, Ochako was the first person who really said, no, you can do it more than anybody else. And now that this whole thing with Toga has opened up, right, where that's going to go, that gives me a lot of hope for a character. Like, even if it's not immediate, I always look at the long term, and I think it's going to pay off really well, because she's going to be key to the story moving forward. And yeah, that's it. And so here we get to the top 2. These are the centerpieces of the story. They're where it all happens. This is the main conflict. Shigaraki. He was also one of my favorite characters from the start, because I knew he was going to be very pivotal in, like, his development was going to be very key, because you had to see him go from being go from being this lame, edgy loser to somebody legitimate. So, and I kept telling people, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. You just got to wait. He needs that push. And then overhaul happens and he thinks about how to grab the bullets. Then MVA happens and it's a wrap. You get to see his origin story. You get to see how he has been screwed over. You get to see why he does what he does. You get to see all of the development that springs forward from that. And you get to see how he's going to be a driving force, going to be the driving antagonistic force until the end of the series. He's one of the best villains we've gotten in a long time. I love his design. I love his design upgrades. I love K as a concept. I love how he's this ultimate embodiment of destruction. And I really love his relationship with Deku. And that leads us to our main man, our guy, our hero. He's where it all connects to in the end. No matter what, he is always going to be the guy that brings it all together. And I think what I appreciate about his arc is that he starts from a place where he can be anybody. He can be you, he can be me. We all want to be some sort of special person on the inside, but sometimes you can't be. And that's his defining struggle at the start. And from there, as he learns to accept the responsibility of being the world's greatest hero, of being a protector, he has to learn about how to juggle that. And that's where Bakugo comes in. That's where Ochako and Todoroki come in. They're going to help him shoulder that burden. They're going to help him carry on. They're going to help him solve this ideological question about what it means to save, what it means if a society fails certain people and makes them turn into villains. What is going to happen there? How that's going to resolve, and also his personality himself. He's just a really likable kid. He's a good person. All of that combined, it's always going to be my favorites. And yeah, those are my top 15.
So real quick, I respect that. Reezy, I know you messaged me. You said you got to leave soon. So I want to let you get not only your like top 15 off, but any thoughts about this entire spreadsheet, anything like that. Any 2020 thoughts, like as people are leaving, I want you to go ahead and get those off. And then after that, I'm gonna have Ian do the same thing because I know that Ian said you might have to get off soon too. So we'll cycle you two in, have you finish up, and then we'll go from there. So Reezy?
Okay, so briefly, 2020, I felt like going into 2020, just overall my hero, I thought it was going to be really hard for Horikoshi to find a way to top what he did in 2019 with My Villain Academia. But I feel like it's just a testament to the guy's constant effort and improvement that he managed to find a way, not only thematically, narratively, and just action-wise and pure entertainment-wise, to top MVA with this war arc that we've had over the course of 2020. It's been almost like, not even almost, it's been an honor to be a YouTuber each week, to sit here and like talk with your peers and your fellow just fans of the series each week about history. My hero is going to go down in history as one of the greatest shonens ever. And to be here documenting it each week, is an honor, honestly. But briefly, I'm going to just run down my top 15 until I get to the top 4, and then I'll elaborate on them because I got to go soon. But at 15, I got Twice, 14, Shoto, 13, Ochako, 12, Shigaraki, 11, Mirako, 10, Hawks, 9, Tokoyami, 8, the God, Shoji himself, number 7,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Mr. Compress at number 7. We got 6, we got Kirishima. 5, we got Inasa. 4, we got the king of pettiness himself, All for One. All for One. Like we were saying earlier, I just love how petty the guy is. The guy just doesn't care. Usually villains are like these super powerful guys who have to be like stoic and like condescending. Granted, All for One is all those things. Infinitely powerful in his verse, condescends, but he talks his shit and he plans galaxy brain schemes to back it all up and make sure that no matter what the outcome is, his will is the winner. Whether it's him, Shigaraki, whatever the case is, I respect a guy with a plan, and All for One is the man with the plan. And at number 3, Bakugo. Bakugo, man, I just respect the kid's tenacity. Like, at first, I'll be honest, I didn't really like him because I felt like he was a bully, and I don't really like bullies at all. But the kid, he got it early enough in his life to where he realized, yo, this kid was never looking down on me. This kid only, and when I say this kid, I'm referring to Deku. He got it early enough in life to be like, this kid just wanted to help me. He looked up to me, and I shat on him for my own faults in life. But Deku, I have been reading comics and superheroes for almost 20 years now, and Izuku Midoriya is one of the greatest superheroes in fiction. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart in all sincerity. Like, the kid just wants to save people, even at the cost of himself. The lives of others are way more valuable to him than his own safety, than his own life. And I feel like that's a very interesting dynamic for me, because a lot of times superheroes like Superman, I'm a huge DC fan. When Superman gets out all super strong, he just runs through everything, saves the day. We never really get to see the repercussions that often of what happens to his family when he's out there doing his superheroing. But Deku, he can't control All for One that well yet. So when he goes out there and he is that hero, he hurts himself. And then we get to see how his mom reacts to it. And that's tough. And that fight with Muscular, it will always stick with me, because in Shonen, I feel like a lot of times we forget that these are kids. So in that moment where Muscular was going to crush him and he was apologizing to his mom, that really hit me, man, because I love my mama. And honestly, it's just like that was a real moment for me, because it was just like the kid was going to die. And like, he just wanted to apologize to his mom. And at number 1, Endeavor is my guy, because I feel like I relate to him on a lot of different levels. Granted, I'm not an abuser, but was I always the best boyfriend in the world? No. Was I always the greatest son, brother, uncle? No. But I feel like a man who can identify his demons and overcome them is a man who cannot be stopped in life. And there is far more value, in my opinion, in a man who can overcome those demons and choose to atone for the wrong he's done within his life, opposed to asking for forgiveness for those sins that he's committed. Endeavor is just, he's a beautifully written character, in my opinion, from top to bottom, all the way around.
All
That's
right.
my top 15.
All right.
I respect it. Make sure you guys are subscribed to Reezy. This man used to do the MHA Fight Club. I don't know if he's going to bring
coming
that back.
January 20th.
This shit is gas.
Hey, so just so y'all understand what MHA Fight Club was, Reezy would hop on Twitter, grab a couple characters and be like, yo, dog, what y'all think? And then go ahead, let people run their discourse, have their arguments, and then boom, you get this content where he like not only gives his own opinions, but factors all that in. So if that's the kind of stuff that you like, make sure you subscribe to Reezy. I drop his channel in the chat. It's in the description too. Make sure you subscribe to my boy.
Yeah, and can I say something real quick, Aniki?
Yeah, Ian, after Reezy, it's you.
Oh, perfect. So real quick with the Reezy thing is just simply that I've been following his channel just for a really long time, and it's just been really interesting to see how he's grown and like made his content better and really goes out of his way to make it like really good and like enjoyable to watch. So you definitely got to support the guy. Like he puts a lot of effort and heart and soul into it, and he's real small, so just give him all that love. He deserves it.
Same love you give us. Plus he's one of the day ones. Plus Reezy is also one of the core church members. He came a little bit later, and he might not be on here, but his schedule didn't line up. But when we started this church, he was part of here, and he always have a spot.
That's actually, that's important to remember. The very first Billboard stream we ever did from last winter, Reezy was on. So there you go.
Hey, I'm off on Sundays now, so just let me know if you guys want me in there more.
I'll just slide you that link.
Oh yeah, shit! You said that word, know what it is.
Just slide it.
All right.
All right, thanks, guys. I'm gonna see you guys later, man.
All right,
see you, dude.
I see you, bro.
And then, like I said, I'll have to probably go after my list. So thanks for allowing me to go. So All right, so number 15, All Might. So All Might has, in my head, an asterisk next to his name because he's kind of like the Uncle Iroh of the series, and like if for Avatar: The Last Airbender, where Uncle Iroh in Avatar was built to be perfect and built to be likable, and just built to just like you're supposed to be, oh my gosh, I love that character. And so All Might for me is just, he's so perfect, he's so great, but like everyone said, he's just not around as much. But when he is around, like you just really feel for the tragedy of his character. You feel the heart, the way he's drawn whenever he's in his small form. Like he's just so lovable. He's so great. So he's number 15. After that is Mirio. Mirio's best boy. I really feel like he came into his own whenever he realized during the overhaul fight, whenever he was forced to like say like, yeah, you know, I let Eri go for very like not superficial reasons, but for pragmatic reasons. I wasn't thinking about saving her as like a person in that moment, and that like not weakening his determination or soul, but to actually make him more powerful and more stronger and more determined. So perfect. Shinso. After that, Shinso. What I really like about him is that he's like this, just like this sneaked in character who, as far as I can tell, seemed to only really was supposed to matter in the sports festival. But he got so much popularity, and he's got such a cool design, such a cool quirk. And I just love that Horikoshi was like, all right, if you want to see Shinso, I will give you an arc that is dedicated to, a part of it is dedicated to seeing this character show out and show what kind of a hero he wants to be. And the moment whenever he was fighting Deku, and he originally said like he wanted to fight Deku and prove that he was a hero, but instead he uses his quirk to calm him down to prove that he's a hero and basically fulfill what he wanted, which is that his brainwashing quirk can help people. That was just really, like, once I made that connection, he really just jumped up for me. Does anyone else say that?
I heard that.
Oh, does someone got an advert for a wheelchair going on?
Like,
what the fuck was that?
I think that was Flo.
Yeah, I made it a point to mute him just in case that's a copyrighted commercial.
Someone
Okay,
was doing
cool.
research for Deku.
Yeah. So then we got Sun Eater. Sun Eater has my favorite hero name in anything ever. I love that it's this idea of this self-perpetuating hero who he doesn't feel like that he's the sun, so he has to eat off other people who are brighter than him, and therefore it's like this perpetual like, oh, I'm not strong, but because I feed off the strong and their energy, I become the strongest, and therefore since I don't believe I'm the strongest and I still need that light in my life, it's just this perfect, like, he's just this perfect little embodiment of heroism through friendship, and that's just really cool. Then we got Bakugo. What I love about him is just simply that he, like, you just have to admire the progress he's had, even if by the end of the series or where we're at now, you look at him and you say like, nah, like this character's annoying. I can't get over the fact that he's so loud and obnoxious. But you have to acknowledge like how much he's grown and admire that growth. One of my favorite moments with my friend who absolutely hates Bakugo was after the Bakugo versus Deku fight, and Bakugo spills out his heart. All Might comes in, and we afterwards we talked about it, and he goes, "Yeah, I still hate Bakugo, but fine, he can hug his dad." So I was just like, "Yeah, you gotta admire it." So Bakugo's great. Jiro, I just really love her role as a hero who shows that you can be a hero just by using your own personal talents. That's just a wonderful message. Overhaul, I made a whole video about understanding Overhaul. He has so much nuance, so much detail, and he has some of the best art in the series. And he's just honestly the most despicable human being in the whole series because he tortures Eri, and you can't get worse than that. After that, we got Toga. Toga is one of those Aizawa moments for me where originally I was like, yandere, boring vampire character. She just says weird stuff. Who even cares? But once it got recontextualized and I saw what a tragedy her character was, I just couldn't help but be like, oh my gosh, she's so fascinating in every sense. Then we got Twice. Twice is just incredible. I love that he starts out as this unassuming Deadpool knockoff and then becomes one of the most relatable, understanding characters in the series. Love that. Then we got Endeavor. Endeavor's great for all the reasons everyone said. Shoto, what I love about Shoto is that he starts out as the angry rival, and instead of it being very minor things like, oh, he's still the angry rival or still like the moody, soft, like angry boy, but sometimes he smiles, and that's how you can tell that he cares. Like, no, Shoto legit switches from like this angry boy who walked up to a villain and said, hey, I froze your whole body and now your skin's gonna die off, but if you tell me what I want to do, I'll let you go. To now where he's at the point where he's like, hey guys, like maybe we should like throw a dance party because dancing would like make people happy and stuff. Like, do you think that would be a good idea? I'm like, oh my gosh, he's the greatest. So I love Shoto. Shoto's so good. He's good with kids. And that's great too. Number 4, Gentle Criminal. Gentle Criminal is the most ridiculous character in all of MHA. I can't believe that he exists. I can't believe that this character legit has scenes where he just pours coffee or pours tea in the air and it flies all over dramatically as he talks about changing society and just all this great stuff about him. He's so funny. And just based off aesthetic and personality alone, he was in my favorite characters list. But once he became an actual person with his backstory, it's over. He's in the top 5. Number 3, Shigaraki. Love Shigaraki so much. He has some of the best imagery in the whole series, and I think one of MHA's best strengths is its art. So sometimes I just like to go in and just look at the expressions on his face, look at the way he composes himself, and it's just so fascinating to watch his journey. Eri, like I said, I think Eri is a great character. Made a whole video about her called Appreciating Eri. There's so much stuff with how she embodies the idea of being a victim who can also be a hero, the fact that she self-sacrifices but shouldn't have to because she is the victim in the situation, and realizes that the only way that she can be saved, or realizes that she wants to be saved, but she also wants to save others, and that is equally valid. And so the only way to save them is to let them save her. And so she takes Mirio's cape instinctively and is reminded that, it's to wrap up little girls in pain, and understands that she is that little girl in pain and needs help, and that she wants to help too. And that's just great. And then finally, Deku. I just so relate to Deku. Everything about him just speaks to me so much. And I just love the idea of a character who is so willing to self-sacrifice everything, that he is given the most OP power, but to use that power, it comes at the cost of his body. And while I know a lot of people hate the fact that he backtracks a lot in the sense of when things get tough, he reverts to that mentality, I think what makes it so special is that's the same with a lot of characters. But in a lot of series, when the characters do that, they come out on top, and they come out on top like standing tall and proud. When Deku does it, it leaves long-lasting consequences. It has very negative things that happen to him. He still comes out on top, but it's just the amount of damage he's doing. People look at that and they disrespect that aspect of him. They disrespect the fact that he's so self-sacrificing, and then they find it annoying because you want to see the main character punch more stuff and be cool. So, but I love that about Deku so much. And my favorite scene with him in the whole series is when he's crushed under muscular, and Deku doesn't get a lot of cool lines. Like, he's not that type of character. He's very straightforward, and this isn't even a cool line. But the fact that he gets crushed under muscular, he's willing to die because he thinks that Koda has escaped. And as soon as Koda reveals that he's alive, he says, as if I would let you kill him, which is Deku in a nutshell, is that he will die for anybody. But the second that there is someone in need, he will get up and he will win because he is going to save that person. And that's why Deku's so great. So those are my top 15.
Love to see it came through with the Deku love.
Very descriptive.
Yeah. BG, you want to go next? Well, actually, Ian, do you want to get your final thoughts about 2020 MHA before you head out?
Yes. I got to go. I love meeting everybody here and all the people here. Like Sean Ross, I've seen your videos and stuff elsewhere, anime lately, all you guys. I'm just really happy that so many people have come to Anaki's streams because he puts so much work into this. And so I just thank you guys for kind of basically like validating what he does and the fact that all the effort he's put into. And then just also, Anaki, just thank you so much for putting this together. I wouldn't have met so many great people to discuss MHA with and just make new friends that I now have. So just want to say thanks to all you guys for coming. And of course, thanks to Anaki. So you guys are great.
So am I going to go last?
Yeah, awesome.
Squid, you want to go next?
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right, Squid, you go and then BG next.
Oh, no, you got to save the best for last. Let him go first.
BG go then.
If we're going to do that, I have to find my draft sheet. Hold on.
You ain't got the spreadsheet open?
No, because they always wait for me to go last, so I just didn't think about it.
No, you gotta save the creme de la creme for last.
Does somebody change that shit?
All right, you know what? Yeah, here. I'll do my list.
No, I'm on mine now.
Okay.
I'm just going to do like everybody else did, just go from just only talk about the top 5. But yeah, it's at 15 Rappa, at 14 Kaminari, at 13 Momo, at 12 Sun Eater, at 11 Erotica, at 10 Mirko, at 9 Twice, at 8 Endeavor. Yes, 8 Endeavor 8. What is it? That's
He deserved to be higher, like top 5, top 3.
At 7, Tokiyama. At 6, Bakugo. And now we're at the top 5. 5 is Dabi. Always been Dabi. I just didn't want to say it. I just never said it because I was like, you know what? I can't openly be a fan of this character.
You kept it in the closet, correct?
He hasn't done anything yet, but he's always been cool. Always been awesome to me. And hold on one second.
The man is a midget. That's a song by R. Kelly.
What is it?
Oh, stop singing Trap in the Closet.
Okay. Anyway, then there's Deku. I mean, at the start of the series, Deku was my favorite character because there wasn't anybody else I would find as interesting as him. Because one thing I hear people say a lot is that Deku is generic. He's just standard. I don't see it that way. I don't think I've ever seen him in that light as a standard MC because too many, like for example, I've seen his character type before. I can definitely say that that's not unique to me, but I can say that the type of character that he is, I don't typically see that as an MC in a battle manga. So that was already interesting enough to me. And then when I get to see his when I get to see the fact that one of his main character traits, which is him wanting to save others, is conveyed in a way that it's not necessarily seen as a positive in the extent that he goes for it. I thought that's also very interesting. Something that I don't think I've ever seen before actually. So that's something that gets him in my top 5. And then there's Shigaraki. Shigaraki, when we meet him in USJ, I'm thinking to myself, he's a cool character. Because I remember when the first season came out in the anime, I think it was IGN said that they found him to be underdeveloped, and I'm like, underdeveloped? He was only in like 3 episodes. What are you expecting from him? I thought that was a bit of an unfair criticism, but I could kind of see like I don't think he's that. I don't think he's that like interesting yet. But then when we get to when we get to the end of the field training. No. It's before field training. When we get to the encounter, I think that's the first time I saw potential in Shigaraki. I saw him as a character. I'm like, okay, actually, I need to pay attention to him because in the future, if he can give me scenes like this going forward, I think I'm gonna really enjoy him. And we get to Overhaul and onward, and I'm like, yeah, never mind. I was right. It was right to hold out hope for him. Because now I think he is probably one of the most interesting characters in the series. And yes, he will be in game. None of this all for one nonsense.
Yeah, exactly.
And then there's Hawks. Okay, I don't have much to say about Hawks other than even though I try to make myself appear as a very critical person, I'm also a meathead at times too. I think he's awesome. I think he's really cool, and that's really all I have to say about Hawks. That he's very interesting, he's a complex character, but he's also really cool. And that's really the main reason I like him as much as I do, because he's really cool. And then there's Todoroki. I'm the only one with Todoroki as my favorite, but I guess I got to go at that a little bit. Todoroki in that first arc is boring as hell. Could not give a shit. Then we get to Sports Festival, and I'm like, oh wait, what? Okay, you have a very interesting story. And then I see exactly where that goes, with the abuse and the change, and how Deku had him really do what everybody expected of Deku himself, is to have some major snap shift. But seeing that, I was saying to myself, okay, so I wonder how he's going to be going forward. And lo and behold, there was not a snap shift. That is just that, what is it? Years of abuse and you not really being a very social person doesn't just go away in a heartbeat, not in reality. And they convey that well here, especially when Hori even himself pointed out that, you know what, I don't think it would make sense for him to fight Bakugo. So you know what, I have to make it to where he hasn't overcome his trauma just after one talk. That's not going to happen. And I'm
Yeah,
like, okay. So,
it was like a few weeks away from drawing the chapter, and he changed it last minute. He was like, "Nah, that doesn't work. It needs to be Bakugo winning, and because Todoroki isn't really trying."
Exactly, and stuff like that is like, okay, now that's something I never really see. I love it.
Yes.
And I see consistent little things, like small little gross, even things like one of the things people try to slander Todoroki for is like, oh yeah, look at him. If he would have gotten better with his fire instead of using his ice and JT, they wouldn't have been able to use the shit. Well, you know what? I love that. I love it a lot because actually this just makes perfect sense. Now, even though he's not completely a slave to his trauma, he's still been having to get over the fact that he's been using his ice exclusively for 10 years. I don't think it's too far-fetched for me to say that, oh yeah, if I've been doing something nonstop for 10 years, I'm going to just be a creature of habit.
Everybody expects the development in the series to be step by step by step, like you're going to be able to telegraph it just like anything else, when really Horikoshi opts for a more realistic approach where development just doesn't happen and everything changes. It's very gradual. It's a shift. That's how people are.
And that's exactly what puts Todoroki in his very slow but certain development as my favorite in the series, and why I consistently enjoy seeing the minute but still important changes that he showcases every chapter he's on screen. And that's the end of me. And also whoever and then there's the one before that, Baku sucks.
Wow.
Screw you, Flo.
Okay. Also, real quick. So before we ran this poll, and Coyote asked me in the chat, how did the final poll for the who's your favorite member of the church shake down? So I'm going to officially announce the results. Everyone ready for that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna start at the bottom. At the bottom with Shisui. He's currently reading My Hero Academia. He's actually doing a read through right now on the TL.
He just passed Bakugo Rising chapter. He literally just passed.
So he got a vote.
He'll be done in about an hour.
I don't even think he voted. I think he just got a vote. There's Dustin. Dustin's got 3 votes. So that's number 10. Then you got Flo. Flo managed to secure 4 votes.
You're like hell.
Look at him go.
Then you jump up to Sayez, who I thought was going to score into the top 3. And Sayez is all the way down here at number 8 with 10 votes. Then you got number 7 of Ponzu.
Let's go!
With 11 votes.
Should have been 6.
Making that last minute surge to take Crust place was Rexor, aka Rex. Ian solidly took. Also, Ponzu and Rex both had 11 votes, but Rex's votes came later.
So I have still the Crust symbol on myself. Okay, that's good.
We love it.
So Ian secured 5th with 18 votes. Now, this is where things get complicated because Squid went inside of people's DMs and started coercing them to vote for him.
Wow.
Only 8 people. So it became 14.
So Squid would have had 14 if he wasn't out here coercing people.
So he cheated.
Yes, he cheated.
Yeah.
He was in people's DMs. But
so to like a politician. Interesting.
But that still would have left Squid at 4th, at 5th place, and Ian would have been 4th then. So there's at least that. It's not too bad of a stretch. Then in clear 3rd, much to his pleasure, because he doesn't have to be Hawks, is Archbishop East.
Yeah,
22 votes.
Sir.
I didn't run a campaign on Twitter because I would have got in 2nd place, and I wasn't gonna do that. So I just let this shit ride.
Shit, you might have got 1st. BG is in 2nd at 25 votes, and your boy Aniki is in 1st at 42.
Congrats.
I think the biggest dark horse was BG rising up because BG said, "I already know where I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get 5th place," and then thinking BG skyrocketed to 2nd.
Well, the thing that I like about that though is that BG consistently said, "quote I am everybody's 2nd favorite." So like him showing up for 2 just works. And for countries that voted, we have the United States with 95 votes being the main bulk, with 24 votes going to me, 16 BG, 16 Squid, 12 East, 8 Rex, 7 Ian, 4 Ponzu, 4 Flo, 2 Sayas, 1 Dustin, 1 Shisui. United Kingdom was the next highest with 11, 4 for East. So Brits love East, 2 for me, 2 for Rex, 1 for BG, Sayas, Ian. Canada, I caught up to Ian, 3 for me and him, and then 1 for BG, East, and Squid. Belgium, Ponzu and his siblings voted, so 3 for Ponzu, 1 for Squid. Brazil.
You know what? My siblings watch our shows. What do you think about it?
Brazil, 2 for East, 1 for Sayas, 1 for Ian. Mako, me, Sayas, East, Squid. France, 2 for Ponzu, 1 for me, 1 for Dustin. Germany was 2 Sayas, 1 me, but 1 of those was Sayas, voting for Sayas. India, 1 for me and Ponzu. Spain, 1 for me and East. Australia, 1 for BG and Sayas. Italy, 1 for me and Sayas. Chile, 1 for Ian and Squid. Philippines, 1 for Rex and Ian. The Netherlands, me and BG. South Africa, 2 for me, BG, 2. The Maldives, Ian and Dustin. Pakistan, Ian. Hungary, me. Squid. Squid got Sweden. BG got Portugal. Peru was acquired by me. Serbia, East. Puerto Rico, BG. Jamaica, me. Oh, somebody from Jamaica voted for me. Panama, Ian. Slovenia, BG. Taiwan was Sayas. Algeria, Ponzu. Saudi Arabia, Ian. Nigeria, Squid. Nigeria went to Squid though, and Bangladesh was mine. So that's how the global breakdown of the votes for the poll worked.
1, 2, 3.
And shout out to those of you all around the world who were voting on this stream before you even came here and are
Mr. Worldwide.
Yeah, boy.
All right.
Which means I'll just run a poll after this too and see who the people's favorite like guest and like person was. So Vash, you want to talk about your list at all, or do we want to transition into power scaling? Do we want to keep talking favorite characters? How's everybody feeling? Because I know we've been going for like 4.5 hours.
No. I didn't get to do mine.
Fine, Squid go.
No. Is my time gonna get cut short?
Squid go. Just make you got 5 minutes. Go.
All right, fine. Okay, so for hold on.
4 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right, so for number 15, it's
You're on the clock here. Go.
Kirishima is very relatable, and he makes my meathead cells go clap clap. 14th is Rappa, again meathead, clap clap, fight, smash action figure. Fat Gum, again, he's a lovable piece of fat, and he's raw Kino swag drip. Overhaul, I really enjoy him. There's some Buddhist references in his gang that I actually like a lot. But he's also a pretty bad person. Number 12, Dabi. He has a really deep Frankenstein reference that I enjoy to the novel, and he has a lot of parallels with the old Endeavor. Number 11 is Toga, because she represents what quirks that tangibly affect your psychology can do to a person, on top of just in general being a very just interesting character in general. Number 10, Muriel, because he kind of represents that like All Might brand of heroism the best. Number 9, All Might. He would be number 5 if he wasn't built like something skinny like a pencil.
Did you say the pixie stick before?
Yeah, pixie stick. I could have went with beef jerky, etc., but I'm not gonna go there. Number 8 is Gentle, because he's kind of what we all kind of end up being most of the time in the society. We're very rarely going to be the extrema of the quirk spectrum, and that's just a fact. We stay spitting out here. Number 6 is Aizawa. He's very interesting, and with his backstory, it's recontextualized with his strictness with the students because of Oburo's death. Number 5, Bakugo. Um, It's a very like realistic representation of children who've been given like very high expectations and they feel like they have to live up to it, and when they don't they feel immense anger. It's a very realistic portrayal, and he's grown up and got some time to introspect on himself, which is great. Twice is a very tragic character. He's always been kind of stooping lower and lower in society. Even till now, he got manipulated by yet another elite in Hawks, but you know, he's a kind of a dark reflection of the society they live in. Number 3, Endeavor. Again, he's made some utterly reprehensible mistakes. No, not mistakes. Mistakes imply it was accidental. Um, he's done very reprehensible acts, but he's realized his demons and is trying to become a better person. He's also just a very competent hero, and he's just genuinely trying to be better. He's trying to atone for his sins, and Dabi's the karma of his past. Number 2, Hawks. Hawks represents the type of heroism the government wants, and again, he's also kind of a reflection of how the government kind of views people. They're as tools to push their agenda and protect the status quo. It's kind of manipulated him into becoming a killer for the state. Again, most of my top 5 are tragic. Number 1, Tomura Shigaraki, just for what he represents, a symbol of freedom, liberation. He's constantly getting better as as a villain, as a leader. He doesn't always succeed, but he adapts, and that's very important to his character. And he's just became just more capable and has experienced a lot of real growth. And number 0 is Baku Prostitute.
All right. Hey, Aniki. Well,
Mm-hmm.
all right. Well, let's since we're already 4 hours in, and I can see some of the viewers dropping, so let's hit this out with a bang. I think everybody really came here for the meathead clash, so I think we can breeze through the rest.
Because what I was gonna say is that like for my top 15, the only character that I really want to talk about in mine is Dabi, and the reason, like, because like I said, like I was a background fan, and the reason for that is that I appreciated like all the stuff within Dabi's character, but I technically didn't have like proof that what I felt about him was justified. And I'm just going to point out that like I'm looking back at my top 15, and you can kind of tell that the overhaul arc being placed as like my number 3 arc makes a lot of sense when you realize that Eri, Overhaul, Night Eye, and Mirio are all in my top 15 characters.
See, there you go.
So that's kind of where I'm at. My question is that because we've been going for a while, so like for this meathead portion, maybe like let's condense it down a little bit so that we can have like a little bit of fun before we all like go out. Does that sound good?
Yeah. But I'm just let y'all know about my list. It don't fucking matter. The top 15 don't matter. I value every character damn near equally as in shit. Like I can make a list and I'll start a top 1 being Twice and Tokiyami top 2. It really don't matter because it can elevate, fluctuate. I reread something, they just swap in, hop out. I love all these characters near and dear to my heart. They make me feel shit I couldn't even imagine. So top 15 don't really matter. All the characters go.
All right, so does anybody really want to like adamantly go into their top 15 favorites before we like start talking about other stuff?
Sure, I'll do it.
You already did, Squid.
No, I didn't.
You just talked about your favorite 15.
Yeah,
no,
you did.
The top 15 in the verse.
Oh no,
not yet.
I was asking about like favorites, not
no. So I will talk about my top 15 quickly. So
wait, favorite or scale?
Favorite. So just in
okay, just make sure you're not redundant. Go.
So the most of these characters is because I like more potentials for character when it's about overall. So my top 10, you get All Might, and from All Might just like more people that I liked. So I like a lot. So Crust for what he was, Compress for what he can bring to the story right now, lore wise. Mina, I just love her character design and everything. and Mineta, the potential that he can have for later. Same for Mina. Mirko, I just love what she did for the arc overall. Tokoyami, potential, character design, his quirk. And yeah, the character too, Mirio, because he was one of my favorite top 3, I think, last year. But yeah, you people came in the top 10, like best genius. The way that he came, he showed that what a hero is, a professional hero. I really like that. Aizawa, one of the best teachers in anime right now, just as a teacher, a room teacher, and what he does for his school, for his students. Dabi shook everybody here. His quirk, his story, the way that it was portrayed, and everything. Shigaraki, he's the second coming of Jesus, so he should be in LA. He must be your top 5. Midoriya, because I really recognize myself in him. And it is something that really more than I'm discovering about Deku, or more than I'm also accepting stuff about myself, I will say. Endeavor is also this. Endeavor, Midoriya, Bakugo all have sides to them where I recognize myself, or just characters that can show me a better way, you know. Endeavor and Bakugo, the potential to be the better version of yourself, even and to accept your own failure in life, your thoughts, and going forward. It is something that's not easy to do, and it is perfect presented with these characters. And Midoriya, it is something that he has to learn about loving himself, and giving himself that he's not worthless if he's not saving people, because it is a real and I recognize myself in that. So yeah, that was my top 15.
All right, Ponzi, thank you for keeping it brief.
All right, bet. So here's my question, because I'm looking at people's list for power scaling, and I'm not necessarily seeing anything particularly crazy. So instead of going through people's list on power and asking you why you place certain things where, let's flip it a little. What are some matchups? Anybody got any matchups in mind?
Before we talk, okay, I want to see who y'all got, and obviously a easy wash would be. It's funny, Geaton going at Hawks is a completely different matchup. Because, would you agree?
Giten and Hawks?
Yeah.
I want Getten and Bakugo. Yeah. I think those are two surprisingly similar characters, and it would be interesting to see that matchup. Of course, we know Getten's still around. PLF weren't arrested, so there are a lot of fights yet to come that we're not expecting. There are going to be some cool surprises.
Yeah, I bet so. I want to see Miracle versus Geaton. That would be a good matchup.
My thing is Giten is so unlike Dabi, who's just dropping fire everywhere. Ice doesn't instantly just cook you or destroy you or anything like that. So for a lot of in a lot of ways, it's just he's throwing hard objects at you that happen to be really cold.
Yeah.
But he does have a lot of technique and versatility, though. I think we haven't gotten to see that because he did pull up with the fisticuffs with little giant ice beaters when he pulled up on Dabi, and he did his dragon thing. And since we haven't actually gotten to see him actually go all out because he's going against a fire user, so they just clash and nothing happens. Clash and nothing really happens, just big things. But I think if he really were to get a proper fight, you could see a better showcase because he has the skills to pay the bills. He just went against Dabi, so that wasn't much of a showcase. And the mansion thing don't really count because he pushed everybody back, but then Cementos caught him off guard. So that was just that.
I think Mirio is going to be very interesting moving forward because now he's got his powers back. It's oh well, you can just put him on the front lines anywhere. He's basically top 3 heroes automatically now because a lot of shit happens.
So yeah, that's a good thing to talk about, Volt, because I think I said this, I think you said this, and we've had a couple people pop up and say this. Mirio getting his powers back is so that after losing an entire gamut of top 10 heroes, we have the guy who was compared to a top 10 hero actually lead the charge. That's how I've been looking at this.
Yeah. Until Deku is able to overcome his problems and properly step into leader role, it's going to be Mirio for right now.
Yeah, because
if you look at the trajectory, it was All Might as the leader, and then it was Endeavor. That didn't work out. So now it's Mirio, one time, one for all candidate, paving the way eventually for the proper greatest hero to lead the charge. That's going to happen after some more Deku development. And I know there's talk of a sequel manga, and we'll see what happens, but I think maybe we end the academia portion with Deku ready to step into that #1 role, and we go into the sequel with that journey continuing to be expounded upon.
But that's if we have the top 10 type of ranking still after all this type of incident. If we still have that, then is Miro and the big three, Sun Eater, and Planigide, they will fill in that top 10 ranking because Hogs, Endeavor, they're right now in commission.
That's probably what's going to happen. It's probably just going to be chaos. It's like going to be an unofficial top 10 where it's like, now we're just scrambling. We're just going to put together what we can because we're kind of screwed over right now. There's a lot of villains running around.
With the backlash, with everything, what the heroes have faced, I don't see them like getting ready for another top 10. It's like, all right, here's your new heroes. That year are going to be funded in later.
It's going to be very makeshift. They're just going to have to get whoever they can, all the third-year students, just put them on the front lines. You got no choice. And that's just going to cause more friction.
That's also another issue, though, is that, like, because now that you mention it, you remember the Billboard chart is hosted like once every 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
And
the next one should be in 3 months.
No, it shouldn't. The last one was in roughly October.
They also held off on it because of the events of Camino.
Right. So it was technically a little late.
Oh.
So we're in late March. Now let's say it was a couple weeks late. Like let's say that like it was supposed to originally be in like August, September. This event is actually timed around when the next Billboard chart should be rolling out in society.
That's interesting.
That is
motherfucker.
Or within a month of it, basically.
Oh shit.
So like we're gonna have a bunch. Like last Hero Billboard chart, it was a show of strength. It was a flex. It was like, hey, yeah, All Might left, but that don't matter. We got NG. We got Hawks. We got Genus. Headshot. We got the hippity hop mistress. It's all fine.
You got Crust.
But here's the thing: is that not only did these like top 10 get roasted, not only did that crusty motherfucker become a dusty motherfucker.
He's so disrespectful.
Are we spitting?
So disrespectful.
I didn't know we were supposed to bring bars.
But you have Gang Orca, who was number 11, who is also looking like he's potentially dead. Then you have Shishida, who's like number 13, who might also be dead because he's involved with like training Ojiro and them and all this other stuff. So you have like the top 10 through like hell, Fat Gum, number 55 hero.
He's gonna be top 20, top 10 now.
No, he's gonna be dead now. I don't see Fat Gum living.
Man, chapter 296 is gonna hurt.
I stand by either we get like. Because like to me, Fat Gum living and Sun Eater living doesn't work. So like to me, like Fat Gum, like you got to go out. Because I think like one of the tricks will be is that we'll lose a lot of auxiliary heroes. So Fat Gum feels good to hang out with. Bye. Midnight. Oh, you got a gag. That makes people laugh. That makes people smile. Bye. That's kind of what I'm looking at, like as the progression for these. Like the elimination of these characters.
You know, the brilliant thing about this mid portion section of the series is that, like, I have a clearer vision of how things can go than I did, like, say, Naruto, or whatever. I know people keep bringing up concerns. It's like, oh, is this going to go the way of the dodo? And is the writing going to fall off? No, we're just hitting the most interesting parts right now. And people really need to absorb that.
That's true.
I'm back.
Nobody missed you.
Ooh,
of course.
Boo this man!
So also, because I remember we had this argument on the last Billboard stream. So real quick, like Volk, Sean, Sam, Bash, Watkins, how do you guys feel about Eraser versus Hawks?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Okay.
Why?
Oh, I wasn't there for that one. I remember that one.
I feel like Hawks doesn't really get affected all too much because doesn't Eraser not affect like actual like
he
homogeneous?
specifically turns off the quirk factor, so Hawks wouldn't be able to control his feathers anymore, and they'd probably just all fall to the ground or something.
Okay, so then it becomes just basically a ground fight at that point.
Right.
Aizawa was
Yeah, so it's Hawks with his feather blades versus Aizawa with his scarf.
And it would
battle.
It would depend on if the Hero Commission, when they trained Hawks, did they train him in hand-to-hand combat?
Yes, for sure.
Anything like that, you know?
Okay. Wait. So because Pons was getting all aggressive and excited, so I got to ruin that for him. So yes,
I did hear Sam talking, but he didn't finish his thought.
Oh wait, Sam, what were you gonna say?
No, you finish first.
Okay, so here's the thing though. Yes, Hawks would have been trained in like hand-to-hand combat, but you also have to factor in that like if Hawks gets his feathers turned off, then like half of his training is now also turned off. Whereas all Eraserhead is trained in is beating the fuck out of you and looking at you.
Absolutely.
It's the whole Batman situation.
So like an equal fight with Eraserhead is not actually an equal fight. It's
also
with the martial artist that has an experience gap over you.
Hawks is a manlet. Like there's a height advantage there too. Aizawa's a pretty strong guy. So
also Hawks pulls out a sword. Like Eraser literally was ready to shank like Shigaraki when he was pulling up. Like if you think back to that, like when he's got like the tears, like the manual water like salving his eyes and Shigaraki's running at him, he's literally reaching for his knife like, nah bro, you in the way, don't make me stab you. Like
I kill you.
Not only this, the fact that factoring the speed of I forgot his name.
Aizawa,
Hawks. Do you think that Aizawa could follow the speed of Hawks?
Is that speed relative to him having wings or not? With his wings?
Yes, I think
all he needs to do is actually literally look at the nigga. He's not incompetent. He has enough like capabilities. Like all you had to do is look at him, and it's a wrap.
From what we know, Aizawa, I just read it. So Aizawa, his quirk only affects people who has like quirks that can produce stuff, and I forgot the other thing, but Hawks, he's a mutant though. He's a mutant.
No.
He's having wings. He's mutant though.
So one of the things they talk about is how like during the overhaul arc, they specifically talk about how he reaches into the quirk factor. So like what he does is that he doesn't like make Ojiro pull his tail back in. Instead, Ojiro just wouldn't be able to wag his tail.
Yeah, it's like a limp. Yeah. It's like a limp appendage that just basically he can't control.
Yep.
So like if Eraser looks at Hawks, all that telekinetic feather shit.
Yeah, that goes away. That goes away for sure. The
flapping of the wings. Also
But thing is, don't you think all the training he has done will also tell him that what happened if he can't use his wings, he will know good combat skills, close range, and everything if he couldn't use his wings in close combat range?
But at that point, though, we're comparing somebody who spent 15 years fighting and training in those scenarios versus
somebody who's been in those scenarios.
Yeah. Well, no, both Eraser and Hawks have both been trained, but like the difference is that Hawks has been training in a scenario where like over half the time he does have his quirk, whereas every time Eraser has ever trained to fight someone, it's been under the assumption that his only advantage is that he is looking at them and going to punch them.
Yeah. And remember how this would go with Hawks. He's so fucking used to his wings. He's not ever come across somebody like Eraser that just negates your quirk and they're like, oh shit, I gotta do this. That's all Eraserhead does is fight different people with different combats and different scenarios pop up. It's not always just, okay, I did this and I tag you. It's like, okay, some people are extra durable. I got to do this to still take these niggas down. I gotta do this, I gotta do that. He's way more like experienced and versatile. Any situation, he's like, I gotta use my hands to get past. My eyes, I stop you, but you can still move. Like he's still used to fighting niggas. I'm pretty sure niggas, and it's just like that. I'm pretty sure he fought plenty of people on the street that still got hands even without their quirk. So he's more well off than Hawks is once that quirk stops, and that's dead weight on that nigga back.
So the thing is with Hawks, how I see this fight going out. I'm not saying that Hawks is completely defenseless without his powers, but I would say in a hand-to-hand combat, Eraser would beat out Hawks. And since Hawks wouldn't be able to use his feathers, his wings will probably slow him down more than it would help him, because they're just going to be there. Then like he has to just fight hand to hand with his wings, and he can't move them. So
yeah, that's true.
What did I wait? Are y'all talking about the power scaling shit?
Yeah, we're in power scaling now. Hawks versus Eraser.
And I do also have another question. This is unrelated. We could switch after, but we could still talk about this topic. But I do want to know how many people in the series currently could beat a high-end Nomu.
A very select amount.
Yeah.
1v1, right? 1v1, right?
Yeah.
Now, are the high-end Nomus fully activated?
Hold on, I'm gonna go
Okay. Let's structure it like this. Let's structure it like this so we don't get too crazy. Let's say the ones that Miracle fought, that's tier 1 at the high ends. Okay. Mm-hmm. Then you got the ones that they fought, that Miriam fought, who are almost on the level of Hood, or basically on the level of Hood and strength. But then you got Hood, who has the strength and the intelligence, so he would be at the top. And then you would have the other ones at the middle, and then you got the fucking ones that just woke up in the lab at the bottom.
And would this be a 1v1?
The All Might Nomu was just the.
Well, he's a little bit different breed. He's a special case in his own category because he does have notification.
A question:
so that's like kind of different.
Are we talking about overall characters, past and present, or are we talking about current characters?
I think they mean current characters.
I'm going to argue that while Woman and Abara didn't have like the pure power of Hood, they were far more intelligent. Logically, if they were to stabilize, one could say they would also be physically stronger than Hood.
No, that's why we agree. That's why sectors did off like, okay, Abara didn't get the full time to prep up. But when the rest of them are at the field, that Miriam will fight. Miriam said they're just as strong as Hood, but Hood is smart.
So we're only considering. So it's never going to be the best case scenario, correct?
1v1, you pick your high and noble. Like, okay, I say Miracle can take out. She can take out the ones that Miriam will fight on the battlefield. But then again, a 1v1 versus Hood wouldn't go the same. It's like that.
True.
Yeah, and plus we know that once those high ends got stabilized enough, like she wasn't able to kill anyone after the one she just ripped the head off with her thighs.
They were literally too fast. Hood had. Let me tell you how dumb Hood was. Hood had Hawks level speed. Okay, this is a quote. He was fast as Hawks. And you know what this man did every time Endeavor launched an attack? He just stood there. Now give that same speed stat to Woman, who was deducing like Aizawa's whole like modus operandi. Guess what? I honestly think no current hero would beat a fully stabilized Woman.
Well, technically, Hood was floating there, not standing there.
Yeah.
Obviously, he could just move around with that. You get.
So let's get these cards going. Let's get these matchups going. So who y'all got? Can Mirio take out Hood?
No.
No. And Mirio even states that he doesn't have the power, I think, to take out all the Nomos he's currently fighting.
Okay,
would you? I don't think he can either. I've been saying that from day one, but nobody wants to listen to me.
Would you think Giin or Cementos could take out a high end, and no matter which rank it is, but a high end in general?
I think this is going to sound controversial. I think Cementos could. I don't think Eden could though.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
I think Edshot has a good chance.
Yeah, I agree with there. Definitely agree there.
I think Edshot has a
with the
better
power
shot
levels in
than-
MHA is that there's just like this solid high tier where they're basically kind of all on the same level, and on top of that, specialize in different things. So it's hard to scale them. It's very difficult to scale them.
Like, for example, do you favor brute force over, for example, like elemental damage? In that case, like, we have strength quirks that are above Enji's physical strength, but you also have Endeavor that has the ability to induce immense elemental damage that can hurt regen quirks because of how hot his flames are.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually one of the things that I like about MHA kind of is that we kind of talk about this sometimes where the power system works like a video game.
Mm-hmm.
Where like, you know, like even quirks to a certain degree, like with Mirio, like being able to kind of bounce off the ground, quantum tunnel type stuff. Where there's like this video game aspect where in some games you have like this focus of like, oh, slashing, poison, elemental, like fire, water, like this breakdown of like different damage types and all kinds of stuff. And that's actually really consistent in My Hero. I don't know if you guys remember back to like the Hell's Curtain scene. But there's literally like Endeavor's like Hell's Curtain, and like Shigaraki's like, whoa, bro, my face just cooked off. I should do something about this and go beat up this guy. And so like, but what Endeavor says there is like, oh, if you don't have a flame, like if you don't have a fire type quirk, you should actually just be down bad and terrible right now. Yeah. Like you shouldn't be able to just stand in these flames. And so I think that aspect is like once you get to like high tier, it starts becoming about like a combination of matchups and what kind of damage you do.
But then you get to like god tier, like with Makia, All for One, All Might, and in that case, it becomes another like a brute power contest.
Yeah, there's kind of like this weird arch that I think that like abilities go through where it's like, okay, you have a basic power that's good. And then like as you spread out, it's like, oh, this complicated ability has a higher skill floor. But then like once you hit that floor, it has like higher dividends. And then like there's like that middle tier where like Gina's quirk, for example, doesn't necessarily have like the best raw power. But as you like get equipped with it, you get access to like the carbon fiber, the leather, the all kinds of different like. Also, I just remember we were talking about why like best Gina's not using like different types of fibers. Leather is his worst type of fiber, which is made from skin, which means that human flesh and like muscle fibers would be like very low affinity. That's part of why like Gina's can't just stop people. There we go. But like once you get into like this upper echelon of like refined quirks, it literally comes down to how good is the matchup, But then you hit a point where it once again becomes like, nah, you're just OP. Quirks like All for One.
Yeah.
Even the Shigaraki's just his quirk. The moment that you touch something around him, it just goes away to dust. So yeah.
So like for me, I don't think any of the top heroes can take out a stabilized Nomu.
For sure.
Okay. Yeah. So my stance on that is it's possible if they go into the fight with the right mindset. I.e., if Endeavor had gone into the fight with Hood, not expecting to capture it, but instead had been like, jet burn. And while it was like, oh, my insides are a bit toasty. Like, if he had been like, oh, it's struggling and starting to heal. And just like cooked it to death and just like called it a day right there. He one-shots the Hood in like 30 seconds. Like that's how quickly he rotates through that thing.
Yeah, you're basically giving it like, here's a matchup, you have a day to prep. It's like if a hero has a day to prep when they know their strengths and their weaknesses as well as their opponents, they could possibly hold their own against a high-end Nomu. But if this is just like, okay, this fight starts now with no prep time, it's a little bit more, it comes down to, all right, how well skilled are you with your quirk? And can you improvise on the spot, not knowing your opponent's strengths and weaknesses?
And are you willing to kill? That's the other thing.
Also, look at like a fighter like is intelligent as Woman was after just 5 minutes of being born. Like that's the incredible part.
I mean, Woman was able to
like the full half day. You give it a full half day that Hood was given. One could have said that, like, you know, she could have arguably outsmarted these veteran heroes in their own game.
Yeah, and the prime example of that is as soon as Woman realized that her quirks were erased, she looked around and saw Aizawa was the only one not really fighting anyone and said, okay, that's the person that is canceling out my powers right now. How is he doing it? And then realized, oh, it's probably by sight, and then immediately jumped behind the vats and suddenly got her quirks back. It was like, oh, okay, here we go.
Yep. Yeah, I was going for a minute. I was going for a minute, but I wanted to talk about it.
Be any hero as of now. That's what I.
And plus, it's also much harder when the Nomus surprise the heroes. Is what the Nomu kind of surprised Endeavor back in the building. He didn't expect for her to like arrive right there and like fight straight up in the whole town and city.
Yeah, but the thing about it, a hero, no, for this specific moment, I understand what you mean, but the fact the Nomus are monsters, and the thing that, like Aniki said, the thing that stopped Endeavor to go really full out was the fact that he was trying to capture it. He didn't go for the kill, because what we saw with Mirko, because they knew that these Nomus, if they had let them the time to grow, or didn't go for the capture, they would have lost in the end. What she did was directly, if I have the chance to kick you on, I'm doing it. The first thing that she does, she kicks, she take your she was always going for the head, not the arms, not always going for the head, because she had to be little. People like her, she has the brute strength and the speed. But for people like Headshot, what he would have to do is literally going for the head also, because his strength is just being little and precise, and using his speed, because he is almost as speed as the sound when he transforms himself, just to put that power into your head. That will be the best thing that he can do. But yeah, when you get monsters like them who has like they have protection around the head too. They like the Nomu that took the arm off of I forgot her name, Mirko. So it's really these monsters right now. I don't see anybody in the Hero Society taking them one-on-one, or maybe in teams. But having these monsters around as a army is really scary. You just have to send one or two. They can destroy the whole city right now if they really want to.
Oh, there is one character that comes to mind. It's like headcanon, because I don't know the full capabilities of his quirk, and I don't know how strong he
Watch him
actually
say
is.
Bakugo.
Oh, damn. No, I'm kidding. It's what's his name? Wow, what's his name?
Is it
The
Nero?
Ninja. Headshot. There we go. Yeah. Because if he's able to just go into them and just like mess up their brain or something, like I could see him beating them. But again, that's like OP, and I don't see Horikoshi putting someone like that easy, making it that easy for a character to beat a Nomu like that.
So that okay. So like Flow, like everybody was like, not Bakugo Flow, but here's the part where like Flow and like the other Bakugo fans get hyped. Bakugo, like I keep saying, has like one of the best kits for fighting the Nomu, because it's just a bomb. Like, oh, I'm gonna like touch you with my arm made out of. Stop that. Like,
honestly, the two even like putting the like pro heroes aside, I would say Bakugo and Todoroki probably have the best chances to beat him.
Yep. Like they have the best Nomu busting quirks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Todoroki, because he literally showed that like he can freeze, like do a deep freeze on them and then just cook them. Bakugo, because like moves like AP shot and stuff show that they're clearly capable of like blasting through buildings and stuff. Yeah. So you give him like you just do high tier stuff like that. Like with Inasa, like even though sure it's like mostly wind, he can still do something with that. Like he can I don't know, like twister you until you just fly all the way up and then just drop you like 3 miles. That might be enough
able to like condense his air and then like use it to pierce somebody. But yeah.
Inasa, like I don't think Horikoshi would go this route with the way that he can use his powers, because he can control wind and stuff, but can he control the air in your lungs and pull the air out of your lungs?
Please let him sit here, somebody.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Sit here, yeah.
Let me and Sean would have had fun on the Avatar stream we did.
Yep. Let's go to the Zahir way. Oh man.
Hey, Aniki, check the chat.
So I'm looking. Inasa's goated. Oh, she has
No, I mean
shoes.
like for the Zoom call.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, bet. All right, you know what? Does anybody have any major power scaling takes they really want to get out the way?
Bakugo is probably stronger than Hawks.
I actually do rank Bakugo over Hawks at this point.
Yeah.
Considering KFC.
Like after his awakening, like here's
me-
the thing: all the students are about to get awakenings in the next 100 chapters. Like the relevant students, it's not just going to be Bakugo; it's going to be Ochako, it's going to be Todoroki, Ida, maybe Sue, since she's kind of the one part of the main six. But
Don't forget about the goat, the king.
She's only relevant because she's Ochako's friend, really.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I think what's going to happen is
Amanari has a lot of potential.
diving deep into this vestige thing because, and maybe that applies to other characters because, like the world you see in chapter 270, that's not All for One's vestige scape. That's Shigaraki's. All the hands floating and the K, that's his. Maybe a lot of uncertainty, but power scaling, if people were complaining about it before, buckle up. You're just gonna keep getting it. And honestly, it's paced out pretty well. I've seen this.
The story is paced out very well, yeah.
Way better here than I am in other series. Like I want to keep picking on it, but Naruto after a certain point was just stacking power onto power, and they were all different. It was nonsense. Here, it's all logical. It all stems from that for the most part.
Okay, so Volk, I actually want to lead into something that you said there, because one of the things that all my church people have heard me say before, I believe, is MHA is more of a sci-fi than a fantasy. And you might have even seen me say that on Twitter. But the reason why I always say that is because there's certain rules or whatever that applies. And like I had somebody like pop up that I'm not gonna like name drop because I'm not trying to like talk crap. But they were like, oh, like this character survived a fire attack based on plot armor. And I was like,
yeah, I saw that. That was weird.
I was like, that's objectively
Oh, you're
not
talking
true.
about? Are you talking about?
I just said I'm not saying it out loud.
No, I'm not talking about the person. I'm talking about the character. You're talking about Midoriya, right?
No, different character.
Oh,
I'm talking about Shoto surviving. But somebody was like, Shoto survived a fire attack, and that's like they're like, that's plot armor. And I was like, no, like we've had established in the series that if you can produce fire, you have to be able to resist fire.
That's what I said when it happened.
Like people kind of ignore that like these sci-fi elements and consistencies are constantly built into MHA. Like sugar gunks your engine up if you put it in your gasoline. That's why Ida can't drink soda, because if he drinks soda and he has a carbonated sugary beverage, it will gunk up his engines. So like we've had like these consistent rules applied in MHA, even like rules like Newton's third law of physics, where the equal and opposite reaction is applied. Because if you think back to Final Exams arc, when Deku makes it a point to fire off Bakugo's gauntlet, he comments with full cowling active, huh? Bakugo is firing these off? This like dislocated my shoulder almost. Like what? So that tells you right there. Anything that the body is capable of generating, it's going to have to be capable of enduring. And that's part of why Deku breaks apart. His body can't endure with the force he's generating right now.
And whenever there's a loophole, like with Mirio saying that things pass through him, well, light would pass through him and he turned invisible. That's just because like he doesn't want to have people lose track of Mirio when he's doing his thing. Like when liberties are taken, it's very careful. It's for a reason. Just trust that it's the best visual approach to the story.
And Aniki, I think bouncing just off of that point of how bodies with quirks, how they come with that kind of like durability and stuff. I think like the one exception we kind of have seen though is Dabi Toya, to where based on what he's inherited the body that's more accustomed to ice, which is why his body can't handle the flames that from his father's side, because as Endeavor has stated, it's like he inherited Endeavor's fire, but Ray's weak constitution.
I have a counter. Hold on.
Wait, Squid, are you going to bring up the thing we talked about where it might not be that Dabi has a weak body?
The thing is, I just think when it comes to Toya, I think he just has a ridiculous amount of firepower.
That could be the case too.
What he has exhibited is far beyond anything that Endeavor has done. Dabi is straight up melted carbon fiber, and that wasn't even a prominence burn. His jet burn has been shown to be far larger than Enji's prominence burn.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's gigantic. And he's actively burning Shoto in that little, in that scape of fire he has.
So
in chapter 293, like ever since they were when Toya was hugging him and he burns him, he's actively getting burned. So if Shoto is getting burned by Toya, and Enji and Shoto is not capable of anywhere near what Toya is, it's more reasonable to come to the conclusion that, well, Toya is, it's not a matter of being less durable. It's that he is just ridiculously powerful to where no one can handle that level of flame.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely. And I just wanted to bring up too, I think even if it's not that case, maybe like going, because I just had it pop in my head, the quirk singularity theory, to where your body can't handle the powerful quirks as they kind of get passed down through genetics and stuff. So that could also be a scenario as well, to where Dabi, Toya just inherited just a powerful fire quirk, and just because of just the quirk doomsday singularity theory, this could be the case to where his just body just can't handle the amount of power his quirk now has possessed due to genetics going down through the ages.
Yeah, and the main reason why I lean into this is also because like we were kind of goofing around and looking at like some of those power scaling calcs. Like if you look at the power scaling spreadsheet real quick, you'll notice that Dabi is now like in my top 5. And the reason for that isn't just like, here's some arbitrary Dabi wank. It's, we looked at like the carbon fiber thing, and like when I did a chapter review of it, I pointed out that carbon fiber's melting point is supposed to be like 3,600 degrees Celsius, but to actually like boil it, to like just have it like bubbling, you have to hit like 4K Celsius. Now, our sun is about like 5K Celsius, but a lot of red giants and like those kinds of stars are actually like in that 3 to 4K. Like there's like a lot of low tier stars, more or less, are Dabi temperature.
Mm-hmm.
So
I've been found a specific compound that can generate that amount of fire, of just heat when ignited. Specifically, it is C4N2.
So yeah, like
let me address them real quick too. Ida is still the fastest boy in class. If you wanted to count how Bakugo they wanted to count how Bakugo was faster than Ida, but that don't apply the same, because if you remember when Bakugo did do his speed blitz to Genus, who was literally right behind him after that, and he acted after him. So he gave him a head start. He still acted after him, and then he still sped up and caught up to him at the same time.
No.
They like to play. They like to downplay Ida's speed for whatever reason. I just simply don't get it.
Ida went first.
Ida was
when they aim for Genus.
Yeah, Ida went first. Ida was closer to the combat there. That's why people say that.
He had to drop off Bakugo. He came closer, and then Bakugo had to stop. Had to fly from where he was left.
That's why he said, "I can't take my eye off you," because he literally set Bakugo down, ran back, and Bakugo came back through.
Yeah, and plus we don't know if Ida was actually running at his fastest, dropping Bakugo off to the Nomu.
Again,
We don't know.
He has trouble turning.
Yeah, he doesn't have to go full Recipro anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he needs Recipro to hit those speeds anymore, because we saw him rip out his exhaust pipes. Plus, we've gotten 3-4 months of training, so we kind of need to see a payoff there.
Yeah.
So he was
probably gonna rip out his engines again before the end, just for a final power up.
Oh yeah, no, I need that. I need to know that Ida ripped off his engines again, and because the thing is that the thing that I like is that Ida will rip off his engines or scale up in speed, lose control, get control at that speed. I kind of want Ida to go ahead and lose those engines for the last arc, and it's yeah, I'm sacrificing my control for in Recipro, but his base speed will be super high, and it'll be no, you don't understand. I ripped out my engines before this.
Yeah,
this is different.
We're not going at you. I'm just saying in general, not you specifically, but people like to downplay anything Ida does at all times. I really literally do not understand it. They at any case in point, they literally try to downplay either speed or any feat he has or anything that he does. I'm talking about you specifically, so don't think I'm trying to single you out.
Yeah, no. I would say that like Ida's still gonna finish way faster than everybody, regardless. But I do think right now, like Deku, Bakugo have like caught up to him, and I do think part of the delay, regardless of how you feel about like how long it took Shoto to get there, because like yeah, he like stopped to help some people, but there's still like a legit gap that isn't justified. Like he should have been able to just like, what, you guys are going that way? No, I'm following too.
Well, how is this going to compare to Deku's? Because All Might, like during Kamino, like he zips over into the side of the battle in something like 30 seconds or whatever, and that's not even him at his prime. This is him right as he's sputtering out. So,
I mean, we've seen how fast Gran Torino was, and like just now, how fast he was zooming. But that's just him, and that was Ida at joint training. They already said 3 months ago. Then you combine that with I want to tell people the same. Yes, Deku grows faster than everybody else, but the same way you apply Deku's growth and you so many, you need to apply it to everybody else. Like not the same strength, but keep in mind that everybody else does grow too, and they've been working on their entire strengths this entire season. Like Kaminari couldn't do what he could do before these 3 months. I bet you that. And like some of these other kids, like Momo, really put the fucking bro. She made like 20 vials of anesthesia undiluted in like fucking 5 seconds, and then she put like cannons down all time, bro. Like she was like literally, like I guess because it wasn't on screen, it wasn't like that, and I don't know what it was, but I don't think it really sunk in what the amount of work she put in like less than 10 seconds, dog. Like
no, she created a whole warehouse of stuff this arc. It was
like literally like I was like, bro, that's less than 10 seconds. Shawty was like in the bag, like. People
fire retardant clothing. She thought of everything. She went to that,
and that just goes to show the growth of her. Like imagine her in the beginning when she couldn't like think of just something very simple when she was just versing Aizawa. It was her and Todoroki up to this point where under 10 seconds she stepped up to the plate and provided her class with at least a fighting chance against Makia.
We love our girl. More of the story.
So the thing question is,
what do we want to see?
The thing that I was going to say that I love about Momo is that her character arc isn't, I need to get stronger. It literally kind of boils down to, I need to know how to lose.
Yep. And that's a big theme in MHA, actually. All these characters have to kind of swallow their pride, except they can't do everything. And yeah.
So that's why I loved like that particular strategy, because it was like, we got 10 seconds. Here's some illegal drugs that we're not going to talk about. That's the other thing that we kind of like people don't talk about a lot, is that it is directly stated that Midnight gave Momo the order to break the law.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
So
it's like kind of glossed over a bit.
As there's going to be more shit like that as like the fight against the villains escalates. It's just don't pay attention to the rules. You got to survive.
Do you think we're going to go back into the vigilantes route, like without the code of heroes, like you can't kill, no drugs, like
to some degree, and that's why I believe Koichi is gonna make his proper entrance in the series once.
Need that,
and I need that talk connected to me. Give me that vigilante.
Leave that.
But BG, it's okay. This is your bad take of tonight. It's fine.
How is it my bad take? Leave Koichi out of here.
No, Koichi's a good character. What
no, he's not. About? He's
just
boring.
Imagine he shows up like in front of Aizawa and he's like, "Oh shit, not you."
Koichi Aizawa interaction, no, bro.
Give it to me.
Do you know why I like Koichi? Because Koichi is like, because a lot of like mangaka attempt the totally normal teenager route. But like Koichi actually reminds me of like a totally normal like 20, 21-year-old college student who's not actually like running around trying to get drunk.
Yep.
Like that's what Koichi reminds me of. So like even though I wasn't like one of those college students, I still like knew a good chunk of them. So to me, like I appreciate the fact that we have like this character that is very much like your typical like I'm in school, I'm trying to figure things out, and like even.
Even to have friend to be popular.
The way he fumbled the bag with that girl.
My stance has always been this: you can have an everyman character and I can find them, and they can still be boring. I don't think they're interesting just because they're every man.
But like the thing that I liked about Koichi was that like when he like fumbled the bag with that girl, for example, in the early stages, it was like, all right, yeah, like come check out my apartment. And he didn't think about the fact that like maybe a woman would feel weird about having to go all the way on top of a random building in the middle of an alley to like.
He doesn't think about that.
The thing is that like dudes shoot themselves in the foot all the time with stuff like that, where they just like forget.
To me, I found Pop more interesting to me. I always found Pop more interesting.
On the note of that,
Pop is
let me talk about something real quick. On the note of that, I don't know. So for the people that's not the regular bishops and the guests in the stream, it's basically divided. Not that much though. Some people accept that Midnight is basically that because we kind of got it. Like you seen that little mass thing, and she was on the ground. The villain surrounded her, and she didn't get no medical help. So like we know she did. But some people's like, well, I just want to win. I'm waiting on confirmation. So I don't know how y'all feeling, but basically, and since from that last Vigilantes when she took up her pop step, man, I really was like, damn, man. And you see her backstory with how it's tied to Aizawa and Shirakumo, and I was like, damn, man, that's such a good fucking character, bro.
Yeah,
like she is such a fucking like the MHA has some of the most top tier side characters that ever exist, and it really about for me. It's like how like you got so many like you have like their own. It's so realistic how everybody has their own. They're not what I love about MHA. Real quick, is not everybody is surrounded by fucking Deku just because he did MC. Everybody not like, oh, you know what, Deku want to be great. I want to be great. I'm inspired by him. People like, hey, you go do your thing. Well, last time you seen like a real in-depth combo between Momo and Deku, like that. Rather than you seen it with Jiro and Momo, like people have their own cliques and their own interests and hobbies, and that they resonate with each other more so. Like you didn't see Deku and Kirishima's flashback when they were just chilling on the couch, like regular motherfuckers would. Like we always stream, but if we went to school together with Quirks, we just be like, yeah, we just chilling. You know what I'm saying?
Which is why that's when Deku is going to be recognized as the chosen one. Then that does happen probably soon. That's going to be pretty cool. That's going to be pretty cool to watch.
Yeah.
No,
But yeah,
even the group. You can talk.
I was just gonna say it's just typical high school right there. Like, and that's what Horikoshi gets so well that other story writers haven't gotten too well in the past. Like he gets what it's like to be an awkward teenager or somebody that's trying to find their being or their way in life. And you know that's shown with many characters. Jiro is one of the biggest examples of that. That's honestly why I put Cultural Festival as my top arc, because it shows not only what you can do with your power, but that you don't need to punch some villain just to save a life. There's more to saving a life than just punching a bad guy. It's saving people from themselves and their own trauma in life. And Horikoshi gets that so well in his series.
Okay, just so you know, Watkins, you made me think of a song from when we were younger.
Good.
That where did I go wrong?
How to save a life.
What do you mean? What do you mean y'all were younger? I know that
90s opening credit type of song.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not that much younger than you, motherfucker.
Well, like, okay, so here's the thing, right? Is that because I know that like Watkins and I are like 27 up, I know that like almost any reference I make that is mainstream, Watkins should get.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because like I've had like people who are like 7 years younger than me or like 5 years younger than me miss SpongeBob references.
Oh,
so like,
no.
So, like,
That would be weird.
So yeah, it's like weird. Like I'm always like, okay, I can count on the people older than me to catch these references. I have no idea what's going to happen with the younger people.
Popularity right now, as a matter of fact.
That's another dub for me today.
What do you? What do you mean by
but
that?
I did have a question to you guys.
Okay.
But I want to know, with Bakugo and plus Deku doing the improvement that they have in the quirks, in the powers and everything, and with Shoto taking a big L by his brother, would you guys want to see a training arc for Shoto to learn his quirks and actually get much better with his quirks, or would you guys want to see that off screen, or at least talk about?
On the same
Talked about. I mean, to be fair, we've already seen. That's how it's always been. So I'd rather continue that way.
Yeah,
I like how Horikoshi does his flashbacks and his training arcs like that, because he's just like, all right, let's just go ahead to do the next thing, and then let's look back on what we learned, just like what we did with Deku, practicing float, for example, because it helped emphasize, okay, he's been practicing the sensation, the feeling, so once the quirk activates, it's not going to be some random thing like Black Whip was, or like what we just saw with Danger Sense. It's going to be like, okay, I'm used to this movement, I'm used to feeling this way, I'm just going to go with it.
I think there's also going to be shorter breaks between the big action beats now. That was something people were complaining about for a while. I was like, where's all the stuff happening? It's coming. You just weren't seeing it because Horikoshi had to set up that this whole society was going to keep crumbling down. So now we're going to have Aftermath arc. We're going to have probably some sort of hospital bit. And then Prison Break's probably not too far off in the future.
The other thing is suspension of disbelief. And I think this is something that gets heavily ignored. But let's be real here. If we were told that Hero Society is this place where the average hero is allowed to be complacent and like All Might like really like establish this era of peace and blah, blah, blah. But then every other arc for like the past 200 chapters, the kids were stepping up to the bat. Who would actually believe that shit? Like, what hero society is there to crumble if the kids have to step up every other arc?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, if they're always the ones saving the day, like in everyday life, there isn't a hero society. You have a fucked up world where kids have to be the hero sometimes. That's what you have.
You got what Midnight was saying. It's pathetic. We got to rely on you guys. This shit is fucking tragic. We fucking pitiful. We have to rely on you guys. And Common are like, nah, I don't think you're pitiful. Nah, you pitiful. You fucking relying on a fucking 15-year-old kid when you 30 years old and you've been in the field for over 15 years. Come on now, dog. Do better. And that's one of my other greatest things about MHA. Well, Aniki likes to call it the stay in your lane effect. Tell me how you a sage, you diss that legendary other motherfucker, you a top tier and you supposedly in your verse, but you get washed. But a 16-year-old motherfucker just come out of nowhere with nowhere near their amount of experience and time and training you put in, and they just beat whoever just because the plot requires it. MHA, we don't do that. Everybody stays in their lane. In effect, and if anybody's ever surpassed, it's been Deku, but it's always been at a fucking cost, and it's always been handled very carefully to put the major players out of action in certain type of ways, so as to not discredit them or their abilities. So he carefully handles Aizawa and putting him out of the situation. But it's sometimes people like he kind of weak, but then you see like nah, he's really strong. It's just like there's certain.
Okay.
That's what I was like. Okay.
Wait.
Some people come through a 3-month time.
You cut out after you said it's certain.
It's certain. I'll talk about this point. You know how some people cut out. Some people didn't like the 3-month time skip, right? But what you would have gotten in that 3-month time skip is basically everything you're seeing now, but redone. It would just been a repeat of the overhaul, a repeat of this arc, a repeat of that arc. When you look at every MHA arc, not one has ever really repeated itself or followed the same flow as the other. It's always been different. So you would have just got, okay, Kamen did this, but he just did it again in the War arc. Wouldn't have been that special. Or it's just like, okay, how many times do you have an overhaul arc where the heroes kind of have to, the big players had to, adults had to look incompetent for the kids to look cool. And then when they do look cool, well, then you had to shift it over and then like, well, I didn't give Ojo a shine, so let me get Ojo a shine because I gave everybody else a shine. And then you got to play back and forth. So it's like, I would have rather had the kid. I know the kids are training. They in the field. Kaminari pulled this big ass move. Ragnarok, Momo can doing all this shit. It's like, okay, this is more cool scene in the action than like, you know, getting all that training, half training, half not stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
And if you want to know what happens in those 3 months, there's a movie coming out.
Yeah. Are we all in the movie will take place in this 3 months camp?
I would
imagine. The team is about right.
I can get with it. I didn't know where, but I can get with it.
Because if you have Deku, Bakugo, and Todoroki on the poster, obviously it has to be when they're training, at least under Endeavor, because that's when those three are together. So it has to be at least during the time when they are training together.
And
also
little time skips where the movies can take place, because he's very excited about each of these movies because he likes seeing them on screen. That's it.
Also, like, can we talk about how like the first movie came out and like Horikoshi was like, "Yeah, I got a movie." And then the second one came out and he was like, "Bro, I saw that shit like 5 times."
Hey, he said that it was the last. He said it's gonna be the last one.
Also, I'm just gonna point out that nobody who decided they hated the Heroes Rising, or like the two heroes or Heroes Rising, whichever one it is, for the second movie ending, who was like, "Oh, Bakugo and Deku working together, that's corny." You don't get to complain about Deku wanting to save him.
I might even say it was corny, but I did have a friend who didn't like that it happened in the movie before the manga, which I think is a fair criticism.
What? No, that's awesome.
No. Because I think he was over. I think it was over. He overreacted to it, but I can understand the idea of you being a fan and you wanting to see something like as monumental as them actually working together in a fight happening in the manga first before a movie.
Nigga, you saw it during final exams, Ark. Pay attention.
You know what he meant. You know good well what he meant. Stop.
My stance on the Heroes Rising ending, I'm very glad that got taken out of the manga, because that does not feel like the right resolution to either character arc. I'm sorry.
So that's the one thing I will say is that Deku and Bakugo jumping Shigaraki is probably not the thematic resolution we want.
That shit away.
It also reinforces to me why I think Deku's got to take on Shigaraki in the end 1v1. You can still reinforce the themes of working together by having everybody else handle the other stuff and the villains. But when it comes to saving Shigaraki or whatever he's going to do, that's got to be all Deku. It can't be anybody else. It has to be him, because he's the ultimate hero. He has to face him in the end. It has to be him. He has to do it on his own. This is the thing he can do. This is what he's going to do.
I would like to say something from this first chapter. Yeah, just a little thing. The first chapter when the first chapter ended with Deku, the older Deku, saying that here's the story how he became a great hero, not the greatest one. That's the thing that I saw yesterday while reading the official chapters. He didn't say that he will become the greatest hero, but a great hero. That he wanted.
Well,
I don't want to cut you off, but actually, no, it's both.
Yeah,
It's both.
It's very vague.
He said it. Caleb said it himself. It's both. It's just that he felt it was safer to just pick great instead of greatest, because it was like we actually have no idea where the story is going to go. So he felt that it would be more like open and less risky to say great, because it's like, what if I'm wrong and when I translated greatest and it's not going to be like that I kind of fucked everybody up.
And looking back at the setup of the scene, it's very clear he means greatest. Like, and honestly, I think if Horikoshi is making what he refers to. He refers to My Hero Academia in a volume extra as his greatest hit series. If it's a story of a great hero rather than the greatest, that doesn't feel like his style. He's gonna make Deku the greatest.
But yeah, the thing about it, Deku for himself, what is the greatest hero is being able to save people. How to this helping people, saving people. That's the greatest. And I'm waiting to see what for himself. It will be which saving, like you said, it may be Shigaraki saving, that might be for him make him the greatest hero, So yeah, I just wanted to say this.
Yeah. So one thing about the ending of the second movie, which I really enjoyed, I'm pretty sure if you guys ever wrote a story or try to like write it, not a short story or a long story, it doesn't really matter. It's your first draft usually is never how you actually like end up going on what path you go on.
Yes.
So when I first saw the movie, how I took it is like I thought he was trying to give both Bakugo and Deku kind of that respectful ending where Deku becomes the number one, but then kind of hands it over to Bakugo after, and Bakugo becomes number one type of a thing. But I appreciate the effort, and I understand where he was going with it, but it was probably just like a knee-jerk reaction of like, all right, this makes sense for now. But like, and then as I start to unfold the story and see what happens, for all we know, Shigaraki probably might not have been the last villain in the first draft of like, My Hero, and it could have been something else. That could have been an awful one. And
wait. I think he was always the final villain because he's his first protagonist.
Yep. There it is, Walt. That's what I was gonna say.
All the way from his one shot, he's like, I just want to do the right by this guy, and ending with Shigaraki is kind of the way Horikoshi sees his journey. So
like literally the title of that first one shot is Tenko.
Yeah.
And the scene in the NBA where he's like standing over that like wasteland is like a changed scene from Tenko, where I think he actually kills his father, which is partially why like more than likely Shigaraki is gonna kill AFO. But like he kills his own father and all kinds of stuff in the original one shot. I kind of keep meaning to like look it up because I've researched Tenko. I've yet to actually find Tenko and get to read it though.
There's another one shot that a buddy of mine named Fletch, he got a special access to. It's where his basis for quirks came from. It's like, I can't remember the exact premise, but like people, I think, turn into monsters or something, and they have unique abilities. And it's basically the basis for My Hero Academia's world, except it has more of a horror bent.
He's a big fan of horror.
Wait, Hori made that?
Yes.
Hori made that one shot. It's a special lost one shot that my buddy owns, and if it ever gets scanlated, I'll be very eager to read it because it sounds interesting.
Yeah, and there's definitely glimpses within within this arc, I think, just with Shigaraki and the art, the horror aesthetic coming through with Shigaraki at times. You can tell that Horikoshi dabbles a little bit in the horror elements a little bit, and it's just really cool just to see him, like, as you were just saying, with that one shot where it's more horror-esque, he can still bring that over with Shigaraki and All for One and everything that's going on. Just an art style is really cool.
That's why I hope that the anime don't go to the censorship, because all these the blacks, the dark side of the society is represented in that horror. And it is something, if you censor this, you're trying to just censor. Yeah, my bad. Because in French, I just translated from French, But yeah,
I thought you just said the blacks.
Yeah. But French, we say that in French, so I corrected myself. So, yeah, the whole aspect of that of the horror is just something that we don't see in our daily life, but it still happens in the real life, and we see that through the story of in My Hero Academia, even in the one shots, not in one shot, in Vigilantes, that there is a dark side in that society that people try to forget and try not to and Shigaraki try to just to show this, that stop to ignore this, it's happening. You have to look at it, and it's really beautiful to see. I don't want the anime to just brush that away. Yeah.
Hold on. Somebody texted me some wildness.
What?
Would you like to share it?
With the rest of the class?
I'll share it in the post-stream discussion.
Okay.
All right.
Fair enough.
No, we actually might have one more person pulling up too. They said they'd be here in like 2 to 3 minutes.
Oh,
so
is this special somebody we were talking about before the stream, or?
Now I'm trying to think of like which person we talked about before the stream.
Oh yeah, okay. I'll say okay. So it's Shisui.
Big guy in the manga community.
No, I know who it is.
Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, no. That dude. So like those people are like off doing other things, which is fine. Like Pineapple was maybe gonna do this, but I'm pretty sure his girlfriend locked him in to like doing like holiday stuff. So like we almost had Pineapple too, which just would have been like more fun.
I'm very excited. Well, if it is who I think it is, I'm really excited to get him in here because I just saw his take. I want to hear it.
Yeah, that's me right now.
I actually have to bounce. If your girlfriend just got home, and we're gonna go eat dinner actually.
All right, Bash. Hey, Bash, you got any final thoughts you want to like air out real quick before you head out?
Damn, on top of my head right now, no. But if I'm done eating dinner and y'all still on, I could come back. But at the moment, I don't have any idea. But all I say is that I'm excited for what 2021 has for my hero. Was in hold for the series and the growth. And I'm curious to know what's gonna happen after this arc. It could be time skip. It could be the post about the prison break. So I'm really curious to know what in what direction are we gonna go. So it's very exciting, and I can't wait to talk about it more with you and with Shonen Ronin next year.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. Like we got the Shonen Ronin thing we're gonna start trying to do next year, Sunday nights.
Correct.
Yep. All right. So yeah, that'll be a podcast coming soon. We'll be covering some like more like less My Hero, One Piece, more CSM type beats.
Correct.
So,
but
also read Jigo Karaku by before January so we can talk about it.
But it was nice talking to you guys. If I do come back, it was great talking to you guys. If not, I'll hopefully talk to you guys again next year for sure.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, have a good night.
Thanks for coming back.
So, yeah.
How many outfits are you gonna cycle through, Flo?
Huh? No, this same one. This is a jacket. Yeah, just had a jacket. It was just before I was getting hot, and then like my dad turned on. I switched to something cooler. Then my dad turned on the AC, so I just put on a jacket.
Yeah. All right. So here's my thing. Like before I like keep stretching the stream to let Shisui in, does anybody else have any final thoughts? Because I can also tell Shisui to just show up at a chapter discussion since he wanted to be all kinds of.
All right. So before Shisui comes in, I want to say
Hunter overrated. You're right.
Absolutely not. Wait, where are we taking this from? Okay.
That's another discussion for another day.
So I'm pretty sure. All right, if Shishui's coming, then I'm pretty sure he'll have my back. I'm pretty sure we've talked about. Yeah, Shisui does love Hunter x Hunter. Okay, so only you and BG hate Hunter x Hunter, right?
I don't hate Hunter x Hunter. Where'd you hear that?
Yeah. I remember. We were in the stream. We talked. No, I remember.
He just doesn't think it's the greatest like manga of all time. That's
hating Hunter x Hunter.
I mean, I guess you spit.
I guess
you're either a stan or you're not a fan.
Gotcha. My final thoughts are that.
Those are some interesting thoughts, bro.
All right, so ignore the random East glitch. Bulk.
Yeah,
we're just gonna wind down, and if Shisui's not in here by the end, then we just end the stream. So
this has been the strongest year of Academia across the board.
I'm sorry, Volk.
Yeah, this has been the strongest year of My Hero Academia across the board. We got a lot of character development. We got even more setup. We got resolution to plot lines that we didn't know needed resolving, and those are going to keep pushing characters and story forward. We've got setup for the next saga. We've got potent development for all of our MCs. We got the movie. We got season 4. This was just a great year for fans, honestly. And I think the little bumps in the road that people point out, like the stuff with Eri, is like I get it, but overall, it's just smooth sailing. It's just gonna keep getting better, and I think that we're still not at the best parts, honestly. So that's very exciting, and I'm looking forward to talking to you about it more. I've got the microphone. I can hop on whenever I want. So yeah, excellent.
Love that. Thank you, Volk. See, like, and again, just so you know, Sean, Volk, like Anime Lately already knows, if you're in here, all you have to do is be like, hey, yo, Aniki, I read this chapter. I want to come talk to you guys about it. Boom. It's in your inbox. Just let me know. Any Sunday. So, like, let's say Sean's like, man, I recorded my live reaction. I didn't do my editing yet. Do I feel like talking about it? Boom, come on in, because Sean does like some of the most edited like reviews, reactions on YouTube right now.
Hey man, his miracle shit to this day is fucking sick.
Hey, which ones?
The one where she like the first one was like, oh, it was like you had it. I forgot what hip hop track it was, but she was.
Oh, yes.
Oh my god! Somebody
I
put
love that
somebody
one.
put that shit in the GC. I was like, yo, who the fuck did this? This nigga is raw.
The funny thing is, like that Mirko one, I think if I remember which one correctly, I was originally going to do it to Jump Around by like House of Pain, but I got a copyright claim on that. So then I just went to MHA and used Inasa's theme for it, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Yeah, but thanks Otagi for that. Like, yeah, I definitely put like a lot of time into editing my reactions just because I love MHA and I have a passion for it. I like taking the badass moments that happen within the chapters, just trying to extend them a little bit, but then also emotional moments too, like with Twice's death. Like I made like a whole like kind of like flashback in memento memoriam type thing for him too. So yeah, I definitely like this. Taking the time for my reactions is definitely a lot of fun, but very time consuming. But I guess since I'm talking, just saying like MHA for this year as a whole has just been amazing. I think this is definitely has, like, as it's been stated, the strongest year, or at least one of, for MHA and Horikoshi as a whole. The art that he has been able to push out for this arc in general, I think has been top tier throughout. And the amount of double page spreads that we have gotten for this arc is insane. From
absolutely.
Yes. Oh my god, he was on some magic for so many of those. It's like
exactly. So I think major props to Hori.
Honestly, I could say with confidence, like right now, Horikoshi probably has the best art in Jump. Like with confidence,
easily. I would go even like as far as to say that even if this war arc isn't your favorite arc in My Hero, I don't think you can argue that it doesn't have the best art.
It has the best art.
This is him at his peak. He's one of the top artists in the magazine's entire history. Kishimoto just gave him the cosign. It's like, this guy's all that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah. This arc is his best work. Yeah.
Like, and I know you were gonna go hard for the MVA thing, but we're winding down. It's almost 9 p.m. this time, which means it's
do like a second day.
Yeah. See, exactly. Like we'll just end up coming up, like we'll have like a greatest arc stream potentially like later on, and then we'll just like come back to these topics later. Just because we are approaching that 5-6 hour mark. And I don't know if Volk or Sean were expecting us to go this long.
I kind of expected it from your previous streams. I realized the time, so I dedicated today. I'm like, okay, I know the stream's gonna go long, so I'll be here for all of it. Took a little break to get some food, but yeah, no, it's been a blast being a part of this stream, and thanks for like the invite, being a part of all this, getting to meet all of you guys. It's definitely been an amazing experience, just getting to talk with you guys about My Hero, and especially for the invite later on. If I ever want to jump on a stream, I'll definitely take you up on that and just join and just being able to talk about My Hero with other people that just want to geek out about it. Yeah, I'm all for that.
What he said.
Please do boost our views, because you know what? In the chat earlier, there was like, I want to hear Sean speak. Can Sean Red speak? I'm here for Sean Red. I'm like, yeah, they're like, won't taking some of our shit. Won't take.
Yo, what's going on?
Yo, I can't believe Shishui's here, bro.
And the final phases of this stream, Shishui is caught up. He is live.
This is our 291 reveal.
It's been a year since I read, man. So this was an experience for sure. I'm not gonna really say much, because I guess I'll save it for the next stream. But I just came to stop by and show y'all some love. So how y'all doing?
All right, real quick though, Shishui, I at least want to know what your favorite moment in your binge today was, because you just read all of this today.
There were a couple moments. Yeah, I took my time though. Usually, like something like this, like I was definitely faster with the JJK stream because there's not a lot of material to kind of sit with. Yeah. But yeah, no, I think my favorite moment. I love the Miro comeback. Like that was just so crazy to me. What else?
Yeah.
I love the beginning of the arc too, like 258, chapter 258. That's probably like my third favorite chapter, when it's the spread right before they, get ready to go. And it has like all of the heroes and everybody like walking off. So like that was just, I love that moment. Man, there's too many, man. Chapter 287, which is when you have Shigaraki trying to get like in Midoriya kind of fighting for the quirk. Like that was incredible. That was like one of my favorite moments as well, and that was a super important chapter to the series. Like just getting all that information, then the not pulling up, like that was just heartfelt too. Like, so yeah, I fucked with that a lot. What else, man? Oh, craziest panel. One of the craziest panels I've seen. When Shigaraki had his face cracked down the middle, bro. Oh shit!
Ooh.
Shit. That was so fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Peak.
I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I read the triple take that, bro. Like that shit was wild, man. I'm sure I missed like a couple things, but yeah, those were probably some of my favorite moments.
Dabi.
Oh, and Genus, best Genus, his comeback. I did not expect that in this arc. Like I saw the plane coming in. I was like, who the fuck? Like I was trying to gather like what, to see who was there. And then it turns out like it was him. He came in close. On one lung too, bro. Like that's so crazy to me. Like this like, oh, and he's clutch, bro. I didn't think like he was gonna be like he was super important to be there, holding down Giganto, Makia, and then the others as well. Like, yeah, so he came through, did his thing, and I fucked with that. The Dabi reveal, I have some mixed emotions on it. I'm not saying it was handled terribly or anything like that. At first, I kind of went back and forth with it because at first I was like, okay, how is this playing out? Because we already have seen Endeavor like go through like his redemption, like, go through his arc and how he's kind of like fighting back to like earn his right as a father and to his family and all that. So I was like, okay, I'm like, I don't know, you trying to garner what, like, what are you trying to do here? Right. But Horikoshi kind of did this nice little trick where he was building up to him sort of like, to his speech and that pre-recorded message and to what he was saying to the society and like trying to get them to like split, have a divide on how they think about heroes and whatnot. So that was like pretty cool that he did that. It wasn't the fact that it was true or not. It was just the fact that like he was stirring up people's thoughts about perspectives on heroes, and I thought that was a really cool thing to like play out. But Best Venus came and said, "I'm not dead, nigga." Like that shit was raw. So
the past never dies.
So for those I don't know, who's two characters, one is no longer with us, and the other is still with us but crippled. We're in Shisui's top 5. So as the year progressed, he would keep sending me art of that certain character who I despise oh so much, and I had to keep my fucking mouth shut for a fucking year, almost damn near a year on this shit. You know how aggravating it was? He would just gas off this nigga, gas him up. Meanwhile, I'm on the side, biting my fucking pillow, punching the wall. Like, wow, this nigga just don't know. Wait until he catch him. Yeah. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, he had twice above Hawks in both of his top 5 characters. And
I had twice above what?
You told me you had twice above Hawks last time we talked.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, because I love his backstory, and I love that. Like, I'm a sucker for eternal conflict. When a character is kind of struggling with trauma and all of that themselves. That's why I love Shigaraki as well. So I just like the fact that on the outside, Twice seems like this kind of character gag type of, but when you really learned like what he's been through and what he's had to put up with, and his relationship with Toga and throughout the arcs, like he's just one of my favorite characters, and like. So that was kind of my thought process of, going and ranking him as far as that goes. And Hawks, I love. He's probably my favorite hero, of course, outside of All Might. But with Hawks, like that's my nigga. Like he's the character I like relate to the most. Like everything he says, like I just be on his shit, man. Like slurping that shit. But I wanted to wait until we got more panel and screen time of Hawks for me to be like, okay, properly assess his character. Because when I was reading Hawks chapter, I don't know if you guys remember, Aniki probably does, I was just super hyped. Like every time the nigga's in a chapter, I'm like 10 out of 10, like gas, like, you know what I'm saying? So
I remember Pro Hero arc, you were like, Hawks, let's go. I don't know. I'm like, who is this
nigga, bro? Who is this guy, bro? Like he came back like, oh man, his quotes, so many quotables. But yeah, so, and I love the fact that without talking because I can spend so much time, but I love the fact that his way of like supporting Endeavor and like, you know what I mean? Like just what he brings to the table as far as like being the second hero and just acknowledging like, supporting him from the sidelines. Like, I don't know. I always respect the characters that are like this, not the side nigga, but like, they're like the dude that just helps, the main, like, the main person and like Endeavor in this case. So that arc. So like, I just have respect for that. And I think people, yeah, the hype, yeah, he's just that dude, man. I love those characters. So, and I love their relationship. I love that Endeavor was able to just, you know, when he was working through his shit, and the way just Hawks was able to kind of, you know, just understand them in a way that other people didn't. And, you know, and it makes more sense because we got the flashback this chapter too, and we found out that Hawks, you know, when he was a little kid and what he was.
Endeavor was the one that arrested his father.
So that was,
and he respects Endeavor more than his own father because his father is a killer.
Exactly. So, and you know, so I highly have so much more respect for him now too. And then now the confirmation with Best Genius. So, and bro, okay, now so you got me started, East. Now, oh man, okay. So if we go back, man, this nigga Hawks, bro, this whole plan, none of it would have worked without this man like doing all of this. And then I'm just like, yo, and the confrontation he has with Twice and just not wanting to kill him, but you know, in the end he has to, you know, he does it anyways. And it's like, oh my God, like he has so much riding on his shoulders, so much like he has to like put up with, but you know, he just carries it out without like, you know, with a smile on the face and whatever. So it was just, I swear to God, if Hawks was gone this arc, it would have killed me, bro. That would have killed me. There was a couple times where I was like, I was so nervous, but yeah, he's done a lot, and I'll speak more on it when we do the other stream. But yeah, he did a lot for all that to come together. And
so you're saying both of them dying in the same arc would have been too much for you?
Yeah, way too much. But yeah, 2 of my top 5, like I would have been done, bro. But I do love also the nods that Endeavor gave to Hawks throughout the arc, where he's kind of like, damn, like I fucked up, like he's, you know, he's going through something and he's just kind of calling back to the plan and everything that kind of, you know, Hawks filling him in on what he needed to do and train Bakugo and Todoroki and them, and so it just, yeah, I just have a lot of respect for Endeavor as well. He might move up also. Yeah, he definitely moving up. What am I talking about? He definitely moving up in my top 10 for sure. And yeah, so their relationship's great, and you know, I'm curious to see how it's going to play out for Hawks in the future, because, you know, not everyone, you know, is taking note of the heroes aren't as perfect, you know, and that's the good thing too. That's something I've always wanted to see. And Aniki, you and I talked about it. Issa, you and I talked about it. I just want people, like the society, to realize that it's not picture perfect what these guys do on a day in and day out. And, you know, the reality needs to kind of set in. And I'm hoping that, you know, Dabi did it a little bit, like not quite fully. I think Redestra was cooking up to that. So hopefully, like the next time we see, I would love to see that conflict between, you know, character versus society in that type of way. So that was just interesting to see, you know, that kind of the seeds be planted for the future. Midoriya, man, what is my boy doing? Like putting himself through all of this shit, man. Like Texas, all of this shit, man. The arms, when they did the flashback and they were talking about the injuries that he's kind of, you know, sustained, and it's man, he was holding his fucking arm together. I think it's his left arm. Yeah, his left arm, with his quirk, the other quirk. So I was just like, oh man, dude, like this is. Like it's Chaco's gonna have to spoon feed him after this arc.
Oh man,
Deku. I mean, bro, at one point.
Hey, you know what's one thing?
At one point, he
Aizawa
used the Froppy's like Froppy
to?
style black whip, and he used that. I was like, dog.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
That you were talking about Froppy style, right?
Yeah.
What he did.
Okay, so Shisui cut out for you, but not me. Okay, so yeah, what Shisui was doing was like talking about.
Did I cut out? Hello?
You're good again. I think you're good in there. Can everybody else hear Shisui now?
Yeah. Oh, we hear you better.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yo,
I don't know.
You know,
My computer's been on so long
I
on
have
the
an
stream,
idea.
but
Well, Squid.
Hello? What?
Yeah. Well, I was
Squid?
gonna say. Well, I thought you were gonna go first, and then I was gonna say my idea. But at the end of this war arc, you know, Aizawa can get some good pay in his new job as a professional pallbearer.
Oh.
You said pole dancer?
Pallbearer.
Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, she continue to talk because oh damn. Man.
Well, because like I said, I want to start winding down because we are hitting that 6-hour window.
Yeah, true. I'll be here all day.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just like start running through, get people's final thoughts. Let me try to like actually memorize what the I'm switching to gallery view so I can actually see everyone's names and like not get confused. All right, so we just got to gush. Squid, final thoughts.
Can I make one suggestion during our final thoughts? Since we didn't go over our the best arcs, we should just go over what's your best arc and why. That's all.
Oh yeah, sure, yeah. Like give your final thoughts and explain why your favorite arc is your favorite arc. I think that's a cool way to like wrap the stream up, and then we'll close everything down when everybody's gone.
Then we'll do a greatest arcs.
So yeah, we'll just do like a favorite arc stream at some point. Like when MHA is on break, we'll just like look at the chapter schedule and I'll like shoot it into the chat and we'll coordinate that way. Sound good, everybody?
Yeah.
Yes, for sure.
Good.
All right, so Squid, you go ahead, get your final thoughts first. Say what you want, plus
like
favorite
final
arc and
thoughts
why.
on like what specifically?
2020, just give your final thoughts on like how MHA's been.
2020 was trash. Kobe died. That was very sad. Altogether, a lot of geopolitical and domestic conflicts going on. But for my hero, gotta admit, we was popping the champagne. We looked like Diddy in the music videos. See, you got the right idea. Altogether, my favorite arc has to be My Villain Academia because regardless, like if the PLF arc did everything it promised, right? I still think it wouldn't be my favorite arc solely for the fact it lacks one thing: recontextualization. You can go into MVA and then every single chapter before and after can be read in a little bit of a grayer light because of the social commentary. It is a arc that recontextualizes the world and adds that flip side, that darkness that they tried to repress and hide. And ultimately, the PLF is built on those elements that were expounded upon in MVA. So that's why it'll be favorite for me.
All right, BG.
Oh, my favorite arc is well this one. I mean, it hasn't ended yet, and that could very well change, but it's done everything I wanted. It's the culmination of the entire series for me. I've been reading this for 5-6 years, and I finally get to this, and it's everything I've wanted and more. And we're getting the aftermath soon, showing me everything, showing me that beautiful sweet despair. In fact, I'm already getting it. I've got it this entire arc. I haven't tasted despair this great in anything I've read in a while. Of course, it's my favorite.
I was like watching everybody's faces as he said that, and I was like, dog, why BG sound like a fucking terrible person? Archbishop East.
Oh man, that was hilarious.
Man. What a fucking year. From top to bottom, man. It started off wild and it's ended wild, man. I've had so much extreme growth in myself this year. I'm truly proud of myself. Went from not having my own fucking space for like 8 years to get my own apartment, man. Moved up in this bitch, man. I worked on myself. I healed myself, man. It's been a minute, but man, finally come full circle with myself, man. It's been truly a really amazing year for growth. And I finally created something that I wanted since 2016 when I started my hero by myself, reading it for God knows shit until late 2018. I was basically alone in this bitch reading it by myself week, and then I come back and then I meet Aniki and Shisu and we start our own little churches off record, and then we start building up more and more. We start getting all these fucking amazing people, each and every one of you in this call, each and every one of you watching this shit. We're here with us today. Yeah, we have our fights. Yeah, we bicker. Yeah, Rex is always on some bullshit. But nonetheless, we always do love each other.
I'm back now, so we'll see.
At the end of the day, we've all got each other, man. And I'm just grateful I have everyone in this damn call. 2020 has been amazing for not only me, but fucking my hero. Put this shit on the map, man. I cannot wait to further go because niggas died on Horikoshi because they projected and they set a date that wasn't set in stone. But hey, man, 2021, when I'm back here gloating with my ass out on people's faces, then the shit just gonna be how it's gonna be. I don't want to hear no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and pun intended. But hey, man, one time for the motherfucker, one time. Hell, holy, my nigga.
I love the energy. Wrapping up with strong vibes. Fonzie, you in bed. Let's get these last words out before you fall asleep in the call like the old days.
I won't fall asleep. I won't fall asleep.
You're in the most comfortable position out of all of us, so.
Yeah, for sure, man, for sure. But the thing about it, okay, great year.
Laying in the crib.
Oh no, Squid, really, you kept killing this Squid. This Squid, really. So 2020, like I said, for me, a year of duality for myself, learn to learn more about myself, fight against myself too, my weaknesses, my failures. So, but yeah, a blessing because I met you people. Till right now, I'm really happy to meet all of y'all. Talking to you in the VCs, gaming with you online, being here for the great moment to talk, to discuss about stuff, ideas. And I just had for my whole time in my life, I just had one friend that could really talk about all this stuff, or with my family. And right now, I just have so many people right now to talk about this, and I can do it also on stream. So yeah, I'm happy about this. My Hero Academia, best year of My Hero Academia. I discovered My Hero Academia when it was at chapter 75 in French back then, before the anime came. So yeah, I knew at the moment that I was feeling it, I knew it would have an anime, and it would be also successful. And I cried on the first time that I watched Deku versus Todoroki, because I felt really how Horikoshi could see the thing that he accomplished right there. I was really proud for him and for myself to follow the story. And till right now, I still love this story, and I will continue to love it, to learn and to recognize myself in Deku and trying to be better like Endeavor and Bakugo. So yeah, best year for MHA, and I hope to get and I hope that it becomes better next year and the year it comes. Thank you for having me here. See you guys. Hillary.
Sam the Manga Man, want to give your final 2020 MHA thoughts plus your favorite arc?
Sure. I mean, this arc this arc definitely is the favorite. It's spent a lot of time, spent a lot of it's been marinating for so long. Everything that everybody and every character is connected into this one entire arc, and it was all worth it. We've seen how much Shigaraki has grown as his own villain, how much power he's capable of. No more 5 fingers needed to touch. You just need 1 or 2 and does his job. He's been groomed into an ultimate villain in My Hero Academia, and we all love it. There's no way you can have a whole hero story without a great villain, and this is what Shigaraki is going to be. The icing on the cake is literally having a whole symbiote of All for One still coming there, even though he's very petty. It still really works as a really great villain. They have even if you're fighting against your own predecessors, he's actually also your vice captain, advisor and all that other stuff. Even though he's telling you face all the consequences of you face all the consequences you did right now. I gave you all the tools and all the people you've lost. It's all on you, but but you did this for me, and that's his own glory, his own selfish, petty self, and that sort of way worth. But still, we all gonna see the ultimate villain of Shigaraki versus Deku. That's the only way. We can actually have Deku with his whole entire Class 1A helping him, supporting him. But all in all, it has to end with the 1v1 of Shigaraki versus Deku. It's been a hard year for 2020. Everybody has been staying indoors. A lot of self-discovery, a lot of learning to try to cope of what can you do in your own time. But it's also the best time for content creating, even though content creating is a very hard and tough job to do. But as long as you strive to keep going, to make content, to enjoy what you like to do and love to tell people what you love. And of course, if it's My Hero Academia, come join the Church of My Hero Academia, because there's a whole community group we're here. We're out here. We're there. We're reaching out. If you want to come in and join, just reach out to us. We're here. Come give us some talk. Just comment. If you comment enough these days, we will reply. We want you in the show. We would love to hear your thoughts. It's to be a free, nice community where we're all in a safe space where everybody's willing to talk what they want to talk about. There might be some disagreements, there may be some arguments, but that's what makes you a community. That's everybody has their own voice. Everybody wants to be heard, and so for new My Hero Academia fans, for old My Hero Academia fans, wherever it comes in, just come and join us. We are here. We are here.
Yep, I love that. Facts. Flo, you want to
go? Why not? My Hero in 2020 has been phenomenal. I do have some problems with how the last chapter ended, but the good far outweighed the bad. By no means is this a bad arc. I would still put MBA and Pro Hero over it for personal reasons, because I always like I usually prefer personal stories, and like Shisu said earlier, he likes personal conflict or inner conflict. I do want to give special shout outs, and I know Aniki's going to say this later, but to Volk, Sean, Watkins, happy birthday, Watkins, and Manga Man and Vash for coming through. You guys gave me a new perspective on the series, and I always like to learn from other people, see how they interpret the series, what they like about it, to either help my understanding of the series or just give me new perspectives, as I said before. Best arcs will always, well, not always, I can't say that, but best arc so far for me is still Pro Hero. I love Endeavor's story, Endeavor's journey of becoming the #1 hero after fighting through all that internal conflict he had, was trying to beat All Might prior and trying to make, pretty much produce a #1 hero himself, because he couldn't do it. And then finally, when he got that trophy of being #1, he didn't even know what to do with himself. He was questioning, what do I have to do? How am I supposed to act? What am I here? Like, he didn't even know who he was really. And he had to, and then led on to questioning all the things he'd done to his family, and, you know, whether or not it was all worth it or not, which obviously it wasn't. Again, 2020 for My Hero was great. Thank you for inviting me again, Aniki. This has been a great stream, like always. And subscribe to the channel and join the Church of MHA.
Thank you, Bishop Flo. All right. Birthday boy, world champion Watkins. Show him how you earned the belt, give your final thoughts, and explain your favorite arc.
Oh, so my favorite arc is Cultural Festival. Why? Has one of the most relatable villains in Gentle. Has one of the best messages that I spewed about earlier that I won't repeat myself. It also has the one chapter of My Hero Academia that broke me out into tears. That being, and I remembered the exact page, it was when Jiro's just belting out, and you see in the corner her mother saying that in some way musicians and heroes are a lot alike. That spoke to me on a very personal level, being a musician myself. Yes, I love that. So that's why Cultural Festival is still one of my top favorite arcs of My Hero Academia. 2020 has been a rough bag with everybody. You know, I've been fortunate enough, you know, like I said earlier, I got my new apartment, a new job. I had a resurgence for my own channel, which brought new life and led me to meet everybody here in the church, which I am so grateful to have met everybody and talked to everybody during late nights, and, you know, with some of us falling asleep on calls and all that. So it's been great. It's been awesome.
Wait. You guys are laughing too loud. If you look closely, Pons is falling asleep.
I'm not falling asleep. I just give it.
4 a.m. for him over there.
But again, like, you know, 2020 has been great for My Hero Academia. You know, said it earlier. Hail to the GOAT Horikoshi. He turned a bad situation into probably one of his best years ever. Just hope he keeps going. And I know with all of us that do My Hero Academia content, we have been feasting all year. And let's hope we can continue to feast into 2021.
I love it. I love to hear it. Volk?
Yeah, so I don't want to keep this too long. For me, 2020 has been a very bizarre year, but very definitive for me. I graduated, I had my undergrad degree. Thank you, Panzu. And I've also started film school as of a few months ago.
Hey,
And
congrats.
Yeah,
She's finna be your best friend.
working to become a screenwriter, break into the industry.
Oh,
it's right in a big film hub, and after this whole COVID thing is over, there's going to be a lot of jobs, so things are looking good for me. That's the personal side of things. MHA in 2020. I said it earlier. This has been the strongest year across the board. And my favorite arc has been this one, the Paranormal Liberation War, because it's the culmination of it, not just the culmination of everything we wanted. I think what people are downplaying about this arc is how much it's changed the characters. Every character is walking away with either something to think about, personal loss, some sort of change. It's major across the board. It's not just the villains, it's not just the heroes, it's everybody. And the main theme, I think, of this arc that people need to understand, people who wanted the villains to stomp, the whole arc is about failure. It's all about failure. Nobody really wins. Even stuff like Bakugo reflecting on what he did to Deku, bullying him, that's his greatest failure. And he sees it play out right in front of him when he's like, when he plays over like, I'm the Deku who does his best or whatever, and he sees him like just battered and bloodied, and you see Bakugo take this in, and he's confronted with the fact that he's made his only real friend this way. And that's the type of stuff that I think people are downplaying in respect to, and I know reception to the last 10 chapters has been a little odd. What you have to understand is that the real climax of Paranormal Liberation War is not the Dabi stuff. It's Deku versus Shigaraki. It's Bakugo's sacrifice. It's them in the landscape. What you see after that is all falling action. So it plays out a little differently. That's why it feels a little odd to some people. And what we haven't had yet that we got for MVA, for Pro Hero, for Culture Festival, we haven't seen how it's all going to come together in the aftermath. I think people are going to reflect on this arc a lot more and appreciate it more than just like this big action epic. It's going to be quite imperative in moving not just the story along, but the character arcs of several characters. So yeah, love it.
Sean, the floor is yours.
So kind of bouncing off what everyone said, 2020 for me has just been an year. I think that goes for everyone else. 2020 is just can't wait for it to be over in the next 4 days, and we can get into 2021 and look to a brighter year, hopefully overall. But MHA this year, I think, was that shining light for all of us. Like with everything going on around us, being able to escape for a little bit and go into, even though the overall tone of this arc is definitely tragic and with failure and all that stuff, just being able to follow this and kind of escape for a little bit, I think has been a blessing, I think, for many people. And just having the phenomenal art, the story that Horikoshi was giving us this entire year has been absolutely amazing. For me, this is definitely my favorite arc of My Hero, just because it is that culmination of every arc we have had is built up to this moment, and every arc has kind of been referenced in some way, shape, or form, either by character or by circumstance or by an action done within this arc. And just the fact moving forward, like the fact that the arc isn't done yet, we still have the aftermath to go through, which, like how everyone has been saying, like this is kind of like the paradigm shift of the story to where the status quo is not really going to ever return ever again. There was a status quo when All Might fought All for One and he retired and had to retire after that, but this is going to be another major one to where all of society is going to be reeling from the events of this arc, and how everyone moves forward and internalizes everything that happens is going to be a really interesting process to go through, especially just with Deku as the main character and with everyone else around him, seeing how how they internalize everything and move forward from what is going to be a failure on the hero's part, especially viewed in the eyes of the public. So has been an amazing arc thus far. And then I just want to thank Aniki and everyone else for the stream today. This has been a lot of fun being able to talk MHA with all you guys and having that invite to come and talk with all of you. I definitely look forward to future conversations, hopefully in 2021, and just hopefully everyone can enjoy MHA and we just have an awesome 2021.
Yeah. A very, very quick, I realized I forgot to say, Hail Hori. Hail the gods.
Hail Hori.
Count it out into the ether.
Yeah, my favorite arc is also MVA, just because for me, right, it is the best example for what My Hero Academia is, what it can bring to the best, the best that it can bring to an arc. You know, what we saw in MVA, we saw also it in PLF, the best that you can see. You know, everything that you get from My Hero Academia, you get it in MVA. That's why it is for me the best arc. This more personal. And love y'all.
Is a legend.
I also want to say that if we get actual relationship development after all this nonsense, like for once in the middle of the series before the end, I will be sucking off Horikoshi forever.
Hey, you joining my team? Joining my team?
You might go a little competition.
All right.
They know why they suck hard like I suck hard, dog. I ain't never seen pause.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's 10 a.m. I'm running on fumes.
All right. So I want to just real quick, Sean, Watkins, Volk, I want to take the time to especially thank you guys for coming through, because and Sam, because the bishops come regardless, because they got the whip. They secretly, they got contracts and stuff that y'all don't know about that keeps them in bondage.
And I still ain't got no pay.
It wouldn't be slavery if you got paid, now would it, BG? So, ignoring this rule of tyranny that I totally have not established, I'm just gonna say that, one, I appreciate everybody that's coming through, supporting. Also, I appreciate you guys coming through, especially because I do my live reactions timed with the official release instead of scans. So I know that some of you guys will go out of your way to see this, because you technically can go watch unofficial content and get your fill within those first 2 days. And I know some of you are probably did look at the spoilers and made it a point to not drop them in these past 6 hours in the chat, which I
already read all of them.
Yeah, Sam.
Well, the point is, BG, they didn't spoil us. And I want to say that the Paranormal Liberation Front War is also my favorite one, primarily because of what a lot of people mention is the culmination, but specifically Dabi, and the way that Dabi's character arc gets properly recontextualized when you look at him, as I've talked about, as the rival character to Shigaraki and the protagonist group that is the League of Villains, who has to build up and follows in line with some of these classical tropes of the fire powers and the edgy family history and all this other stuff. And so finally getting to see Dabi live up to what I already thought he was, or as some people call it, the Starscream to Shiggy's Megatron, these different parallels that I'm really fond of. So getting to see Dabi really hit that culmination point, getting Rex thrown in the clown suit, getting the church really going and having these streams. So all this stuff is MHA related, and it's just been a really powerful year. And so I just want to make sure that you guys all know that I appreciate you for coming in and taking the times out of your day to do these streams, being part of these conversations, because ignoring the fact that last month I hit 1K, it's never money has obviously never been anything that anybody who was on an Aniki stream was invested in, because we weren't getting paid even a little. And even now we don't really get paid. So
rush. No rush. But, get there.
Also, I just want to shout out this last minute super chat from Giorno Giovanna. Glad to see the GOAT on stream. I don't know who's getting the compliment as being the GOAT. So really, any of you can decide that you're the GOAT that JoJo is referencing to. And isn't that the point? Isn't the real GOAT the friends you made along the way?
fuck that.
Boo this man.
You
Boo
all
this man.
So anyway, before y'all start booing me, so yeah, I appreciate everybody though. Hope to see you guys next Sunday. My top 10 manga of 2020, I was waiting until after this Sunday because I needed the last Yugo Karaku chapter to come out to make sure I knew where I was going to place it. But I should have that video done by the end of this year, have that released by New Year's Eve, hopefully. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Glad everybody came through. We'll plan out the part 2.
I got one thing to say.
What's that, Squid?
But the man is a midget.
Oh my God! Anyway,
he dipped. He didn't want to get. You didn't want to get his ass kicked for that one.
All right. So, well, that's the stream. Appreciate you and everybody that came through. Hail Hori. Throw it up 3 times. Make sure they all go east. I'll see you guys next Sunday. Well, technically like Thursday, but in person, live Sunday. Thank you all for coming through.